streaming, live streaming.
मैम वो हो जाएगा
हो जाएगा? So tell me your name.
सुहेल खान
You're from?
ग्रोवर ऑडियो विजुअल नॉर्मली करते हैं
So,
यस मैम
young Victor,
यस मैम अभी रिसेंटली पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट हूँ जामिया से
a very good morning to all. I will request the audience to please settle down. We will be beginning in a very, very short while. I also request all the audience to please send messages to their friends and colleagues who are still having chai to please come and join us in the auditorium. A very good morning once more to one and all. We are now about to commence the program, and I request you all to please put your phones on the silent mode. Thank you. Respected dignitaries, my fellow architects, heads and faculty in schools of architecture, ladies and gentlemen, I, Architect Jayashri Deshpande, on behalf of Council of Architecture, extend a very warm welcome to each one of you here on the occasion of the Golden Jubilee celebration of Council of Architecture here at the India Habitat Center, New Delhi. The Architects Act was enacted by the Parliament in 1972 to regulate the standards of architectural education and profession in the country and to maintain the National Register of Architects. Today, we are celebrating the Golden Jubilee of the enactment of the Act as Pratyasha. The word Pratyasha is a Sanskrit word and is a combination of the two words Prati and Asha, which symbolize future prospects, hopes for a better future, anticipation, promise, outlook, and so on. The vision behind this initiative is not only to streamline and provide a definitive roadmap to our fraternity, but also express our gratitude to the legendary architects who made the enactment of Act possible. Apart from this, this is an attempt to hold the hands of our young brethren and in the process change architectural profession for a brighter and respectable future. The conclusion and the outcome of this program today would also be presented to the government for suitable action. In today's event, we hope to spark conversations and invoke thoughts upon the changing role of the architect in India and the possible way forward through 5 interesting sessions. Without further ado, I would now like to invite our esteemed dignitaries onto the dais. Former President, Honorable Architect P.R. Mehta ji, Architect Vijay Sohni ji, Architect Uday Gadkari ji, and former Acting President, Architect Vijay Garg ji. I request Architect Habib Khan, President, Council of Architecture, and Architect Sapna, Vice President, Council of Architecture, to please escort the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I will now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. I now invite our dignitaries on the dais to please come forward for lighting the auspicious lamp. Goddess Saraswati is known as the mother of the Vedas and the champion of knowledge, wisdom, and the arts. Let us now pray to Goddess Saraswati for guidance and knowledge and to remove all obstacles from our path and bless us all. I invite students of Sharda University for the recital of Saraswati Vandana.
Vishamiti
Thank you, Beta, for a most melodious rendition of the Saraswati Vandana. Thank you. I will now call upon Architect Habib Khan, President Council of Architecture, to address the August gathering.
Good morning. A warm welcome to all of you to Pratyasha, a conclave to commemorate 50 years of the enactment of the Architects Act and establishment of the Council of Architecture. All the dignitaries on the dais, Vice President Sapna, all former presidents, P.R. Mehta ji, Vijay Soni ji, Uday Gadkari ji, former acting president Vijay Garg ji, Balbir Verma ji, and all my colleagues, heads of the institutions, colleagues in the council, students, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you today in Delhi. Pratyasha was conceived a year ago, along with a conference on education, which is called Samunnati, and Pratyasha addresses professional issues, while Samunnati addresses educational issues. Samunnati will be held in 2 months' time from now on, and today we are here to discuss professional issues in Pratyasha. Pratyasha means Asha, hope, Umeed, a hope for a better future, a hope that the society recognizes the contribution of architects and architecture and the importance of architecture to improve the quality of life of our fellow citizens. And I'm sure we all making efforts in that direction, and one day the recognition of architecture and architects will be more than what it is at the moment. Today we're going to discuss, like Jayashri briefed a little while ago, various issues: the future of architectural practice, young architects' issues, legal entitlements, and we are commencing 2 orations. Late Pilu Modi oration series and late J.R. Bhalla Memorial Oration Series. Today, we are fortunate to have Professor Neelkant Chhaya with us, who will deliver the first J.R. Bhalla oration today. And unfortunately, B.V. Doshi ji could not travel, although he had promised me personally that he will make an effort to come to Delhi, but he could not make it due to his age and health reasons. Although he has sent us a clip of few minutes, reminiscing what Pilu Modi did and what Bhallaji did for the Act. And I'm sure we will have meaningful deliberation. I know it's a Sunday and an early morning on a Sunday, but as the day progresses, we will have more interactive sessions, and we want to keep this more question and answers. We want to address issues of the profession. We want to address the issues of young architects, and we would want that all of you participate in the conclave in a very interactive manner. Please don't think and consider that we are on this side of the dais and you're on that side of the dais. Let us be a one unified whole where we all put our heads together to improve the quality of architectural built environment in our country, architectural education in our country, and I'm sure with your contribution we'll be able to do much more than what we have been able to do. Thank you so much, and welcome once again with an open heart and open arms. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Habib sir, for the warm welcome and for setting the course of the day. We would now like to share with you the message that we have received from the Honorable Speaker, Lok Sabha, Shri Om Birla ji, on this occasion. I request Architect Milana here. She's going to be with me through the day, setting the program in place, to please read the message. Milana, please.
A very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Architect Jayashree Deshpande. The message reads, I am pleased to know that the Council of Architecture is celebrating Golden Jubilee Year of the enactment of the Architects Act 1972 and organizing a conference, Pratyasha, on 6th November 2022 to mark the event. The Architects Act 1972 was enacted to provide institutional and statutory framework to the discipline of architecture. The Council of Architecture is working to regulate architectural education and profession in the country. I am glad to know that presently there are 406 architectural institutions in the country and about 1,55,000 architects are registered with the Council. It is heartening to note that through its activities, the Council is promoting education and capacity building among trainee architects, apart from monitoring standards of architectural education and profession in the country. I convey my best wishes for the event and wish them all the success for their future endeavors. We also have a video message from Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, on this occasion. Can we have the video, please?
Namaskar. My dear friend Mr. Habib Khan, President of Council of Architecture, Architect Sapna, Vice President, former presidents and officers and council members, students, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely happy to note that the Council of Architecture is celebrating the Golden Jubilee year of the enactment of the Architect Act and holding a day-long program, Pratyasha, to commemorate the enactment of the Architect Act 1972, which ensures that unqualified and underqualified persons do not call themselves as architect and bring disrepute to the society profession. I am also happy to know that the council is doing an excellent job. Now today we need to develop our architectural, particularly this is a technology, science technology of construction. So we need to make more research in it, using of different material, using of different new designs, where we, without compromise with the cost, we need to reduce the, we need to improve the quality of construction. Now we need to find out the alternative of steel and cement. And now this is the time that the institute is doing good job. I will also request you for using the material like bamboo is very important. We have got in the Westland, we are now lot of plantation of bamboo. We can use bamboo in different stage. We can make cloth from bamboo. We can make furniture, and we can use in construction material as bamboo as a material for that. So there are a lot of new things are there, and I am requesting you, because of all these things, you need research, and you should use your engineering colleges, IITs, where the young talented people can engage for making new designs, for making new initiative, and by using the new international successful practices we can adopt in India. I am really happy that our people are doing excellent jobs. Presently, your contribution in the construction sector is very good. We are also now in the process of making 260 ropeway, cable car, funicular rail, where we need to make parking plaza, restaurants, hotels, where we can take your services. We are making an NHI 670 roadside amenities. At the same time, now we are planning to make 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre, 4 acre lands are available, and we are now making the policy that land can be used for gas station, for washrooms, restaurant and parking places. So the way there are huge potential. Tourism is a sector where 49% of the capital investment is creating employment potential. There is also a huge potential in the tourism where your role is very important. We are making adventure sports, water sports, different type of thing we are making. My suggestion is the different ideas which are successful in the world. You can bring all that idea and technology related with the construction, and as an architect, as project management consultancy, you can guide to the people. Your role is very important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. the dream of our Prime Minister to make Indian economy of $5 trillion. And for that reason, you are also one of the important field where your help is very important. I am really happy. I am giving my all best wishes to all of you. Once again, thank you very much. Namaskar.
We thank the Honorable Speaker Sir and Honorable Minister Sir for their encouraging and inspiring messages. I now call upon Architect Habib Khan to felicitate our former presidents with a memento. Architect P.R. Mehta. I request Architect Sapna to present the memento to Architect Vijay Sohni. I invite Architect Habib Khan to present the memento to Architect Uday Gadkari. I call upon Architect Sapna to felicitate Architect Vijay Gar. Thank you. I call upon Registrar COA to felicitate Architect Habib Khan. I call upon Registrar COA to felicitate Architect Sapna. Thank you, sirs and madam. Please remain seated. I request the honorable members of Executive Committee to please join us on the dais. I now call upon President Architect Habib Khan to felicitate the Executive Committee members, Architect R. Ramesh Kumar, Architect Puneet Sethi, and we would like to welcome Architect Nandalal Chandel because he is not present with us here today. Can we have the mementos, please? So I would like to call upon everyone for a photograph. Anyway, all of us are here, so I think. Architect R. Ramesh Kumar. Architect Puneet Sethi. I now call upon Vice President Architect Sapna to felicitate the Executive Committee members. Yes. Architect Lalichan Zakarias, Architect P. Vaidyanathan, I would like to invite Architect Habib Khan to felicitate Professor Abhay Purohit, Director, Ideas Nagpur, the convener of Pratyasha. Lastly, I would like to invite Vice President Architect Sapna to felicitate Architect Jayashree Deshpande, Director of COA TRC, the co-convener of Pratyasha. Now moving on, the Manual of Architectural Practice, MAP, is a 5-volume publication and is an initiative by the Council to provide to every architect a detailed and explanatory discussions on various aspects of architectural practice, as well as provide quick reference templates and exhibits for the actual use of each reader. The volumes provide a depth of information and a wide range of references. The manual sets benchmarks to support the transcending of Indian architectural practice to match the best of global standards. We would like to take this opportunity to launch the map in the presence of our chief guests, dignitaries, and my dear fellow architects. I now invite architect Salil Ranadive to present the Manual of Architectural Practice. So here is the launch of Manual of Architectural Practice, MAP. I now invite architect Salil Ranadive to present the Manual of Architectural Practice for this gathering.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, everybody here, to sort of allow us to place MAP in front of this august audience and all the former presidents. It takes great pleasure. There are some of our MAP committee's members here, and I will get all of them to come up and be more, sort of up on stage by the time I run through the MAP itself. So can we just begin the slide? Yeah, but I mean the... Where is it? This is it?
Yeah.
All right. That's it. All right. Thank you. So here we are, the MAP, Manual of Architectural Practice, has evolved over these last 50 years. In a sense, it was in the process of actually getting created. After the Act, which in 1972, where's the display? Where is the display? So, all right. So, after the act was the enactment of the act in 1972, it was about 14, 15 years later that the architects' professional conduct regulations were enacted, 1989. So it took a while for the council to, in a sense, I think, organize itself, put all the sort of thinking together, and they brought out this the regulations in 1989. Which in a sense covered the scale of fees, it covered contracts, it covered sort of code of conduct for architects, and it sort of set some sort of a base from which the practice actually got something in hand for the first time, on the basis of which they could actually run their practices in a sense. So being there, sort of things moved on. I mean, India after the 1990s completely changed in the way it ran itself. There was a huge amount of churn in the country. Massive amounts of money started coming in. We started sort of getting moving up in the economy ranks, and projects started getting larger, more complex. The amount of schools therefore also started growing because there were all opportunities being seen by all kinds of people. And so in the last, since 1990, so the last 30 years, the profession has really changed, and there's been a sea change in the way things are done. So it was about time that, there's obviously also a lot of discussion and sort of clamor within the profession itself, amongst architects, about, various sort of issues that they had to deal with in practice, especially. And so, I mean, in a way, the act, the making of the manual, in a sense, seriously started, I would say, in all kinds of discussions during, various conventions and things, I would say perhaps 4 or 5 years ago, in terms of conversations about all various aspects of, what we have to deal with as practitioners. So it's a wonderful sort of an occasion that on the 50th anniversary of the enactment of the Act, that the manual is actually there, placed before us. And, to make it absolutely and very clear, it is a dynamic document. There is a hard copy version of it available for all of us to, touch and feel and read. But the expectation of the making of the map is that it's a dynamic document and that it keeps evolving and upgrading itself over time. So we don't wait for another 20 years for it, for example, to have, another version. It should change perhaps every 3 years. I mean, there should be some, a relook at it. It should be sort of, constantly being fed in with new information. Maybe some of the old information starts getting redundant and it should start getting pulled out. And maybe you sort of do a reprint every 3 years or some such thing so that it remains relevant and it's ahead of its times rather than behind its times, and just trying to capture what is happening rather than actually be able to predict, and that's, in a sense, the role of the Council of Architecture. So we've got to perhaps use this as the first stepping stone platform to be able to up our ante. The idea is that, you have students all across the country now. You have practices and projects all across the country. Some student some young architect in a tertiary town may not even have a senior architect around for them to go and sort of get help when they set up their practice. What do I do? How do I raise a bill, for example? What kind of contract I can get into? What books do I buy in my library? I mean, these are things that, for example, as architects, and there's a sort of a discussion saying, "Humko school mein kuch nahi sikhate." You're not supposed to learn that in school. You're supposed to learn it when you sort of do training. You sort of do your apprenticeship, etc., etc. The fact is that you still need it. I mean, all architects of all ages still need to, of some sort of a guide, handbook of some kind, even when they're running their practices. How do I, do I have the right amount of staff in my office? Am I charging the right kind of fee? Is my calculation of the way I calculate my fee correct? Etc., etc. We need it all the time, at every age. So this book is, in a sense, the manual is, in a sense, a mixture between a handbook and guidelines. So there, obviously, all of it is not guidelines. And so it's a mixture between both. So how did it come about? It came about, where Habibji and Sapna as the president and vice president of the council, and of course, Kapil Setia, who was present here, who was an EC member then, actually constituted this committee which in a sense, consisted of essentially these 7 architects that were sort of invited from across the country. You can privately ask Habib, how did he select these 7 people? And it's interesting because he actually apparently was keeping an eye on people over the so many years, and sort of having these private discussions, and he sort of picked people that he thought would actually be able to take this forward in a serious way and be able to work together. It was interesting that this committee was set up, and I think soon after this committee was set up, or immediately, just before, was when the pandemic happened. So suddenly we were all stuck where we were. Most of us had not even met each other. We didn't even know each other at all. So there was, Mr. Vaidyanathan, who is an EC member now. He was on stage. He was, and Mr. Manoharan, who's here in the audience. Mr. Manoharan was our first convener of the committee. He was then part of the COA. He sort of then retired, finished his term, sorry. Vaidyanathan then took over. So the two of them were, in a way, the conveners of the making of the map. Mr. Vijay Uppal, who was a former vice president of the COA. I don't know, I have lost the... can you just... Oh, yeah, it's back. Fantastic. Thank you. Magic. Thank you. Anyway, so Mr. Mahesh, who is a very senior architect down in Kerala, a very big practice. Perhaps if you visited Kerala and gone into one of these really nice hotels, chances are that he's the one who's actually built them and designed them. Lovely guy, senior practitioner. Then Sandeep Shikre, is a sort of runs a very, very dynamic and large firm based in Mumbai, doing projects all over. He is, one has to refer, has designed India's tallest residential building, and he sort of, so he's got a large-scale practice that, has got many sort of diversion sort of things that come into it. So he was there as a high-level professional. I don't talk about myself, thank you. And then, of course, there's Prashant Sutaria, another architect from Mumbai, doing work in a lot of the central Indian sort of states across the country with different experiences, etc., etc. So there is a sort of a gamut of experience. I think we had more than 200 or 250 years of experience in this group of practice and hardcore practice. So there was there, and then of course Oberoi ji was as the registrar of the COA, Deepak Kumar, who's COA, legal mind and sort of the legal backing, and he's going to in fact talk to us later during the session about legal aspects. And then of course there was this young Bijal Parekh, who was from Sandeep Shikre's office, very enthusiastic young architect, who actually kept a whole bunch of us oldies in check. She used to be good with putting files up on Google Docs and sending them across. Because the interesting thing is this entire manual got done during the pandemic. I mean, we sort of actually, in a sense, virtually lived out of each other's homes on Saturday mornings for 3 or 4 hours every Saturday. It went on for 1.5 years. Lots of back and forth, lots of fiery discussions. All kinds of things happened, and then we but virtually. After having not known each other, we were actually living in each other's houses. You saw each other's pets, cats jumping across the TV, the screens. But it was a labor of love, and it actually, I think, covered pretty much a wide extent of what professional practice requires. How did it, in a sense, come about, or what structure did we really look at doing? Was that the first thing we did was we studied any kind of handbook, manual, guidebook, whatever that has been brought out by similar institutions across the world. I mean, the American Institute of Architects, RIBA, ARB, Singapore Institute of Architects, Malaysia, Japan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. We just looked at, I think, sort of a European Union, etc. There were like almost a dozen, things, and it was a very meticulous study done. And out of that, in a sense, the index of what we needed to or what we wanted to cover emerged. It wasn't something that we were extracting any information from them, as much as understanding what is it that they looked at when they were trying to talk to their profession. I mean, by the way, this entire manual has actually gone through a very diligent scans for even looking at, that there is, there's no copyright infringement. We've actually made sure that nobody can sit up and, say that, oh, but this passage has been picked up from so-and-so's handbook or guidebook. It's been done end to end in a sort of a very, very diligent manner. So in a sense, 5 volumes emerged. We also decided not to have one big fat, 5-kilo book. Nobody, looks at it after the first day. It was easier to break it down into smaller volumes, each of them talking about different aspects and subjects that relate to architectural practices at different times. So you may not be interested in looking at some part of, say, a fee calculation if you just want to know something else about, maybe just code of conduct. So he says, just pick up that section. It's easy to pick up, easy to read, easy to refer to even within your office. Somebody else can be told that, just look at the red one. You can get whatever you require in that section. So that's the way it broke up. So I will just very quickly run you through what these 5 volumes contain. So, volume 1 is where this whole story starts. It therefore actually starts talking about, the enactment of the act itself. There's like a commentary on trying to explain the act in, in simpler English. Just to understand what does it contain and etc. The whole, and therefore the extent and mandate of the act. And it's lots of times you actually realize that most architects have never actually read this act. We sort of, expect also a lot of things from the council without realizing what its mandate really is. And, says, council kya kariye kind of a thing. And maybe, there's a differentiation between what the IIA needs to do or a association of architects needs to do as versus what the council of architecture is meant to do. And in a sense, this also sets up that, it explains to people this is really what, it needs to sort of, what the council is there for. This whole idea how to register, etc., etc. It's also, then of course, it sort of has a very elaborate sort of professional ethics and code of conduct. It's sort of been broken up into 3 parts on the basis of, for any profession, and this in a sense almost runs that, the idea of uprightness, idea of proficiency and idea of kinship. It actually runs across any profession, whether you take a lawyer or a doctor or even a travel agent. I mean, they all have to, be, when you expect someone to say he's a professional, or he or she is a professional, it really effectively says that, these are the 3 main sort of, tenets under which you are sort of, in a sense, expected to behave. And then goes into details of what it means by uprightness. It, talks about even sort of, obviously not taking bribes and involving corruption to how do you handle clients' money. There's lots of times you get involved in projects where you're needed to do it. Sort of, therefore, being a, honest citizen, etc., etc. It talks about proficiency, about how you actually even, project yourself to, say, a potential client. Are you being honest? Are you, actually telling them what you can do and what you cannot do? For example, suddenly you get, a very juicy heritage commission. If someone comes to me and I probably don't have the experience of doing heritage, rehabilitation, and I'm being honest about it, for example, and that's part of being a professional, to say, well, I will not do it, I will engage somebody to partner with me or, some sort of, and it's expected. I mean, you don't go to a cardiologist and, and with some other problem and you expect the cardiologist to do gynecology. I mean, you've got to be honest to say, hey, I don't do this, I will bring someone in or you go and meet them, And lots of times you see architects perhaps are not sort of, leave that gray because you just say architect and etc. So we are actually talking to people about real things that happen. Kinship, for example, how to deal with, other architects, what happens to previous project appointments, etc., etc. We always have this angst, there was a project, someone came and pulled the project from behind you, etc. So we're talking about this. We are also talking about gender, this whole idea of equality, even complaints within the office. How do you sort of, so we're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. We're even talking about the fact that you have to be aware that if you're sort of specifying a product or a client or, a contractor, maybe he uses child labor in his processes. And we as architects, are being looked up for giving recommendations. And we should be, mindful of what we are actually, who we're recommending and what the whole thing is. I mean, the whole idea is that the act is for society, and are we really, sort of keeping our place in society in what we are expected to do? And our sort of status in society will increase if we start actually, keeping to those standards of being professional. So that's the first chapter. The second one, of course, it talks about private practice, what else you can do after you qualify as architects, not just do architecture. There's so many things that people are doing, so many different kinds of jobs that you can do, even being an architect. etc., etc. So it actually explains that. You can even perhaps show this to parents of potential, architectural students to say, look, this is what can happen to as they go along. The second volume is, in a way, talking to clients, saying, it's guidelines of how do you engage an architect. You want to, hire one, what do you do? So there are some very simple sort of explanations of charts. It says that there's an interview method. There is, like, say, the RFQ method. There is the, so there's, of course, competition method, etc., etc. Ideally, which method you should use for what scale and type of projects. What are you expected to do? What is the client expected to do? Don't do work, and show designs for free, because that's your mode of, communication. And if someone, client says, I've called 3 architects, show me 3 designs, each of you say, well, if you're not being paid, the council is saying, don't do it. Now, he says, log karte hai is something that we should then be aware of, to say, you're not supposed to do it because my council says I shouldn't be doing this. If you want me to do a design for you, you got to pay me for this. And it is something that we as architects have to collectively start actually working towards. Very elaborate sort of thing on competitions. We are really trying to focus on saying every public funded project should ideally be an open competition. Can we actually push the bureaucracy, the government, to look at this in a positive way, to say, for the same amount of limited resources that we have as a country, we can actually get much better quality with the same amount of resources. If you just get more young people, ideas coming in, this whole idea of saying, so many years experience and so much of turnover, something you start questioning, because it's so easy, and we're encouraging people to say, let's do collaborations, let's do joint ventures, etc., etc., and you can actually up your ante. You can get young ideas with some very, very solid practices, professionally, being able to build it, and etc., etc. So you're actually trying to promote even, good architecture from various ways. Very detailed ideas on contracts. Contracts in our earlier handbook, we had one typical contract for architects, one for landscape architects and one for interior design, but essentially one for architects. We realize that the situation has become so complex. You get sort of hired to do, even your role is different. I mean, sometimes you are in fact hired to do comprehensive consultancy. Sometimes you're saying you're the architect, but the other consultants, the client says, I will hire. Sometimes you're actually working under an EPC or a PMC contractor, etc., etc. So we're actually allowing architects to see their role and actually put papers across, officially given by the Council of Architecture, to show their clients, to say, this is the kind of contract I can actually be engaged in. So what we've done is we've actually made 3 contracts, very simple first headings, to say there's a simple contract, a standard contract, and a comprehensive contract. Simple contract is something you can do even with, like, your, a very, like an old client that you've done several projects for, but the council says that, look, please get a contract signed. Exchange that contract, it's in black and white. If nothing goes wrong, you can tear it and throw it away. But if something goes wrong, you got something to back you up. And then you can actually take this up and do something with it. You say, well, my fee doesn't get paid. You have got a contract, So, I mean, and you're, in a sense, planning for the worst and hoping for the best. But the thing is that we're saying, but do that plan. Everybody says, save for your retirement, take insurance. This is your insurance. I mean, just please get your contracts done. Standard contracts you can do with, regular, Indian, sort of regular size Indian companies. And then, of course, the comprehensive contracts, you're working with an MNC or these larger Fortune 500 companies, they come with a contract that some very fancy lawyer of theirs has drafted and says, here, this is the contract we need to sign. We are saying, no, the Council of Architecture has made a comprehensive contract. You can go through it and you tell me why you can't sign this. It's got all the clauses of all kinds of, ideas of force majeure, arbitration, liquidated damages, indemnification, etc., etc. Very detailed sort of legal contracts. They've been checked by our legal people and said, this is good enough to stand against any large company, any large government agency, any large MNC, etc., etc. So we've actually said this is what you can actually use, and you can then figure out how you want to use it and which one is appropriate for what project. So, like, these are the different formats within which architects work, and we've actually explained this, to our, architects, where do you plug it in. We're also looking at saying what kind of contracts you can do with your sub-consultants, like, say, you're a structural engineer or your MEP guy, and there's a back-to-back contract that you can actually build in. It's available to you in this manual. it's really, like a ready reckoner handbook that you have at hand. And then, of course, there are exhibits very detailed on different aspects of this whole thing of contracts. Section 4, then he says, okay, you hired an architect, you placed a contract on the table, how much are you going to pay this, what is the fee for this project? And we're looking at, the earlier version had percentage as the one. Here we are actually talking about the reality is that fees are being asked for as percentage, they're being asked for as lump sum, they're being asked for as unit area fees per square foot, fees de do, and also by man hours. So we are actually showing that with any of these ways, you can perhaps arrive at the same number, but you can actually show your client this is how it emerges. That is not just a number that, you're just doing a bullseye with a blindfold on your things, that wherever it hits is the fee I pay. This is a very scientifically worked out. The interesting thing, and this is a chart that we actually have, is actually talking about the, the actual cost of the architect's fee versus the long-term tenure cost of actually creating a facility. And this needs to be shown to all clients sometimes when they start negotiating on some ridiculously small amount of numbers. It's not going to make them, poorer or us any richer, but it becomes an ego problem lots of times when you're discussing across the table. And you see that lots of times the cost of that meeting is less than the value of what you're trying to, get a deduction on. And you realize that if you look at this facility is built 25 years ago, what would be the percentage of architect's fee as compared to what it costs to keep this building up, build it and keep it running for 25 years? It's negligible. And we've got to be able to show that value to people. And this is like a tool available for you to start showing this. It's there in the manual. We are also looking at how to do resource management. If I'm calculating man hours, I pay my senior architect, 1 lakh rupees a month. What does it therefore mean on a per man-hour basis, per weekly basis? If I got a team of 5, 8 people working on a project, what is it really costing me as a company over a month? Add to that my rent, add to that my electricity bill, my bank, EMIs, etc., etc. So therefore, how much am I supposed to bill the client on a monthly basis so that I don't lose money on this job? And it's there explaining in great detail. Of course, fees for supplementary services, fees for additional services, fees for appointment of specialist consultants. All this is part of it. All of us have to deal with this, and it's explained, it's broken down and explained in the manual. Additional work and rework. Lots of times, they say, now, I wanted to build a mall and now decided I want to do movie theaters. He says, so show me some more concepts. You say, I want to bill you for concepts. No, abhi to concept design hi chal raha hai. So, so they think that they can keep asking for, ek katin kind of a thing. So this is sort of actually going to help you to go to the client to say, this is what my council has said, this is the limit with which I can do, and this is the framework within which I have to work. It's part of the council. And, you have sort of a very black and white thing to help you do it. We've broken up project typologies into its myriad little, subsections. It's not just saying there were 5 projects earlier, 5 types. Projects have become so involved and so evolved that, there is a sort of a nuance with which you actually land up, having to work on different types of projects. And this is actually, in a sense, explaining that nuance and sort of acknowledging it. So fees also are, sort of actually written out for different scales of projects and even different complexities. Because you could be doing, say, a school on a flat piece of, 5 acres of land, or a school in the mountains where the land is like a 1:5 slope. And as an architect, suddenly the whole complexity changes of, you running, this is a very much more complex exercise. Same program, in a sense, is a K-12 school. But the program, clients say, but last time I paid this so-and-so because they are, thing, so much. He said, look, one second, this is in Shimla now. It's, it's not the same kind, my effort is completely different. This is going to help you sort of, in a way, have those meaningful conversations. Volume 5, in a sense, actually talks to architects. That, sort of 3 levels of, in a sense, architects. One is, of course, when you, just become an architect. So it's kind of actually holding hands, explain to you what you want to do. If this architect was, after working for a few years, wants to now set up a practice. What do I do? Go get a GST number, get a visiting card printed, etc., etc. Just very simple, basic things. Nobody taught us this in school. All of us learned it the hard way. We made mistakes. We got into trouble with IT guys because you didn't file your returns properly. This explains it to you. It sort of allows you to look at it. Managing the practice is, in a way, talking to, say, mid-career architects, Also about, so they're explaining, even looking at what do you put into your library, the whole library for consultants, what is administration. We're actually even looking at software and, given listing of software, not just for design, but even for admin, even for finance, even for document control, etc., etc. This is listed there. Hopefully this will change every 3 years for sure, because softwares, just keep coming in. But it's giving you all the nuts and bolts of just like what happens in your, within the walls of your office. And then building upon experience is about, like, say, talking to senior practitioners, people with legacies that they have developed, brands that they have developed. How do you do mentorship? This whole idea of mentorship, and COA actually wants to do, talk a lot about it in their, when you're linking with education, and this whole, sort of a portal exam that you want to sort of look at, and this whole mentorship then suddenly becomes a very seriously structured requirement. Also, the interesting fact that there is no firm in India which is 100 years old. But we always hear about HOK or SOM and all, which are more than 100-year-old companies flourishing with 1,000 architects working for them. And we have no firm in India which is 100 years old. The few firms that last for a few decades are the ones that perhaps have passed on from, within the family. And then, then sort of the third generation was not interested if the firm just shut shop and went. Wouldn't you like to retire at the age of 75 or 70 and say, you know what, I can monetize what I have created, someone can, buy me out, and et cetera, which happens in a lot of other professions. Architects never, in India never think about this, or you're not creating, I happen to come from a legacy where I saw a firm that, sort of went on for almost 90 odd years. And they had a very, they were never passed on from father to son. They actually had professionals that came in like a law firm or a, and thinking they found me. This was like an old firm that started in 1917 and very successfully ran for, till the turn of the century. So it's, and then of course there are references and exhibits that talk about, the National Building Code, all the different codes that you have to look at, so they're all there. Once this whole thing goes online, these codes will all become hot links. So you could just click on the code and open into NBC, or click on the code and get into fire requirements or airport authority requirements or whatever, just off the manual. So in a way, it's really becomes like a compendium of all this information. It's your encyclopedia. We've even talked about business models for architects, and lots of time, we keep complaining, oh, these guys, sort of charge such low fees. You realize how architects' practices actually also are, structured. I mean, there are some very sort of efficiency-based practices. They've got lots of young people, and they do these sort of, office projects or, sort of commercial projects where their cost per hour is a lot less than, say, an expertise-based practice, which is, into research, and, you bring in some very, expensive sort of inputs from other people, et cetera, et cetera. So their cost per hour is going to be much higher. And then the two of them can't meet. So it's like you sometimes realize maybe you shouldn't be competing with the same kind of jobs, And the client also should be aware that if I want this sort of a job made, I shouldn't go to that kind of an architect, for example. So we're actually trying to bring this, forward and let architects understand this. This is like a chart. We are actually even helping architectural practices to figure out, depending on the amount of, your turnover, linking to the amount of staff you actually need to have in your office. If you're going to make that, you're doing that much of billing every year, you have to have ideally this kind of staffing in the different sort of headings of things. So that it's again, these are things that are clearly going to be dynamic. Things will change. There's a lot more work that happens if your software changes. Your staffing might change again in the next 3 years, 5 years. So et cetera, et cetera. This is going to keep going. So we've even sort of made formats for how your bill can be. Where do you add your GST? It's a simple thing. You can just take a printout of this and change the specs or specifications of your particular project and actually, help do it. Down to even how do you fold a drawing so that all the scales are the same. Even as architects, when you go to meet clients and you have 5 or 6 architects that have been picked, when you give things to that client, and if 5 or 6 architects are all giving things in a very professional format, and they say, unke drawings sab same size ke aate. They all, ultimately for the client's perception of what architects are will ultimately start changing. If today we go there, each one is doing his own thing, say, oh, we are these mavericks, each one of us is like this creative. It doesn't work like that. Why do you think people get impressed with these goras who come in? Because their documentation is just so fantastically thorough that they may not be great designers, but their documentation normally just takes, takes your breath away. They're just so fantastically organized in this sort of stuff, and we have to do it. There's no way in which we can, sort of stand over there looking at the next 20 years that, that we are now, our clients are now getting exposed to these kind of practices, and you're getting demands from these clients to say, you मेरे को as-built drawings का पूरा डब्बा क्यों नहीं बना के देते? You buy a small, whatever, your TV in the house, and it comes with a, how to look after sort of a manual kit. So we don't, your buildings are 100 times more valuable than that. So the whole idea is that, yes, we can do, there's only so little that we can do alone. We have to do all this together. This has to become almost like a movement amongst architects to say that, we've got to take the profession forward. And for that, perhaps we've got to, sort of make that personal effort from everyone's offices to say we got to up the ante, teach our young practices, etc. So that's, in a sense, a lot. I mean, I know I've completely taken your time schedule away, but thank you. That's the Manual of Architecture. I will just sort of maybe invite some of our panelists, Mr. Vaidyanathan, Mr. Manoharan, if you could just sort of come on stage, Mr. Mahesh. Prashant is not here, is he? Deep. Oh, Vijayji, thank you. Kapilji, please join us on stage. Lalichan, he was part of the, yeah, so we also had, so this is our prime sort of, and then we had, auditors, people who read the manual while we were, in the mode of, making it. So I will get them on stage as well. Please, Lali, Vivek, who sort of actually read the draft. There are a lot more people here. Oberoi ji, I mean, every little bit counted, to make this into what it is. We involved graphic designers, to do the formats. We said, well, the architects, if this is going to be made by architects, it's got to look really, really good, Milana, she was our editor-in-chief, I think, chief whip. So that's, a lot of people, but that was...
Thank you so much, all of you. It is encouraging to note that the MAP outreach programs, which were conducted in various cities of India, have started yielding positive results and creating an awareness amongst the concerned stakeholders. We are glad to share with you that various chief ministers' offices have communicated positively for the implementation of the manual in their respective states. On behalf of the Council of Architecture, I would like to thank the MAP committee and the review committee for the intense efforts in creating this document. Thank you so much. I would also like to inform all the friends in the audience that MAP volumes are available at a price of 1,000 rupees in the foyer. Please do pick up your copies from there during the day at your convenience.
We are privileged to have with us architect Sajid Kaji from Lok Sabha Speaker's office. I invite him on the dais. He would like to present a copy of Constitution to President of COA. Can we have you on the stage, sir, please? Thank you, Architect Sajid. We now move over to the first session of the day to discuss about the way ahead, the future of the Council of Architecture. And who better to do that so than our present and former presidents. The panel is anchored by Vice President, COA, Architect Sapna.
Just take 2 minutes so that we will rearrange the dais and then introduce.
We'll just take about 2 minutes to rearrange the dais and we'll join back for the first session. Thank you.
सपना मैम का है ना प्रेजेंटेशन
उनका इंट्रोडक्शन है पहले उसके बाद
मैम ब्रेक है क्या
नहीं कुछ चेंज होगा डायस पर
I request everyone to please settle down quickly. We will begin the next session immediately. Please be seated.
We request all the guests to take their seats. We request the guests to kindly be seated as we would start with the first session for the day. we request the guests to kindly get back to their seats as we have to proceed for the day. Due to time constraint for the day, we are running on a tight schedule, so we request you all to kindly take your seats, please. So quickly moving over, we now move on to the first session of the day to discuss about the way ahead, the future of the Council of Architecture. And who better to do that than our present and former presidents? The panel is anchored by Vice President, COA, Architect Sapna. Architect Sapna studied architecture from Chandigarh College of Architecture in the year 1988. Can we please have the guests to be seated? Thank you. We have the panelists on the dais already, so we request you to kindly take your seats so that we can move ahead for the day. Thank you so much. Architect Sapna studied architecture from Chandigarh College of Architecture in the year 1988. She joined Department of Architecture, Government of Punjab as architect through PPSC, and in 2012 was promoted as Chief Architect and became the youngest Chief Architect of Punjab. She also started her own architectural firm and conferred a national level design competition of War Museum at Ludhiana. She has designed more than 800 projects, especially in Department of Architecture, Punjab. Currently, the workload with the department is valued at Rs 2,500 crores. The project named Kuka Martyr Memorial at Malerkotla was awarded as Best Outstanding Concrete Structure 2017 by Ultratech Company. She is the first woman Vice President of COA. She was also selected as one of the face among 1,000 women faces of Asia, organized by Womenator. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Milana. Good morning, everyone. Very warm greetings from Council of Architecture. Today we are all here for Pratyasha, celebrating 50 years of enactment of Architects Act 1972 to 2022. Pratyasha means Asha, Bharosa, Umeed, hope, expectations from future. So to take this light of hope forward, I would like to invite our President, Architect Habib Khan, to share his experience and his journey as President of Council of Architecture.
Well, thank you, Sapna, and welcome once again, all of you. I remember Nitin Gadkari ji's words to me. He said, "तुम architect लोग कोई time पे काम नहीं करते हो." So when I invited him, he was to come here at 9. He had a flight at 11, and he said, "I'm sure you will never start in time, and you will not maintain time." And we have lived up to his words and expectations. He also said that the biggest problem of architects is तुम्हारे दिल में कुछ और बाहर कुछ. तो I said, "How come?" तो he says कि बातें बड़ी करते हो सस्टेनेबिलिटी की और बिल्डिंग होती है नॉन सस्टेनेबल. ऐसी बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं बोले आर्किटेक्ट्स, ऊपर से कुछ और अंदर से कुछ. एंड टुडे वी हैड confirmed RSVP's registrations of 300 plus architects, but we are 150 today. So nevertheless, we will start the technical sessions now, and I'll quickly take you through we are running out of time anyway, so I'll very quickly take you what the council is doing and what council does. It's not my actually experiences or my 3-year term, but it's basically what the council is all about and what it entails and what is the way ahead and what is that needs to be carried on further ahead. We have all the past presidents. I'll just skip them. Most of them are here today. Vice presidents. And the working of the Council of Architecture is under 3 verticals: the education, profession, and administration. So we identified all the 3 verticals and all the issues that go into these verticals and how they need to be addressed and how they need to be carried forward ahead. So this is just a bird's eye view of the entire thing, what all entails in education, profession, and administration. I'll just quickly escape this. And in the initial last 3 years, we had few landmark judgments. On the 8th November 2019, we had the Supreme Court judgment where COA versus AICT, where COA was empowered to control architectural education, and AICT was not the regulatory authority, which cleared a lot of litigations and cleared a lot of confusion in the minds of the government as well as the institutions. On 17th March, we had this landmark judgment that only architects can be appointed to architectural post and that the title is protected and not the services. On 14th February 2022, we had another Supreme Court judgment, which the council was given powers to prescribe minimum standards of architectural education without making into a regulation. So these were empowering judgments that we have had. We started with outreach programs because we realized that the councils need to reach out to our fraternity and to tell our fraternity that council is you and you are the council, and that together we can bring about a change and together we can do wonders. So we started with Chandigarh, Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, and Pune, and then the pandemic happened and the lockdowns that we all know that we've gone through, the tragic times and the anxious times that we all went through. So we went online. The council, for the first time, after initial hesitation, we went online and we discussed, as a result of the Supreme Court judgment, that this only title is protected and the services are not protected. We started amendments to the Architects Act. The process has been going on since a long, long time, and somewhere in between it was withdrawn by the council for reasons not known to me. We started this public consultation on an online mode, constituted a committee to prepare proposals for comprehensive amendment to the Act, and the proposal has now been submitted to the central government for amendment in section 37 in view of the Supreme Court judgment. We launched the COA social platform as an initiative to reach out to our fraternity during the pandemic times, the tough times that we all were going through. We converted a bane into a boon, and as a result of that, we had 3 verticals initially: dialogue, REITs, and people, and women in architecture was added on to address the issues that women face in our profession. So this became a social revolution kind of thing for the council, and we could reach out in those times when we all were sitting at home, where we have had phenomenal response to the COA social programs, wherein we did, we indulged in conversations and we did a lot of things, including book reads and so on and on. We went to architects' offices across the country on the World Architecture Day and so on, which you all are aware of. And overall, we had about 102 online social programs at that time and about 75 TRCs. Through the TRCs, we had this teachers training programs and short STTPs, FDPs, and so on and on. After 38 years, the office under the leadership of Oberoi ji and Deepak ji worked very hard to formulate the regulations, the minimum standards architectural education regulation 2020. And I'm happy to tell you that after 38 years, after 1983, they will implement it from 1/11/2020. We started with realigning and reorganizing the training and research centers, and we had a steering committee to guide and prepare a roadmap for effective implementation of the policies which will augment the teachers' capacity, our faculties, and the academia. And we implemented the recommendations of the steering committee. We also gave relaxations and eligibility criteria due to pandemic. 50% in PCM and aggregate was waived off. It was still waived off this year, but next year onwards it will be applicable. That 50% will be the basic criteria for admission to architecture. And I'm also happy to announce that Council had approved and we had submitted to the government that any lateral admission will be acceptable. PCM will not be compulsory, that we'll have bridge courses and so on and on. That discussion is going on with the ministry at the moment, where the new team needs to take it forward, wherein we can allow students to join architecture from any stream, provided they subscribe to bridge courses. We made anti-ragging policy stricter across the country, which needs to be monitored now. We have thesis awards, UG architecture and larger social issues, PG, documentation, heritage. We had essay writing competition, phenomenal response to the essay writing competition for students, young architects, and the faculty. So much so that we had difficulty in judging I know Jayashree has worked phenomenally, to do that and evaluate the essays. We did radical changes in format with a very scientific and analytical approach in NATA. During the pandemic times, we had NATA from home, we had NATA in the test centers and so on and on, online things. We had a lot of opposition. We still face a lot of criticism for removing the drawing section in NATA, but we realized that changing times need changing efforts and changing approach to how a student should learn architecture. And we went the reverse way around. We came out with a process in which we evaluate what we evaluate through a sketch. So we went the other way around. We had a very empowered think tank committee to decide, like we have neurological imaging, observation power, analytical approach, and so on and on. And I'm very happy to tell you that about 26 heads of the institutions have written to me saying that the quality of students that are coming into architecture is far better, although number is less, but they're far, far better than what they used to be earlier, 3 years earlier. So we need to carry this forward. There's a debate going on in the ministry that there should be, as per the policy of the government, one country, one exam. So either NATA or JEE paper 2. So that discussion is going on with the ministry, how NATA can be incorporated into one exam and NTA conducts the NATA instead of a vendor conducting NATA. This is the most important thing that we initiated, which needs to be now implemented. It took us almost 2.5 years to put it into place. We started economically challenged, economically distressed students scholarship. We realized that there are so many students who cannot pay their annual tuition fee, apart from the expenses that go into learning to be an architect. So we are starting with a corpus of 20 crores and some CSR and government grants, about 100 students to begin with, and the criteria is not necessarily EWS criteria as described by the government, but economically distressed students. We did urban studio research project through TRC Pune, where we had 3 best projects of 1 lakh each, plus publication, and 7 next best projects in US and publication as well. So this is an independent research through the institutes that we're doing. And then we had this closure policy. We had no closure policy and merger policy in the Council of the Architectural Institutions. So we have defined and standardized the process of closures. And we have The criteria is that if for 3 consecutive years you do not have, if you have admissions less than 30%, then you will be asked to close down. And the council appoints an administrator, and the administrator overlooks the closure of the college so that the faculty doesn't suffer and the students don't suffer. And the major thing that came across in the whole process of doing this policy was that we were only stressing on quantitative aspect of evaluating an institution and the appraisal process. We have converted that, and I'm happy to tell you that now henceforth the appraisal process and approval of an institution will be based on quality, which is 60%, and quantity would be 40%. And we have given notices to 80 institutions for closure. This is not a vindictive agenda, or this is not a kind of, some policy to harass the institutions, but it's basically to uphold the quality of architectural education and that the students who are studying in the institutions do not suffer. So, and we're taking care of all that. We're also having a merger and a takeover policy which does not exist in the council, which is being finalized shortly, for merger of institutions and for closure, for taking over of a management. We had online inspections during the turbulent times, and we had hybrid mode inspections 2021. The entire process is recorded and monitored, and the entire process is very transparent, and there is no scope of any malpractices by the institution and in the entire process. After a long time, in fact, for the first time, we had an approval process handbook, which needs to be gone through by the institution. It helps the institution, it holds hand of the institutions to have the appraisal process done. And like I just told you, we are having inspection reforms 2022, and there's ongoing radical changes that we are bringing: quality, quantity, no human intervention, self-assessment reports. We are also seeing that you do not overdo documentation for NAC, NBA, council, universities, and so on and on. So the format that we are developing is based on the format of all these authorities, statutory authorities, so that institutions are not harassed. We are also having a software which will automatically allot inspectors and institutions and so on, and the grading of the institutions and the software formulation process is on. The NEP in architectural education will have a wide-ranging impact. So NEP on architectural education, the policy has been approved by the council and will be circulating to all the institutions very soon. The most important thing that has happened is we realized that the NBA accreditation process and the NIRF ranking process is not very conducive to architecture. So what we have done is we worked with the NBA for 2 years. The committee has already finalized its recommendation that it will be implemented very soon. So henceforth, the NBA accreditation and NIRF ranking will be more conducive to architecture. It is not technical based, it is not engineering based, but it will be, and then it will facilitate Canberra Accord signing as well. We had a long spending demand of awareness campaigns. We made films on architecture. Shalin ji is here, who made 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, various kind of films, very beautiful films which circulated free of cost to all the institutions, all the stakeholders. And another landmark thing that has been done, which needs to be augmented henceforth in the way ahead, is the Samarthya portal, which we organize, samarthya.org, in which we are conducting many competitions. We're conducting, we intend to digitize the libraries of the institutions, link them together, have research compilation of PhDs, etc., and archives of significant work post-independence, and compulsory young teachers training program, which is mandated by the 2020 regulations, which will go on the Samarthya portal, which will be available 24/7 at demand. We had a perspective plan across the country. A detailed study was done wherein we realized the institutions which are being closed or which are coming up, or new institutions, additional intake is governed by the perspective plan. We divided the country into 4 zones, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on the availability of architects, the catchment of students, availability of faculty, and so on and on. And the last 3 years onwards, the opening of institutions, additional intake, and the entire process is governed by the perspective plan. We have TRCs, Bhopal and Pune, and we are opening a center of excellence in Bangalore under the TRC. The Delhi one is going to open very soon, in which we conduct all these programs. And we have had, in the last 3 years, if I'm not wrong, 150 odd teachers training programs, SCTPs, FDPs, which are all online. We did this competition for the Center of Excellence, for our Center of Excellence in Bangalore, where Bangalore University gave us a land of 2 acres on a very nominal lease. And we conducted a very fair and transparent competition. And I'm happy to tell you that Biju from Architecture Red won the competition. He's here today with us. And we're going to have a very, very empowered Center of Excellence very soon. Which will have state-of-the-art laboratories, 3D printing, robotics, energy simulation, auditorium, conference halls, and a very happening place wherein all allied disciplines like art, theater, culture, cinema, music, all will come together and interact with architecture. That's the aim of the Center of Excellence. We have just saw and launched the Manual of Architectural Practice in Delhi. This is the 16th city that we are launching the manual, starting from Bombay, Trivandrum, and all across the country. Now we are going to Ahmedabad in December, and Kolkata and Guwahati very soon. So we'll cover the entire country, wherein it will be about 20 cities that we have launched the Manual of Architectural Practice. We have just gone through this. The various professional issues, we have also had Manual of Government Employed Architects, Professional Committee of the Structures. Along with the IIA, we made those professional committees. They're already now in place, and we start working to address professional issues across the country. And we're also having the review of the IIA examination process, and we're giving recommendations to the entire IIA examination process. We revived the COA newsletter after a long, long time, which is a bi-monthly newsletter. We also revived the Architecture, Time, Space, and People, the magazine, which is on an online mode at the moment. And the future is we are working on the professional examination, professional qualifying examination, exit exam, or whatever you would want to call it. It will come in the light of the NEP, wherein the regulation will be with HECI, Higher Education Council of India. And we would also committee is working on putting a framework in place, and it will be based on the years of experience that you have, signing of the Canberra Accord, and signing of the MOU with the NBA. And the NAC is still, the NAC process of NAC is still not streamlined to architectural education, which we are working on. We have had administrative reforms, the ARC, we had an administrative reforms committee, we had RR regulations, recruitment regulations, we have implemented the e-office, the ERP integration, e-library, we have a Froster's complaint portal for G architects, we contributed to the PM Care Fund, we have the newly swanky interiors of the office done by our dear friend Vivek Gupta, who is also here today. And we are also doing the Okhla back office interiors at the moment to make it function very soon. And the TRC is also going to function from Okhla. And we have a definite now COA logo policy, but the major thing that has happened here, which took a long, long time to implement, to streamline the systems, is the implementation of the e-office in the Council of Architecture. We are issuing this way. We have not received very phenomenally good response, but we have digitized certificates. So henceforth, it will be a digitized certificate that you get once in your lifetime, which will be valid through a QR code, and you will get a digitized certificate every, whenever you want to do your renewals. You don't have to send your certificate again or back. So please, it's a request to all of you to kindly log into your portal and submit your request and surrender your certificate so that you'll be issued a new digital certificate. We are also issuing ID cards, which needs to be more empowered, and we are working with the ministry to allow us to use the Government of India logo there. We launched a new website, totally refurbished website. We have a portal for filing complaint against an architect, and we have various advisories issued, and we have signed MOUs with Graha, Intag, BSI, Bamboo Society of India, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and SCPC. We have a special session on SCPC, which is a very valid and a very interactive session, I'm sure, because you should know what SCPC is, Services Export Promotion Council, wherein for the first time architecture has been included as a service which could be exported abroad. We were able to convince the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, the NHAI, to conduct a competition to procure architectural services through competitions, and the bus shelter competition was held recently. The jury has given their recommendation and the report is being finalized now. We had 2,500 registrations, and we had about 300 odd entries. We're also doing the intermodal station at Katra in collaboration with NHLML, NHAI, and JNK government. And we feel that the future of architectural services, architecture, is to procure architectural services through a fair and open competition, and is the way ahead that the council should work on procurement of architectural services through a fair competition. And we're also talking to CMDA, Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority, for conducting a competition of 14 lakeside developments, urban development projects, and that would be launched very soon. Very recently, we have talked to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, wherein we are going to help them conduct a competition for our institutions, for architects, and for general public, wherein toilets, they are now going to the third level of toilet design, wherein they're saying ki the toilets, aspirational toilets, and that is the way forward, that we need to work with these ministries and the government to convince them to procure architectural services through architectural competitions. So these are the various snaps of the launch, which I'll just go quickly over. And we have been receiving good response from the administrators, the chief ministers, like it was announced earlier, including the secretaries, wherein we just received a letter from the CM Rajasthan yesterday, apart from many chief ministers who have acknowledged that they have forwarded it to their secretaries for implementation of the manual, and the way ahead is to implement the manual of architectural services in every state government so that the whole process gets streamlined. So finally, it's a teamwork, and I thank my team for doing this and helping me, all of you who have been here contributing to the working of the council and taking the council ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Architect Habib Khan, President COA, for this wonderful presentation, and to set this note on starting on a very positive note. So let us begin with our historic session, Council of Architecture, the way ahead. It's for the first time that all the presidents, past and present, are here on a common platform to discuss the issues pertaining to Council of Architecture. So I would like to introduce our dear panelists of this session. To begin, I welcome architect P.R. Mehta ji. He is presently the chairman of National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, Quality Council of India, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. He is also a member of Technology Submission of Housing for all missions of the government. He has been member of National Board of Accreditation, Gate Committee, and several other forums concerned with higher education. He represented India at WTO and has participated in several bilateral and multilateral negotiations. He is into active practice since 1979 and has done the projects like redevelopment of Connaught Place, New Delhi, and also provided professional consultancy to the institutions like IIT Roorkee, NIT Hamirpur, and IIT Una and Pune. He holds a postgraduate qualification in urban design from SPA Delhi and has been visiting professor at SPA for last 2 decades. He is also the director of Bhagwan Mahavir Viklang Sahitya Samiti, known for Jaipur Fort, and is a recipient of Helen Keller Award for his service to Divyangs. Architect P.R. Mehta has graced the position of President Council of Architecture for 2 consecutive terms spanning over 1997 till 2004. I would like to Next panelist, we have architect Vijay Soni ji. I welcome architect Vijay Soni ji on this platform. He has done his Bachelor's of Architecture in 1973 and Master's of Architecture by Research in 1987 from Bombay University and has almost 50 years of association with architecture and design education in various capacities. He is the founder director of Vidyavardhan's Institute of Design, Environment and Architecture, which was established in 2006. He has worked with various academic bodies of the universities and positively contributed towards development of various design programs. He has worked He has worked on various research projects related to transportation planning, urban slums, and heritage. He has authored 2 historical fictions, namely Fireborn and Left, Right, and Center. He worked as Vice President of Council of Architecture in the term 2001 to 2004 and held the position of President from 2004 till 2012. I think this presentation is not coming there. Our next panelist is Professor Uday Gadkariji. I welcome you to this platform, sir. Professor Uday Gadkariji has done his Bachelor's of Architecture in 1981 from BRC Nagpur and Master of City Planning from IIT Kharagpur in 1984. He has more than 38 years of teaching experience in various positions, and along with his architect colleagues, he established Ideas Institute of Design, Educating and Architectural Studies at Nagpur in 2009 as founder director. He was associated with Council for 3 consecutive terms and held the position of President, Council of Architecture for the term 2012 to 2015. During his tenure, he brought various reforms in academic governance as well as dealt with the matters of professional concerns at national level. Our next panelist is architect Vijay Garg. I welcome sir to this platform. Having acquired his graduation from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, architect Garg has since been part of various committees, forums, and organizations such as IIA, International Union of Architects, National Day Celebration Committee, AICTE, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi and Bhopal. He has won many national level design competitions. He is associated with COA as member representing Delhi with last 3 terms. He was vice president for the term 2016-19, out of which for some time span he was also acting president. I would like to quote. Then we have President Architect Habib Khan. I think I'm not reading anything regarding you. Yeah, okay. So we move forward. To set the note, I would like to read few lines from Can we have this here? Yes, ma'am. Abhi aaye? Okay. Objects, I would like to read few lines from our Architects Act, Objects and Purposes of Architects Act. Since independence, and more particularly with the implementation of the 5-year plans, the building construction activity in our country has expanded almost on a phenomenal scale. A large variety of buildings, factory buildings, residential houses is being constructed every year. With this increase in the building activity, many unqualified persons calling themselves as architects undertaking the construction of buildings which are uneconomical and quite frequently are unsafe, thus bringing into disrepute the profession of architects. Various organizations, including the IIA, have repeatedly emphasized the need for a statutory regulation to protect the general public from unqualified persons working as architects. With the passing of this legislation, it will be unlawful for any person to designate himself as architect unless he has the requisite qualifications and experience and is registered under the Act. The legislation protects the title architects, but does not make the design, supervision, and construction of buildings as an exclusive responsibility of architects. Other professions like engineers will be free to engage themselves in their normal vocation in respect of building construction work, provided they do not style themselves as architects. So, on this note, I would like to start with this question from architect P.R. Mehta ji. What amendments do you suggest or are required in the Architects Act
so that the current issues faced in architectural education and profession can be taken care of? Do you think we need to define architectural services?
Thank you, Sapna ji. I must congratulate Council of Architecture, and particularly the last term held by Mr. Habib Khan and his team. I think they've done an excellent work. Whatever little I see, I think it is a precursor or maybe just an outline, but if one goes into the depths, and some of which I have seen personally, I think it is in 50 years, maybe these 3 years have been the most vital one, and which have turned around the whole perspective, not only within the profession, but more importantly, outside the profession, that how profession is to be looked at. So I must compliment both of you along with your team and all the council members in the last 3 years who have worked tirelessly and working continuously to bring about some kind of a change in perception of public concerning the profession. 50 years has bin a long time, and I think, as Randev said, that many things have changed. Practices have evolved, practice has evolved, perception has evolved, and everybody sees profession differently in one corner from the another corner. And I think this manual actually takes care of some of the issues which we have experienced in our practice, and it tries to reflect on the possibilities, the way we could interact with our clients, we could serve the nation in a manner befitting a particular situation. Having said that, we have had legal issues, we have had issues which have questioned the contributions we make, or it has highlighted the contributions which others need to make in the profession. And this debate is on continuously. I think it has never stopped, beginning from who should be engaged in a government organization, what should be his qualification, because that sets the benchmark for public understanding, so be it UPSC or state public service commissions, vis-a-vis how a beneficiary in the private sector, let's say, would try to take help from a professional who is competent and who could give him value for his money, and who could see beyond what he himself can see. So you would engage an architect who could have a futuristic view, a vision, engaged with creativity, complemented with the issues of economy and safety, which the preamble of the Act highlighted, all put together, and he can give something in a physical form which somebody could be proud of, something which could inspire him, his family, passerbys, anybody who experiences, whether he has paid for it or not, but who experiences it in terms of its articulation of space or a visual experience just through passing by. So that has been our role, and this role has been widely recognized. But for, let us say, a legal issue now, it has come up differently than maybe what was our understanding, or what was the visualization of those who framed the law way back in 1972. So what we need to do is actually now make it, you see, public must get benefited by one who has been educated, one who has been trained. You see, that is one of the fundamentals of when the Constitution of India says that you have a right of occupation, but it could be with some riders, so be it medicine, be it law, be it chartered accountancy. The value of expertise has been recognized, and that is why respective legislations have been passed to identify that who could practice what, particularly when it involves life safety. So here is now, if there is a Supreme Court judgment which says that anybody can practice profession of an architect, where anybody can provide that service, provided he does not call himself an architect. Now, this actually not only reflects on our profession, but it reflects on others. You see, if I take a view that if can engineering be practiced, and now we have so many specializations in engineering, can it be practiced by anybody? And since it's not a regulated profession, can anybody call himself an engineer? No, the society actually does not want this. Maybe the legal position has brought about this kind of an issue, but society clearly understands that who is an engineer, who's chemical engineer, who's electrical engineer, who is a structural engineer. They all understand. They also understand who's an architect. But if the law leaves that lacuna and it highlights that this is what it is, so I think that needs to be plugged by legislation. And I think what we need to initiate is a process in the parliament to get prohibitory clause introduced, like in any other profession, no different, that only people who would have their registration here having prerequisite as an educational qualification as may be specified from time to time by council, alone could practice the profession of an architect. So this is the thing I would want.
So I would like Architect Soniji to add to this.
Though I would agree with most of what Mr. Mehta said, I think the council did go through a whole number of years and came up with the amendments that we wanted to move. And they were not only related to Article 37, which is what the last judgment is all about, which is the main crux of the problem. But apart from the Article 7 or who can practice architecture, there are other issues which are equally important for which we need to move those amendments. I can list a few of them. To start with, there is the whole question of allowing corporate practice, allowing multidisciplinary practice, because you see most large projects that are being carried out today, you will find that there is a rider when they ask for architects to apply, that what is the amount of work that you have done in the last few years. And today, because corporate practice is not allowed, most Indian architects will never be able to satisfy those terms or conditions. And therefore, we can take a leaf from out of the books of other countries. For instance, Singapore, they allow corporate practice, and they have taken certain measures which take care of the fact that non-architects do not do the work of an architect. So the legal provisions are there and we can study them, but I think we should move that to one particular amendment so that it will allow most Indian architects to organize themselves into larger organizations and be able to bid for larger projects. The other issue is about the boundaries between different design disciplines which are withering away. I mean, where does the work of an architect stop and the work of an interior designer start? Now, these are the sorts of issues which have been again highlighted many times, and we cannot say that we will exist in that silo, that we will only do this much work and the remaining work is not my work. And today that is not possible because we do not allow any kind of a firm which has other than architects as partners. Okay. So some sort of a multidisciplinary firms being allowed into practice is another way forward. Then there is this whole question, and I think this relates to indirectly to all of us, but also importantly to the students of architecture. We have this compulsory training, professional training that they do at the end of the, within those 5 years of our education, and they are paid peanuts. They are not paid enough. So, like the chartered accountants, we must mandate what is the minimum stipend that has to be paid. Otherwise, they are treated as slaves. And how does it reflect on all of us? When a student wants to enter the profession, the first thing that he finds out is that when I become an architect, if I take up a job, I am paid a very paltry sum, which compared to what an engineer gets paid or a pharmacist gets paid or any other professional gets paid is very, very small, negligible. And that is a deterrent in the first place for students to join the discipline of architecture. And unless our numbers grow, we will not have a voice, even if you want to go to the parliament and try to do any kind of liaison work or any kind of act, changes in the act as far as the Article 37 is, Section 37 is concerned, as Mr. Mehta was saying. So we need to grow our numbers, and for that we will need to attract more students to the discipline of architecture.
Thank you. So, for Architect Gadkariji, in your tenure, the proposal of amendment to the Act was initiated and sent to the ministry. So, can you please brief us what was that proposal and what happened there?
Yeah, my job is really simple. I can say ditto, whatever they said. But, if I have to express my opinion, see, first of all, I would remind you of one peculiar situation I went through when I took the charge of the president. And that was the Architects Amendment Bill 2010. It was brought by the then HRD Minister, Mr. Kapil Sibal. And the bill was, in our language, in the language of law, it was a draconian bill. It would have finished the council then. It would have repealed the act. It was such a vicious and draconian bill. My first job which I did that time was to resist that, stop that, and revert the process, for which I had to do a lot, in the sense my team, my entire team was supporting me. I have always been influenced and walking on the footsteps of my predecessors. They have basically brought me into council, Mehta Sahab and Vijay Soni. And we as the custodians of the act, when we work, we have to follow that, we have to faithfully accept the act, and we have to stick to the norms, standards, the articles, the sections very thoroughly, I even tried to make my own stint in submitting the amendment bill, Architects Amendment Bill, for which a huge process was carried out. It is not a simple one-day job that we sit and draft the amendment. It was a very Herculean task. We had several meetings across the country. Hundreds of issues were discussed, which are to be included, which are to be given priority, etc., was also been decided. And finally, we drafted the amendment bill, which was submitted to the ministry. Unfortunately, it was not accepted then so easily. It was not accepted. And there was a committee constituted by the ministry under the chairmanship of our own past president, the formal president, the first president of the council, Architect G.R. Bhalla, late G.R. Bhalla. And then there were series of questions, series of doubts raised. We had almost 25-30 meetings with Mr. Bhalla. It was a big committee comprising of the AICT nominees, ITPI nominees, and many other professionals. And that amendment bill was also submitted to the ministry for further necessary action. And unfortunately, that was withdrawn by my successor.
So there we are. So I think next question is for Architect Vijayji. I think we are going in the circle only because it was initiated and then in your tenure, it was taken aback. So would you like to share why the amendment at that time proposal was taken back when we had already done so much of work and, so much of work and energy had gone into that proposal, but still during your tenure, that was taken back?
Thank you. First, I would appreciate the work being done by the council today. And finally, what has been said by Professor Mehta to start with, because the present amendment which is submitted to the council was recommended by a committee headed by him. So, which says amendment in section 37 is only required. Am I right, sir? Yeah. Yeah, only section 37. See, when Gadkari sir said that they had submitted a proposal to the government, and then the government had set up a committee under the chairmanship of Professor J.R. Bhalla, which broadly did not was then finally the recommendations of J.R. Bhalla committee was sent to the government, and the government finally dropped the recommendations of the J.R. Bhalla committee. They did not find it, they referred it back to the council, and council decided to reconsider. And after that, there were, in those 3 years, from 1916 to 1919, several committees examined in the council. One was headed by Shri Bimal Patel ji. Then a lot of suggestions were invited, a lot of professionals, senior professionals and experts were involved in deliberating that, and after that suggestions from all the stakeholders were invited. Like were done earlier also, I am not saying that it was not done prior to our tenure, but subsequently that was done, and there was another committee which was headed by Professor Amok Kumar Gupta ji, a senior member of the council, which had Mr. Balbir Verma, former president of the IIA, and a senior council member, and P.R. Mehta sir, finally a committee where P.R. Mehta sir was the chairman, and then all these issues were examined in detail, and it was concluded after considering all the suggestions which had come, to my understanding, that if we do only amendment in section 37, which will solve most of the problems, rest of the problems which are referred can be solved through regulations which can be framed by the council, like such as stipend, etc., which Professor Soni has spoken, is not part of the Act, does not require any amendment in the Act. And similarly, allowing collaborative practice is again can be solved through regulation, because it is only our regulation says that only all partners need to be an architect, which has been struck down by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. So, idea is that if we have lot of amendments required, it is very difficult to go through the parliament, and it offends many. And we need a minimum and a to the point amendment which solves basic issues of before the profession and before the country, which solve the people's problem. And that is where section 37 amendment, which is very which is a setback to us by the Supreme Court, that struck in section 37, it does not say the services of the architects are protected. It is only the title. So title does not mean anything without the services being protected.
Yeah. So thank
you. So that is where it became important, and that is why that was the finally submitted by through Professor Habib Khan in your tenure to the council for amendment of the after deliberations.
So I would like now Architect Habib to add something to the status of this proposal, and would like you to even give comments on the Supreme Court judgment 2020 in Mukesh Goel case. Do you think it has adversely affected our profession and education?
There was a lot of hue and cry about the Supreme Court judgment, in which the title was protected and the services were not protected. We thought, we as a fraternity thought that sky has fallen overhead. Although the sky was falling overhead since 1972. It was a plain representation of the Act, and Supreme Court only made it clear what we were not understanding. Supreme Court made it clear. So the profession has grown by leaps and bounds since 72, and we are in 50 years after 72. And I'm sure all of us will agree that the growth in our profession and the awareness of architectural services has increased phenomenally. In spite of the judgment which came in 2019, but the fact remained since 72. So I do not think that it will be, that it is a deterrent, or it has, it has in fact stopped any one of us to provide architectural services. Across the world, if you will see, barring few countries, services are never protected. I mean, you are free to design your own house, you're free to design your own buildings, but when it comes to public safety, then it becomes a matter of concern. Like you can take your own medicines. No one is stopping you from taking your own medicines to cure yourself. But if you want to give medicines to someone, then it becomes a problem because the public life is at stake. So similarly, even if the act is not amended and the services are not protected, I think we are doing very well as a profession, as a community, and that does not affect. In fact, personally, if you ask me, if that is done, it will be a deterrent.
So now for Architect Gadriji, so I'm taking this forward when we are talking of the amendment of Architects Act, talking of the judgment also. And nowadays we see there is so much less students entering this profession architecture. So do you think these all have affected the admissions, or it is generally the profession, which is not doing very well, so the students are not, taking it to this profession?
Frankly, I don't attribute the low admission status to only the judgment. It is judgment is definitely, if it is known, read and understood by the masses, then probably it might affect. It is not the judgment which has reduced the number to the schools, but in the last couple of years, particularly in the last 5 years, the scenario is that the number of aspirants for architecture education has reduced. One. Second thing is that during my time or during Professor Vijay Soni's time, NATA was a different examination altogether. It was having a different character. And the idea was that if the aptitude is to be judged, then it is not one-time performance of the student, which is the aptitude, but it could be a repeated performance, a progressive performance, and sometime or the other, the boy really, as we learn music, it is the riyaz which makes him a better singer. The practice makes a better cricketer. So is the case with the aptitude also, that it is doing the same thing again and again for a long time. Aptitude test is a very unique test we have, and that is the only aptitude test conducted in any of the disciplines of education in this country. There is no aptitude test for any other discipline. And that is why it is definitely a thing which is not known to many. It is the thing which is not been prepared upon, the preparations done. And it is the performance of the student which is just. So if I remember that it was continuously for 2, 3, 4 months the exams used to go on. Secondly, the centers were all over the country, almost all the colleges, majority of the colleges were the centers of NATA examination. And that is why the local students in the hinterland, they were getting the opportunity to understand and appear and get through. So the number which was available for the admission was very large, which has dwindled down in the last couple of years. That could be one of the reasons. There are many other things also have happened. Even state-wise, the administrative reforms or the changes in the rules, regulations or procedures. For instance, today if you take, in Maharashtra, the admission process of architecture has not yet begun. Whereas in many states, the admissions are done. The deemed universities or autonomous universities, they have the freedom of doing the admissions on their own. And now, if the process is, then all other admission procedures are over for other disciplines, engineering complete. Now, in that case, where are the students left? And that would definitely mar the situation further in this particular academic year.
Yeah. So I would like Architect Habib to add.
I'll just brief you. I'll update you on this. Contrary to common belief that NATA or JEE is the cause of dwindling admission is a fallacy.
No, I don't direct.
No, I'm just update you on that. Because NATA is the favorite whipping boy of our fraternity, to be very honest. But the reality is this question was taken up by the Rajya Sabha Standing Committee, in which we were invited to a presentation. And this question was asked as to why the admissions to architecture is dwindling and why is the pool of students becoming shorter and shorter. There are a couple of issues which we need to address, and we need to catch the bull by the horn And unless we acknowledge that, we'll not be able to solve this issue at all. The issue is the lack of aptitude and the approach of our academia in general. Academia has not been able to produce architects as per the expectation of the profession, number one. I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but we are producing a product which is not, fit for the market. The face of profession has changed drastically in the last 2 decades. The approach of the academicians have not changed at all to meet that changing face of the profession, number one. Number two, the long duration of the course. Number three, expensive course. Apart from the fees, you have, other expenses which are more than the fee. And then the salary packages that you get, that a fresh graduate gets in the market. And I mean, training is a part of that, training is a part of it. But the abysmally low, your fresh graduate is paid lower than your peon or a driver. And this is happening because the profession's expectations from a product that is being produced in our institutions is not up to what it should be.
Yeah. Architect Soni wants to add something.
Yeah. When the act was passed, the idea was that you maintain a register. And anybody whose name is entered into that register is good enough to provide architectural services to the masses or to the public. We all know that the act is to protect the public at large. Now, what we have been doing all these days is regulating the process of the production of an architect rather than the product itself. We are saying that if you have a degree, we will register you. And we are letting loose that person without knowing whether he is competent to do the job of an architect, registering him. So I think one of the ways in which this could be solved is not only to regulate the process, but regulate the product, the exit examination.
Yeah, I know that actually brings us to another question. We say, do we require exit exams? Yeah, okay.
Observation. See, the debate is not about the kind of product. What is being said is nata or no nata. The first thing is that undercutting of fee and the architects, and I will not give it to the product is not fit. The more bigger question is the people who are fit to deliver services are not doing justice to the profession. That is where the discipline has to be enforced by the council. See, the basic problem which is nobody dare to talk about in public, and with all respect to all of us sitting here, we only blame the younger architect not fit to deliver, but where is the senior people who are fit to deliver working on 0.25% and not getting good fee, and then they're paying less to the younger architect and asking them to deliver, and that is where the whole profession is being damaged. And that is where the problem is. We have to acknowledge that the senior people have the responsibility, have to lead from the front. And that is where we have failed. And I'm sure.
It's a vicious circle. It's a
yes,
vicious
no,
circle.
it is vicious
You
circle.
cannot blame
But
one,
that
two,
why we are
three.
not
It's a
touching
vicious
that
circle.
aspect, why the council is not looking into that is the way forward. We need to come to that aspect now. Because earlier the number was less, now the number is more. Only beating around the bush and saying the younger architect, the academy has failed is not the answer.
Vijay, you have been a vice president and the acting president as well, and you know it very well. I mean, taking this topic of fee and regulation of fees is not the mandate of the council. Fees, no, let me finish, sir. Fees cannot be regulated anywhere in the world. It is the market which determines the fee. If you're charging 0.2% or 0.5%, it is your worth. You're demeaning yourself. And it's a very complicated and complex process. We cannot blame the profession, we cannot blame the academia, we cannot blame the younger students. It's a continuous vicious process. It's one circle and the ball keeps going around and around. But council, I can tell you very clearly, cannot mandate architectural fee or the fee that can be governed. It's only recommendatory fee.
That's
Across
what
the
we have
world,
done
across the
in
world.
Manual of Architecture Practice. That's what we have done in Manual of Architecture Practice. Well, sir, just a moment. We had posted, this on the CA social platform also, and there are a few questions there, but as we are running time, so we have two important questions. Why is COA under Ministry of Education? Why not under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs?
This has been since a long time. First it was Ministry of Urban Development, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs at the moment has requested and put in papers to Ministry of Education to shift Council of Architecture to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. That's the current update that I can give.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think, okay, sure.
2-3 issues I wish to just touch upon quickly. One, as Habib said, that the Supreme Court judgment, it has no impact directly because last 50 years we have been going along exactly or living with it. Well, that is a fact what you have said. That profession has done very well. But what does society deserve now? After 50 years, when you have demonstrated that you could do well, you could contribute immensely in changing the life of people or the way institutional buildings or the public spaces should be, is it not time that by legal process we say that now onwards, this would be restricted to those who are qualified and experienced? So that's one point I want to make. Give full credit to what you have said to the profession and the professionals who have contributed, my seniors, my colleagues, my juniors, to mark the presence of the profession in the society. But society deserves it better now, that no more we would be dealt with, or the public money including the national money, all should be dealt with by those who are qualified, competent, creative, and whatever are the aspirations of the society at this time, they could be met with by those. So that is why the need for that amendment, even after this 50 years, had it not been there, let it be there now. So that is point number one I want to make. Point number two, as to about who takes admission, who doesn't take admission. I think, as you rightly said, it's a vicious circle, that you get paid, you don't get paid, you take fee, you don't take fee, why you take fee, why you do what. But the point is there a shortage of work in the profession? Answer is no. You create good architecture, demand for good architecture would be there. So you do good work, I would get better fee. Any one of us doing good work would create demand for good architecture, so other professions would do. So I think not that what we have done is not good enough. I think we still all need to do good architecture, irrespective of the fee you want to take. Fee is your choice, as Habib said, that it's not market force alone. It is how you place yourself in a particular position in a commercial world, and you say, I will take this fee. But please take whatever fee you want to take, but produce good architecture. And I think that would elevate people who would see that architecture. It would elevate us who are doing that work. It would elevate future generation, whether they are practicing profession or seeing the profession, either way. So these are the 2 quick points.
I think we are running short of time, so it's time to conclude. So I'll just give one minute to every panelist to just, if you want to share something, concluding remarks.
I just wanted to bring in the whole issue of NEP. I'm sure people are working on it. But one specific issue about NEP is that standalone institutions which work in silos will find it more and more difficult to exist.
They won't
and
survive. They won't survive.
They won't survive. And most architecture colleges today are standalone. So, I mean, one has to look at what is going to happen to them. And the other issue is the use of local language. That is, I think, a very important issue, because I think most of us in our practice hardly ever speak in English when it comes to going to the site or going to the corporation or whatever, or even talking to the clients. Most of what we do happens in the local language, but I think a time has come when we have to introduce at least some subjects which could be taken up in the local languages in all colleges. These are the 2 points that I want to bring out.
I want to say something, but okay, sorry. Quickly, NEP. NEP is only a wish of Union Cabinet. It is not a law. It has not been, no legislative action has been taken. Architectural education is completely unique when I compare it with other educational system, and I have had a chance earlier and even now to study all that. I feel that the crux of the, at least in higher education, if they simply copy-paste the process of architectural education, all their aspirations will be met with. It is such a beautiful and a wonderful, holistic education that I think others need to learn lessons from this. That is point number one. Point number two of regional languages, which Sonia said. Each one of us have a mother tongue. So it's if my primary education respects that mother tongue in educating me or improving my responses or control over my will, I think professional education can be in any language, because when you serve, I think not only in architecture, be it medicine, be it law, the local language, local nuances, local perspectives, cultural issues, they would have to be addressed by a professional. So a course in a particular language is not important. It is the understanding of that culture and a place is very vital. Thank you.
Just a quick response. See, the question is that if we insist on English as this medium of instruction, it only reduces the number of students who are likely to join architecture. Because it is a deterrent. Because knowledge of English is not now as common as it used to be when Mehta Sahab was studying in school.
I look at this as an opportunity, the NEP. Because if, it may be very shallow thought to begin with, but at the same time, one of the deterrent factors in low admissions or no admissions or longing to go for architecture is also its duration, 5-year course, If NEP, if we try to convert or rather restructure our own program of 5-year architecture, then in that case, if it could be brought to 4 years, which is a very controversial and a very hot topic, I know. But then if it could be brought to 4 years, one, the multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplines to be introduced, maybe a standalone institution or maybe an integrated engineering with engineering, etc. But then if a standalone institution, if gets an opportunity to introduce few more courses, it would, because at the moment it is restrictive, we do not allow any other course in the premises where the council has given the permission sanction. So I think it is an opportunity. I'm sure that when the new document comes out, council is working upon it.
Yeah. Thank you. So
it will definitely.
Architect Vijay to add.
Thank you for the last word.
I am the last one.
You will have, but anyway.
He is the last word.
Anyway, thank you. I tend to agree with all of you, sir, on this. For regarding NEP, we should look at it an opportunity, definitely. There is a definite scope and there is an appreciation for regional language, definitely, because it's still being taught, but as it said, English being in a mandatory medium of communication or requirement being in education, but there are technical reasons for it. We need to examine how far that is possible to address that. But definitely, as Professor Mehta said, the cultural issues and the language is definitely appreciated and being addressed in many schools of architecture across even today. When we practice, it does not mean that when we go to Tamil Nadu, the Tamil is not being used in the classroom. And the other thing which I feel most importantly, now the time for us to do is the career guidance for students. Other than just making building designs, there are a lot of opportunities for architects to take up jobs in career guidance, and that need to be explored and developed, and being a compulsory stream or a subject to be taught for career guidance where all architects can contribute. As I learn after 15 years, 20 years, which I was not aware when I was in School of Architecture, I must admit what I know today and what I can guide to the student today. If it is known to the student earlier, there will be no dearth of job for architects, and they will be better paid and better respected.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Architect Habib to
The
give
final word, the last word. See, there's every issue, every concern has two sides. Every coin has two sides. So whether to introduce vernacular languages or not will need serious introspection. And whether it should be done or not also will need to be questioned first. We are all worried about dwindling admissions, and with due respect to all our institutions, we all have been absolutely worried and commenting and opining about why the admissions are dwindling, but no one is talking of quality, the quality of education that we are imparting in our institutions. And unless you will address that issue, your admissions will further dwindle. You will see that certain institutions are doing very well as far as their admissions are concerned. So let us introspect as to why they're doing that, why their admissions are full and our admissions are not full, because of the quality and the brand name that they have made through quality. Our profession, so I mean, I would request and implore all of you to, stress on quality rather than get worried negatively about dwindling admissions. If you are getting hit once, I am getting hit twice. So those of you who would understand probably know what I am saying. So let's not worry about that. Secondly, our profession is a very glorious profession because you are affecting the quality of life of our fellow citizens, and we should take this very seriously. And unless we excel and we improve the quality of the built environment that we are producing as architects, you will never be recognized in society, you will never be acknowledged, because this is an intangible contribution that an architect makes to the well-being of the common citizens. And let us shun negativity, let us look up positively, and let us work towards improving quality of education and quality of services that we are giving to our fellow citizens.
Thank you so much. So here we have come to the end of this session. And thank you so much to our dear panelists for a wonderful session. I'm sure there's a lot of takeaway from this session. And thank you so much to my dear audience for, being part of this journey. Thank you so much. And I'm sure there are a lot of more questions, but because of, we are running out of time, so couldn't take them. So probably we'll have this opportunity maybe next time. Thank you.
Insightful session by the former and present president. So please, I request you all to kindly take your seats and the panelists to join the audience.
यार ये फुल पे कैसे आएगी ये वाली फोटो?
इसको ही लगाना है फुल स्क्रीन पे पीछे।
मैम ये पीडीएफ है ना?
हाँ रहने दो, मैं करता हूँ।
यहाँ से वो करके
हो जाता है।
अब बीच में फिर प्रेजेंटेशन की भी जरूरत होगी तो
पीडीएफ है।
फुल स्क्रीन में नहीं आएगा, इसको डाउनलोड कर लो ना।
डाउनलोड ही है।
कहाँ है डाउनलोड?
ये रहा ना।
माइक ऑन है
क्या करें? You have them phone numbers now?
फिर चेंज कर दिया
पहले वो हटा मैंने कहा पैनल वाइज होगा फिर हमने नेम
Vijay is also outside of the sign number to call them.
You don't have his number?
No, no, I don't have Vijay's number.
से डाल दिया हाँ
I request.
You can start introducing.
Not these people. These people. Okay.
Let him come.
I request the audience to please settle down. We will begin the second session for the day. It is an interesting session and we expect some lively deliberations and discussions. Please do settle down.
Event is there, I think, any kind of interaction between even coming
think you are too gentle. You just shout.
Audience, please settle down. The second session of the day, Architects and Their Aspirations, is about to begin. Here we have Manish ji, I want you on the dais, please. Manish sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No? Young architects will deliberate upon the issues faced by them and their expectations and ways to develop capacity to face the challenges of the profession. I invite the panel members, Architect Biju Kuriakose, Architect Sandeep Pathe, Architect Manish Chakravarti, Architect Milana, Architect Navneet Munot, and Architect Vivek Gupta, the anchor of this session, to please come up on the dais at the earliest. Architect Vivek Gupta, the anchor, is a design practitioner in the field of architecture, urban design and interiors for the past 36 years. He has a mid-sized studio in New Delhi, and the studio is best characterized by its methodology to explore and test responses, to produce designs that fulfill the spirit of the brief in an inventive and unique way. Currently, the studio is engaged in diverse projects such as master planning for eminent corporate bodies in New Delhi, housing and educational institutions, corporate interiors, institutional buildings, and much more. Incidentally, he has also done up the Council of Architecture office in the India Habitat Center. Over to you, Vivek Gupta ji.
You know, this bunch of indisciplined people outside, I would extol them to come inside. Otherwise, I'm not talking. I'll eat into your lunch break. I promise you, if you want me to speak and if you want the panel to have any discussions, we need everybody inside. Oberoi ji, please ensure that everybody inside. Good afternoon, guys. I know the aspiration. We are talking about the aspiration of the fraternity and aspiration of the architects. What I see is current aspiration is to have a cup of coffee, which is missing. But having said that, okay, let me introduce a stellar panel that I have here. The youngest one here, I have Sanjeev Pathe. He is currently working as the principal architect for his studio, Sakha. As a principal conservation architect, Sakha today is working on significant conservation projects with archaeological and tourism departments of 6 states. He has also undertaken designing of various architectural and interior projects based in Nagpur. He is an active academician and is a visiting faculty. Architect Pathe is also founder of the Nagpur Trails, which is an attempt to re-establish the heritage walks. Architect Pathe believes that making cities livable with retaining its ecological value is a primary responsibility of an architect. One of the recent work that brought him in the center stage is Saving the Acre Urban Forest, which was to house 130-year-old Nagpur's railway architecture. Welcome, Sandeep. If I messed up on the order or young or not so young, Milana, who's absolutely young looking. Milana MB is an alumni of BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, and is a gold medalist for the batch of 2013. She is the founder and principal architect at a firm, Vivo Space Architects in Bangalore, that was started in 2014. Fascinated by architecture from very young age, she is one who loves her profession and works with passion with a strong will to contribute to the fraternity and society as a whole. Through Vivo Space Architects, she handles a wide portfolio of projects including luxury residences, interiors, apartments, commercial buildings, schools and institutions, with a total designated area of 50 lakh square feet plus in a span of 8 years. That's commendable. She at Vivo Space drives the firm, designed through the to explore the interaction between the built space and one emotions, thus bringing life to spaces. The next on the panel is Manish Chakravarti, is an architect, urban planner, and a professor and head of architecture at Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata. a leading conservation architect whose work has been widely published in the national and international journals and media. He has authored various books on architecture and conservation. He has a graduation in architecture from Jadavpur University and masters in urban planning from the Institute of Technology and Conservation from University of York in the UK. He has been a consultant to World Monument Fund, National Museum of Denmark, Department of Culture, Government of Rajasthan, INTAC, and Archaeological Survey of India. He is the recipient of the UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award of Distinction 2016 for the conservation of St. Olaf Church for benchmarking conservation practices in India and the region. Welcome, Architect Munish. Dr. Munot has been serving in his current position as an academician in the Department of Architecture and Planning, MNIT Bhopal, for the last 12 years. He has been consistently improving himself not only as a teacher, but also as an interdisciplinary researcher. He's also heading as an honorary director of the Council of Architecture Training and Research Center, which is the COA TRC, established at MNIT Bhopal. He has been honored with the Young Engineers Award 2019 in the Architectural Engineering discipline during the 35th National Convention of Architecture Engineers held in 7 December 2019 at Thrissur, Kerala by the Institution of Engineers, India. Dr. Munot has been awarded the prestigious 13th CIDC Vishwakarma Award for the year 2022. He is the first architect and planner from the Architecture and Planning fraternity to receive this award for the academic as well as professional achievement and pursuits. And the last one on the panel is Biju Kuriakose, co-founder of Architecture Red, an architecture and urban design firm based out of Chennai, India. Having studied architecture in Mumbai, Biju received his master's degree in architecture and urban design from Pratt Institute, New York. Red's current project include designing public spaces, streets, and public spaces for the entire neighborhood of Adyar within the city of Chennai, among other projects. In 2022, Architecture Red won the National Design Competition organized by the Council of Architecture to design the new Center of Excellence with Bangalore University for the community of architects. Architecture Red has won several national as well as international awards, including the World Architecture News Award for the Best Urban Design Project in 2009 for the Master Plan of Nordhavn in Copenhagen, as well as IAA National Award in 2016 for Airport City in Oman. Red also won the IITN State Award for the Best Institutional Project in 2021 at the S School Project in Bangalore. In 2015, Architecture Red made it to AD 50, a selection of the top 50 design firms in the Indian subcontinent by Architectural Digest magazine. So welcome to the panel. I think we are here to discuss about the aspirations of the architects. I think the aspiration of the architects is to play God, I think. All of us have huge egos. We've been told that after the biggest creator, God, architects are the other people who actually create spaces. And we have all this halo around us, whereas the profession actually doesn't have any significance, to be honest. And I'm going to do a little bit of plain speak here and ask pertinent question to all of these guys as to why and what ails a profession, how we can improve it, because they are from diverse backgrounds. And I'll start maybe with Milana, being the lady here. Milana, as I see from your bio, in 8 years of your practice, you have achieved 50 lakh plus square feet of work that you've done. That's phenomenal. I think all of us have been harping on how we get very little work to do, and how did you manage to do that? Is there a way forward for setting up practice very early? Because I think the entire panel earlier was talking about architecture being an apprenticeship-based profession, where I think an architect needed to work with a firm or with a senior architect for a couple of years before setting up your practice, so that you can actually contribute meaningfully to the profession and create some kind of honor and glory for the profession. So over to you, Milana.
So to begin with, I graduated in the year 2013. And I think as we all were discussing today about the importance of internships and apprenticeship, so what happens with this is that we have a very stipulated amount of time that is assigned as internship for the student architects. And it's very important that you personally take in that kind of an effort to kind of put out yourself to understand what is happening in the industry out there, and put out and understand what is happening in terms of the changing trends, changing materials, changing context, typologies, and the climatic conditions that we are, adversely seeing the way that they have changed. So with this, it was a constant drive for me to start with my own practice very early in my career. So luckily I was, I had the opportunity to start in the year 2014. See, we officially registered our firm and we went through all the statutory registration, which is very important, which I keep saying students that it's another important aspect which you need to understand with practice is business and understanding architecture, how to run it meaningfully. So with this, it's very important to have all the systems and order in place, wherein we initially started with this drive and hunger to actually do good design and do and put out our best. So with this, it starts with understanding how you can try to upgrade your understanding with respect to the changing methodologies and construction techniques in the industry, which is very important once you visualize your architectural design. So it's very easy for us to design, so we sketch and we have these large aspirations, as the topic focuses today, to do brilliant looking, aesthetic looking buildings. But initially I started off with that approach, that was the way forward, because as we were talking earlier in the day, I think it's very important to have mentors, having put out the right approach and methodology and to do hand-holding in the earlier years of one's career, which is going to actually help a young architect shape up the kind of career that they want to get into. So with me, I didn't have a mentor who could do that, but I was lucky to start this practice with my partner and husband, who is actually a non-architect, but with a collaborative approach, we started off with this practice. So he brought in the engineering aspect to it, and I work on the architectural design part of it. So I think with the changing trends, it's very important to, over the years, look at how we can go ahead in terms of collaborating with different typologies of works, be it consultants, architects, and the way forward, I think future is parametric design, which is just started off in our country, and we need to kind of emphasize on understanding how we can bring the best out of it to achieve meaningful design and functional buildings which just don't only look good, but they really work functionally right.
Milana, so I also, if I understand correctly, when you said that you have partnered with your husband who's not an architect, and if I understand correctly, there has been a pertinent thing that everybody has been talking about, business of architecture, in the sense that when you get into the profession, are you able to make money or no? I think your practice is a turnkey practice. Do you advise people to start a turnkey practice? Because, somewhere the architect who was supposed to be a master craftsman has ceded a lot of ground to other professions and other disciplines. Do you think it's time to take back the discipline of architecture as a master craftsman's role, where you take onus of an entire project, maybe do a turnkey project, which is, we all look down upon it. It might whittle down the profession per se, but then what we spoke about in the earlier panel, that if you do good architecture, and I think good architecture involves a lot of other disciplines as well, and I think the most important is construction. So are you saying that if you do a turnkey project, which you are doing, and that gives you both money, satisfaction, and delivering a project which is top quality?
That's a good question, Vivek. So to answer Vivek's question, it's very important as architects to look at a project holistically. So most architects, I think all of us believe and understand, and we go through these problems on a daily basis, that we are facing issues with quality. From the past 1 decade, I've been seeing the kind of workmanship that the masons would be able to do. Now they need to be guided, they need to be hand-holded to actually achieve the best of quality that is required in practice. So with this, integrating the aspect of construction, that is bringing in the aspect of turnkey, gives you a complete control in terms of having your quality and design with the right understanding of materials to put out the building as you visualized in the best possible way. So it's very important as an architect to understand and take this over in terms of taking up construction as well with a collaborative approach. Yes, for whatever reasons, as we know that we are not allowed to take it up. So with that, I think it's very important to go in the direction of having a definitive approach to having the SOPs in place and having all the estimates and looking at the business aspect of a company, wherein you definitely have to have a financially sustainable firm, or else you will not be able to have your expansion plan in terms of having capacity planning in your firms. You need to constantly upgrade your computers in terms of hardware and softwares, which are very important in today's day. Definitely, I still adhere to the aspect of sketching, but my team has to convert it into a digital medium, which is very important. And we need to look at this idea of bringing in that financial stability and a more organized approach to business, and also achieving the best of architectural design, which is important for young architects to look at today. So
I think those are pearls of wisdom for young architects. Only I don't see any young architects here, but I think that's a valid point. You know, business of architecture is very important. And I think if we have to upskill ourselves and also the profession overall, it's a good takeaway from what Milana has said. More often than not, you know, the entire profession, the practice is based on a client approaching you and you then giving your designs or your proposal or whatever. Isn't it time for us to now proactively let the city or go to the city with a project of our own and approach them that we can do a problem solving or we can provide a solution for a problem that exists in a city or a built environment? I think Sandeep is somewhere by his, you know, I call him an activist because he tends to be wearing too many hats. He's a conservationist, he's also an academician, but he also has been very vociferously talking about the issues that the city of Nagpur faces. And I think he's been able to wrangle a project out of the city. So Sandeep, over to you. Do you think that's an approach where an architect proactively approaches a problem that is ailing the city and tries to resolve that and create a project without a project being there?
Definitely, sir. I think the training which we are going through, like 5-year training, it's something which is very interesting. You know, recently I get a chance to meet a lot of collectors and higher level administrator. I tell them that it's okay. You are coming through the examination. You are coming through a particular set of examination. But I tell them that architects are coming through a particular training. That training is so rigorous that we are, I believe that architects are near to the military kind of people. They are always tatpar on the work. I mean, they are not the people who are not tired. They are not the people who are not refraining to work. They are the one who may not have an answer for everything, but they have a caliber to find an answer in many things. Like you put up a challenge to an architect, he or she will definitely come up with a solution. So talking about the creation of project, of course, I mean, it's a new way of looking into public projects these days. There are a lot of exercises which NMC, municipalities, smart cities, different people they come up with. And I believe that an architect must definitely speak more, voice more, and tell them that what we are trained into. We are trained into creating statistics, estimates. We are trained into creating something which don't exist, something which is unbelievable also. I always tell my students that an architect is the person who, make people believe that it can happen, definitely. I mean, if you can give me some money, definitely it can happen. So it's something which is very interesting. Any design, like someone comes with a inspiration, some abroad inspiration, some abrupt understanding कि हमको ये room में ऐसा चाहिए, वैसा चाहिए, इसमें ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. It looks very complex at the first meeting. But when you try to resolve that slowly, it's a process. And you reach to a particular product. So this is something which an architect can definitely do. That's why, that's the kind of training we have received with the schools. And it's a willingness. All the entire thing is all about willingness, I went into public things like the agitations and all because of my willingness, where, I work with government. It was a question to me that should I go and stand and do that agitation or not. So I went to my mentor then and I asked sir that, sir, is it right or not? So Ahuja sir told me that, Sandeep, do it like a citizen. Plus, you are equipped with architectural training. So you will definitely take this movement to a righter path. And it's about environment. Environment are both. You know, it's a natural environment and it's a built environment. So built environment is what we are creating, putting all odd figures together to form a complete set of built environment that makes sense. That is the training of an architect. It is similarly seen with the natural environment. You know, you see odd things, different color things in the nature, different color butterflies in the nature. But when you see it as a biodiversity, you feel that, okay, this is one ecosystem. So it is something which I felt, okay, this is making a sense, and I'll definitely go and do that agitation with these common citizens of Nagpur. And it went really great. Environment Minister, he came and he assured that the trees won't be going anywhere, the heritage buildings won't be going anywhere. And then people came up with this idea that, okay, there's a railway kind of architecture which exists in that place. So that's it, sir. I mean, I believe that one should listen to your heart and do what your brain is trained by your school and mentors.
Thank you, Sandeep. That was very profound. I think I also feel that I think all architectural practices need to find their own niche. You know, there can be people who are thought leaders. You know, and there can be people who are problem solvers. You know, you see a problem in the city, you proactively try and then there are solution providers. Most of us, by training, are solution providers. There is a client who comes to us with a project. We solve that problem for him. We make a built space for him. But the thought leaders are, I think, in architectural practice, all of us, and especially the academia, also need to involve themselves with the policy making. I think what is lacking is there's a great gap between the policies, and then we lament those policies that have been kind of heaped on us. I'm staying with the practices, practicing architects. Biju, I see you won lots of national and international competitions. To set up a practice when you don't have a project, do you suggest that one of the ways that you can actually kickstart your practice is by participating in ideas competition or design competition, and you know, hone your skills, your design skills, and maybe then get some of the projects like you got, and the practice gets traction. Do you think, do you subscribe to that?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, I think when we started the practice, you know, the second year of the practice, there was a competition to design schools across Maharashtra, with a wonderful jury headed by Professor Doshi, and we won that competition. And that really, I mean, the project never happened, but it really kind of motivates you, you know. And I think, I mean, I've been sitting here and listening even the morning sessions. And I always say that, you know, and we as architects, when we come together, we always talk about all our problems. And I say this, that if you think our profession is bad, just look at media, you know. I think it's, so I think it's very important to understand that we are living in a very complex world, you know. And I think, and we are practicing in a context which is filled with contradictions and complexities. And I think, and in that, you know, we have a wonderful profession which is in many ways is a social act. You know, architecture at the end of the day is a social act, and by that I don't mean that you do social service. And I think it's very important to understand what the nature of the profession is and try and carve out practices which try to contribute to the society. You know, and that, by that I'm not saying, you know, don't, you know, we are a practice which do large practices, large planning projects. We do a lot of housing work for developers. We do a lot of institutional projects. But in all of them, we are kind of trying to approach in a way that it try to find meaning to the society that we practice in. And so I think what I'm trying to get is that we need to figure out, I mean, as a practice, we need to try and understand what is the meaning of the practice, you know, and what are we trying to do individually. And then try and fit in or put in pieces in place which helps us achieve that. And I think there is no one solution to this. And I think it's very, very important to understand. And I think, you know, I used to study a lot of practices. How do I develop a practice? You know, because we are at a stage where we have about 35 architects now, and it is a big challenge. You know, how do I sustain a practice? How do I continue to kind of do the kind of work that we want to do or allowed us to get here, right? So I think developing the practice is extremely crucial, and my request to council and all the people who are kind of the driving force in making laws and kind of guiding us is to really start thinking of the practices. And I think we celebrate individuals too much, you know, and I think and there was a time we did that, and individual still has a role. I often say in my practice also, it is what you bring into the collective that matters. So you have to be something, you have to self-construct yourself, you have to be an architect, you know, you have to have certain meaning that you bring in that collective. But we need to focus on how to kind of develop practices, you know, because I studied architecture when, you know, Professor Doshi, Korea, Rajdev, all of them in many ways were at the peak of their practice. And we grew up seeing practices, not projects, right? And we don't look at Korea and say this one project is big. We looked at it as a philosophy, you know. So how do we develop practice? And that's very challenging in today's context.
I agree with you, Biju. I just wonder if there was too much of philosophy in the earlier practices and there was very little business, because somewhere, you know, the significance of the profession is extremely important. And I feel that, you know, the earlier architects, where architecture was supposed to be a social art, they took it literally, and they were doing a lot of social work without really being very fastidious about the fee that they were charging. And I think somewhere, you know, that thing is carried on, and people think that pro bono work is an architect's duty or something like that. However, you know, the practices that we have are dependent on, everybody's been talking about the quality of practice. The quality of practice and the significance of the profession of architecture will come when there are seekers. Who are the seekers? The seekers are individuals, basically, who want to build a home or an institution or a school or a factory building. You know, these are projects for personal glory or the glory of an architect. Whereas architecture being social art, I think what we need to do to make the profession significant is to reach out to people and teach them good design, you know. People, you know, there are too many have-nots in this country who are not exposed to good design. They don't even have a cot to sleep on. They don't have a bench ergonomically designed. So they actually do not appreciate good architecture or good design. So I think the need of the hour is to have public spaces which are designed well, so that people, when they step out of their homes, they're exposed to good design and they are able to make the difference. And how do we produce quality architects? I think the onus, as everybody said in the earlier panel, is the quality of education. And we have two academicians here. And I would like to pick Manish's brain on that. Manish is a practicing architect, won several awards. And he's fortunate right now to be heading autonomous university. Manish, what is it that you feel ails our profession in terms of academics? And what are you doing to address that?
Yeah, allow me to kind of sum up in 3 words. You know, I think the progression or the prognosis of architecture, if you roughly kind of divide into periods, would be, you know, at one point of time we were in regionalism or localism, and then we found, you know, architects are thrust into that, and then we are suddenly introduced into a globalized situation. I would remember Narasimha Rao and our ex-Prime Minister Manmohan Singh bringing in globalization, arguing that we cannot live in isolation and we have to open up. And then we've met a lot of challenges while pursuing that route, and then we landed up the sustainabilityization, right? And I think these 3 phases architects are engaged in, where this sustainabilityization could be a kind of a sum up, or a kind of a combination that architects are attempting to do, of bringing in an element of regionalism and bringing in an element of business into their practice to create a niche for themselves, to create their designs much more acceptable to its client, and so on. And clients are also primarily in India. I don't know much about the globe, but in India, which is a kind of a microcosm of the world, there are 2 kinds of clients who would like to be more aware and more concerned and would like to come up with on a private realm. And the other is at the government level, who are not very decided whether they should be an enabler or they should be a doer. And in this situation, I think the projects that we are talking about, which we kind of hear in different seminars and festivals, are mostly projects that architectural projects, not getting into the realm of planning and correcting the world and correcting areas like he mentioned about Amrut and Hriday and smart cities, etc. In this context, I think the practice which you said, earlier we definitely were talking about practice, but we also have to see the enormity of the issues that we need to address today, ruptured by various phases, and how to come about to a greater connectivity, improving, reordering our cities and areas. And there are a lot of schemes that every department and other people does it. Now, having said this overall, I said how the architects respond, whether as an individual, like an age-old practice, or setting up and trying to learn the business of running a practice and getting bigger and bigger projects. I think this dilemma, if you think of the latter, that I would like to develop a practice with 100 odd people, or kind of the best business practice in such situations will be a factory. Factory has got all the business plans in place, right? Now, do we do that? What scale of projects are required to kind of sustain that kind of a business practice? And I think these are the issues which we have to kind of ask ourselves. Now, both are required. Both are individually required. You need a practice. You need a business practice. But what I was trying to say, I got reminded when I was today for the first time, I think. I got reminded India is so vast and so vast a landscape. And therefore, you need to have different kind of approach to different responses to different landscapes. And there I come for the education. You cannot teach specific thing. You rather make your city as your laboratory, and learn all the errors and the changes needed from your place. And you cannot really, and having recognized, there should be a recognition that India is vast, India is tangibly, intangibly, very culturally varied, and the responses for architecture has to be accordingly. And the changing lifestyles and the changing economy that India is kind of aspiring and striding towards. In this context, I personally think that we need to have a kind of a middle path of, and the middle path is the very talked about and often ridiculed word called sustainability. And I think the best definition that I can think of sustainability, if you think that this is the place where you belong, and this is the place where you want to see being operated upon, corrected upon, and projected to the rest of the world, then you are inevitably sustainable in your approach. And I think that is where we are heading. If Biju's practice wants to do something like this, if somebody else's practice, somebody do this. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of... So that is something which I am... Coming to education, I think, we can only teach them this approach. We can teach them the concept and the approach to deal a design in a context. And the context is varied, as in our national anthem. Right? And the second part is we can definitely teach the skills. The skills of representation of your idea of design. The skills of representation. So I think these two things can jolly well, I bring back to the previous panel discussion, jolly well can be perhaps addressed with a lot of interaction with your context, where you belong. Whether you're in Calcutta or in Chennai or in Perambudur. I think that's context is very important for students to get into while designing, and making the design aspect as an educational aspect of other faculties, which cannot be really quantifiedly taught, right? And the second part is the skills, like skills for representation, skills for graphical representation, skills for other factors. And the third point, which is the services. In any way, we outsource our services. We outsource to a consultant. So the services part, of course, you need to have an understanding. But then, I think the primary kind of core studies should be the design in the teaching, the approach to design, that one. Secondly, is developing the skill sets to the hilt, because you are using the same software as somebody in MIT. So there's no difference in the
Manish,
representation.
I think,
right? I'll just finish it by saying this. So I think the curricula, which then can be read very clearly, is that it can be really brought down. It can be really brought down to a much more terse, much more defined and focused courses, which need not get into teaching many other things as a subject, but while teaching conservation, the approach to, so while teaching design, the approach, all other faculties, all other sub-courses and electives can come in. And then it can create a world of, say, 2050. Perhaps we will have a better, because finally we are doing all this business and the practice to do what? To ensure,
Manish is taking the role of mentor,
to ensure that we need a space which is much more beautiful and cared for and well managed. So it's not the individual
Manish, I need
practice.
to move on to the next
That's
panelist. You know, he sidestepped the issue of academics because he's heading an institute and wore the hat of an urbanist and philosopher. But, you know, I feel that it's the curriculum that we were talking about. We still study, I believe, Mackay even now, which is, I don't know what relevance it has today. An architect, practicing architect, is supposed to sign on the shop drawings. I do not know which college, which institute is teaching us shop drawings or anything like that, or the ability to look at a high-rise facade and then be able to sign on that, and it remains your responsibility. So I will, I think, roll over the question to Dr. Manot, is that, do you see, I just saw that you are one of those who's, there's a lot of engineering in architecture, but there is very little architecture in engineering, if I read that correctly. But when you are teaching architecture, which is very closely related to engineering, because no building, and that's perhaps the reason the Supreme Court also came out with the judgment that anybody can practice architecture, anybody can make buildings, because, you know, architecture, we are reduced to space planners. We actually, without the help of MEP engineers, structural engineers, we can't make a building. So do you think that we need to widen the curriculum that we have currently and enable the architects who graduate to be more empowered to deliver better facilities?
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I will reply your answer, but before that I would like to add one more thing, that I am fully agree with architect Milana and architect Sandeep, because in our life, guru and mentor plays an important role, and I am the only person who can say this very correctly and impactfully, because in this particular hall, I am enough fortunate that my UG guide, Professor Meenakshi Jain, and my PhD guide, Professor Gaurav Raheja, both are sitting. And you would be surprised to know that my mentor, architect Amuk Gupta, he is also sitting in front row, in front of me. So I am enough fortunate, and I just want to say that it's very important if you are having a mentor and your guru in your life, then you can achieve anything in this short span of our life. Then, one more thing, I would add Guru bin Gyan Nahi. That is very correct, and you all might be knowing this thing. Then another thing, each and every day we people are facing many problems. But it doesn't mean we are facing only. We are resolving all problems also. But whenever I teach my students, I used to say them, please remember this thing, because we are facing problems in every step of our life and in every direction. Vidyarthi Jivanam Panch Lakshanam. Vidyarthi Jivanam Panch Lakshanam. Kak Cheshta Bako Dhyanam Shwan Nidra. Alpahari Brahmachari. If you are following these 5 rules, or if you are having such 5 qualities, then no one can say you are having such kind of issue or you are facing such kind of problem. Then another thing is, we people are living in 2022, but we are forgetting our past. If we really want to improve our quality education or education system, then we need to have our previous Gurukul and Takshila like system, because in that particular we can read गुरु और शिष्य दोनों साथ रहते थे, और गुरु की मदद शिष्य करते थे और शिष्यों की मदद गुरु करते थे. The same thing we are also facing. We are having students from across the country. Most of the time, students who are enough fortunate, they will come to you, they will approach you, and they will discuss with you, okay, sir, we are facing such kind of problem, how to resolve that. We will resolve. But there are another students, or maybe more students, they don't have that much courage or knowledge how to resolve that problem. So this is my humble request to all academicians. Please encourage your students and approach them. We are here to make their future career. We are not here to make a student कि बस वो डिग्री ले और निकल जाए, क्योंकि उस पर्टिकुलर स्टूडेंट से उसके पेरेंट्स की इच्छाएं और उम्मीदें जुड़ी हुई हैं. So we are the only person who will fulfill all the requirements of that students and parents. Now moving to sir replies. Sir, आप सभी का जब मूड खराब होता है तब आप क्या करते हैं?
Don't ask that publicly.
आप एक पीसफुल एनवायरनमेंट में जाने की कोशिश करते हैं और जाते भी हैं. मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम वी आर सिटिंग बिहाइंड द रिवर और बैंक ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर एट अ लोनली प्लेस वेयर नो वन कैन डिस्टर्ब यू. ट्रू, द सेम थिंग वी आर, because I did my graduation from NIT Hamirpur and I was enough fortunate that उस पर्टिकुलर टाइम और आज भी हमारे पास NIT हमीरपुर में आर्किटेक्चर के अलावा इंजीनियरिंग ब्रांचेस थी. So whenever I was fed up with this architecture, design, construction, then I used to visit their rooms, and these people are very cool. And वो इतनी हेल्प करते थे और बताते थे ये कर लो, ये मत करो, और छोड़ना है यार, क्या करना है, हो जाएगा सब कुछ. And I am sorry to say, but we people are living in only last hour कि सबमिशन कब होगी, जिस दिन डेडलाइन होगी. और उन लोगों के साथ क्या होता था, लास्ट नाइट फाइट, दैट्स इनफ फॉर देम. और हम 15 दिन तक शीट बनाते रहते थे. सो प्लीज ट्राई टू कॉप अप योर स्टूडेंट्स एंड ट्राई टू मेक देम अंडरस्टैंड कि हम चेंजेस ला सकते हैं. द ओनली थिंग इज वी नीड टू चेंज अवर माइंड एंड थॉट. Thank you.
Doctor, Manoj, I think my question is lost. I was saying, you very rightly said about the Guru, Shishya, Parampara and everything. The thing is, what is the tool that you have? What is the skill set do you have? You know, in practice, architects have to constantly upskill themselves, you know, because, you know, new project, your different typologies, whereas in academics, I see that there is that, you know, once you have a degree, once you have a master's or a PhD, your chances of upskilling yourself, because you are in an academic environment, you are teaching the same subject, which has got the same curriculum for the longest time. Thankfully, the council's initiative of the TRC is a very, very welcome thing. The thing, as I said, remains is, are we relevant to the times? The practice has changed, the way we build is changed completely. Are we empowering our students to learn those techniques and that course?
Sir, it's up to us only. first of all, we need to take care of our
I
syllabus.
agree to that. It's up to us. That's why the question. Do you think that we need to change the curriculum in our academic
we
institutions?
need to change in our syllabus, and that is the only way. Because most of the time I have seen people are having their BOS, Board of Studies, and they are changing only the pattern, font size, and heading, and the similar things.
So I think what
but
we
they
need
are
to
not
discuss
changing
is
the
what
contents.
are the new subjects that need to be introduced,
So right
what are the
now,
new
I
disciplines
cannot,
that need to be introduced.
I cannot suggest, because there are so many institutes are there. They have already implemented, because in IIT Kharagpur, they are teaching their students all kind of languages also. But in most of the architecture institutes, we are not teaching languages. And then if you go to the in South, or like Kerala and Chennai and Bangalore.
I think this thing on language is slightly lost on me, because architect is supposed to be working
Sir,
globally.
you are
across,
taking wrongly. I am talking
across,
about the
regions.
Python, C, C++, Oracle, Fox Pro, like that. I am not talking about the communication skills. So if you are having that kind of knowledge, because in TRC we are conducting so many events, and in that particular we are conducting application of GIS in architecture. And you would be happy to know about that. I am the only person who is working on a book, application of architecture in GIS and remote sensing. If we are not using such applications, if we are not using BIM in our architecture, then what is the use of that?
I agree to that.
One more thing, please, one more thing. Each and every time we are having a consultant for that. I will hire a consultant of fire, I will hire a consultant of plumbing and MEP, electrical services and everything. But why not we are having such kind of ability? We should develop such kind of ability, please.
Can I? In every profession we have that. A doctor can only do an operation or consultation. A nurse does the job.
If we are talking about the engineering, sir, engineering people are having all kind of specialization in their particular.
I would beg to disagree here, because I don't think an electrical engineer does mechanical engineering, or a mechanical engineer does computer engineering. Having said that, let's move on. I think we are very short on time. The topic was about the aspirations of the architect. Aspirations, we all know, to have a very successful practice, to contribute to the society. But I think let's spend just two minutes with each of the panelists to speak about what are the tools, or what are the policies, or what are that formula that you think that we can achieve our aspirations of making the profession. We are all successful practitioners, all of us who, in whatever sphere we are working. But still the profession, from success to significance, it has not achieved. And if the profession has to achieve from success to significance, I personally feel that we need to reach out to public. We need to do a lot of public projects. Any thoughts on that? Anybody? Start with you, Sandeep.
Yeah, I think, there are three ways as architects we need to get engaged with. One is your practice, where a client comes to you. It's many ways a reactionary response. A client comes with a program and then you respond to that. Second is the profession. I think all of us need to kind of think of all three in very strong terms when we build what we call as a practice. Second is the profession and the academics. How do we contribute to the profession and to the academics? In other words, for us, practice is about not going and practicing theory, but use practice as a way to understand what are the theoretical frameworks that can come from the world that I practice in. So I need to take that and then try and sort of take my learnings back to the academics, and also to look at improve the profession. Third is, what is our role in the society? What does a practice? I strongly firmly believe that an architecture practice should have, like an architecture institution, should influence the context within which it practices. Right? So once we start to look at all these three and start to kind of develop a practice which start to influence all of these, and I think value naturally gets built up. And I think all these issues about fees, etc., will also get sorted out. I mean, it is a challenge. I think, as a young practice, we used to crib a lot about it, because every time I give a quote to a client, there'll be a practice which is, 50 years old or 60 years old, who will be half the price as us. right? We went through this frustration for a long time and finally realized we just need to stay focused on doing what we think makes us happy and what we think is meaningful. And eventually the fees will come. We charge very well today to any kind of projects, right? And I don't think we are, we don't look at others' fees. We charge well to kind of achieve that. So we need to think, and that's why I talked about the practice initially. It's not about me. It's about what I bring into the table as a practice. And if that practice can start to influence all of these three, and I think the values start to get built up. And we need to look at an architecture practice from that standpoint. It's no different from an institutional. An architecture institution should also do the same thing. It should have an influence on the context within its practice. And when you start to do that, I think many of these things get sorted out.
That's very valid point. I think so. What the takeaway from what Biju is saying is that two things. I think this whole debate on parity of fee is I think completely misfounded, because it's based on your abilities, and each studio knows what is their break-even point or how do they make profit. And the other point I think is that I think all of us who are practicing architects need to also go back to the alma mater or the other institutes around and be able to at least contribute in the academics, because there is a limit that, in the college there are not enough practicing architects, so we don't learn the practical aspect of architecture. So I think very well taken, Biju. Milana, you were very eager to say something.
Sir, I just wanted to add to what your question was. Basically, the role of public in our profession, I believe it is huge. I often understand that, I have grown in Nagpur. I don't have anyone coming in my family. There's no architect. Whatever I have seen is Habib sir, Ahuja sir, Gadkari sir, the people, the stars of our city, And I believe that there's a belief which should be very strong about any profession. May it be advocate, may it be chartered accountant, may it be architect, may it be, any legal person, whatever. So there's a belief. So I always tell students, I always tell young people that how much you can make me believe in you. That is the question. That is how architects are. We have grown up listening कि आपका ये काम है, ये आप हबीब सर के पास जाइए, ये हो जाएगा. आपका ये काम है, आप इनके पास जाइए, ये हो जाएगा. There should be a equipped image of an architect in the society. It is very important. Just taking it little informal, but I always quote this to my student कि ये वैसा है जैसे कोई एक कंपनी है या कोई एक ब्रांड है, वो अच्छा अचार बनाता है. तो उसके बारे में अगर लोगों को पता है तो वो अपना माउथ पब्लिसिटी करेंगे, लोगों को बताएंगे. आप देखो बहुत सारे अच्छे ब्रांड्स हैं जिनका अपना एडवर्टाइजिंग नहीं है, कुछ फंडिंग नहीं है, कुछ पैसे वो लोग एडवर्टाइजिंग में नहीं डालते हैं. But they are equipped to solve the problem. And it is always people come to you saying that you do this kind of thing. So recently a person came to me to make a heritage impact assessment report. He went to Mumbai, he went to various cities, but the area was quite remote. It located nearby Nagpur. So we did that report, sir, and it was accepted by archaeological department also. So the entire idea is people will come in search of you. Trust me, they will come in search of you. But do you have that equipment is most important, because this is a question, sir, which is going on everywhere. All the young people, I see that every week I meet students, young graduates, young undergraduates, and they are blank. They are with the question ki sir mujhe kya milega? And I always think this that I never got this question here. मतलब मेरे को I think I was a sincere student, or I think I was just a student, or maybe मेरा IQ उतना नहीं होगा कि मैं इतना सोचता नहीं कि मुझे क्या मिलेगा.
But I find my courage of conviction, Sandeep.
Yeah, I find my way.
I think what I see that you speaking about is the courage of conviction, and without any fallacies. It's very important. You can have conviction without having the bandwidth or without having the skill set to have that. Sometimes you are very foolhardy, and I think to some extent when you start your practice, foolhardiness is required, that it will get traction at some point in time. But otherwise, I think you should know what floats your boat and stick to that, and sooner or later things will come in your favor. Milana?
Yeah, finally I get to speak. So this is something that I wanted to talk about, wherein we are talking about fees and the ability to be able to put out ourselves in the industry with a perfect number, which is tagged with the typology and the quality of design that you put out. So that is very individual to different firms. But we should look at another larger aspect, which is most of these interns, when they actually come into firms, most firms run with interns, and it is very important to acknowledge the fact that they come in with an expectation that they get a 360-degree approach to training. So they should not be doing one typology of detail. They are supposed to be exposed to all facets of our practice, wherein they need to go stand in sites more than sit and do drawings, but definitely it has to be a balanced approach, which needs to be planned because they are just out of academics and they need to know how to be able to handle that. So most of the interns whom we have had over, so I can tell that 98% of those interns are doing freelance work today, wherein they themselves are entrepreneurs. So they have started off, they have stepped their foot into the industry rather than running behind this aspect of, time and again talking about salary and fees and, other aspects. So I think it's very important that we empower our young architects who are just about to graduate, as well as give them an opportunity when they finish. If the interns are really good, you should be able to hire them as junior architects. So it's very important for you to nurture them and bring them out to the industry in the right possible way with whatever basics they have achieved. Definitely, we don't look at portfolios which are flashy. Sometimes the flashiest portfolios, the interns have not been able to do their best in our firms. So about 80% of the, my team who are with me today are the people who have joined us after their course is completed, and they have been associated with us.
Thanks, Milana. I've got enough of these. What you're saying is that architectural practices as incubators, so when you set up your studio as an incubation space and churn out and also empower the interns to actually holistically 360-degree. That's great. I think that's a wonderful takeaway from this. Manish, keep it short and
I think I completely agree with Milana by saying that her issues also addresses. I think the syllabus and the course and the education should be limited to learning skills and services in construction, and make that as much as possible practical with theories built into it. And then developing a critical thinking for design, which can be approached in the design courses. Now, these two, and leave the internship placement after these two sets of things are done, which can be, for some it could be an internship for 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, before he actually can be an incubator, full-fledged incubator. But the other thing which I was trying to say is that perhaps today we cannot run an office as age-old tradition of a practice, because we have to also come up with the speed of the operation that India needs. India is a place for provision. We have so many provisions to provide. In the other sessions, there were talks about so many works that are available today, right? And therefore, we need to, actually this provisional, we have to scale up our office, for which we have to bring in business practices. And there's a chicken and egg situation here. So we need to have a balanced scaling up. And that perhaps will not ignore the necessity of business and ignore the necessity of design thinking and critical thinking.
Also, Vivek, I'll just take about a minute. So I think to address the aspect that Dr. Munot was putting across, so it's not about us not being able to equip ourselves to do everything, but it's about the amount of time and expertise that is required to make ourselves masters in learning all those aspects. So which actually takes away a lot of time of an architect in the journey of their practice. So that is something wherein I think if we look at the trends internationally, so firms are collaborating with each other. In India, the collaborations are happening among firms. So Vivek's firm would be, an expert in one typology of work, and we would be an expert in another typology of work. When two firms with good enough capabilities collaborate with each other, then you will be able to create much better output in terms of architectural design and the output as in terms of execution as well.
No,
So that is what
fully-
we were trying to, even I think Vivek was trying to convey the same. So it's very important for us to take the collaborative approach, as well as we ourselves need to know all the details to be able to understand when we collaborate so that we can work together.
True. You need to scale up and be collaborative in your practices. And I think we will open it to questions because I've been asked to do that. I have a question here, which is how the allied, should go to Dr. Manod, how the allied branches will be inducted in the curriculum like cost management and budget management. If I understand correctly, we have an elective called professional practice. Do you include all this in that or no?
Yes, we are having
We are only
this
going to be
subject.
eating on your lunch time, so please ask questions very specifically if you want to. Yeah.
Yes.
So the questions have to be asked over lunch. Each of these panelists has to be cornered, not allowed to eat, and just bombard them with questions.
No, you can ask question. We are here to listen your question, but it would be good if we...
Rajendra, we
Sir,
will take
please.
it offline now.
Offline now, sir. So we are having so many allied subjects in our syllabus, like professional practice is one of them, but still we are calling faculties from engineering departments also, like in our institutes or all institutes where engineering departments are there. We used to call mechanical engineer for mechanical services, electrical engineer for electrical services. All these are faculties teaching their particular subject specific. And the same thing with, what was the cost management?
Cost and budget.
Then cost management estimation subjects are there. We are teaching all our students. They are more fluent. And for this particular, we are calling faculty from civil departments. So like this, if we are having allied departments, so we are more beneficial for these departments and having all kind of exposure to our students. Thank you.
Great. I think we had a meaningful session. If you agreed to that, I am going to insist that it was a meaningful session. But I think the takeaways are that no matter what you say, we need to, unlike the other professions, we forget that a doctor constantly upskills himself with the latest what's happening in the field of medicine. A lawyer is always upgrading himself with the latest amendment in the Constitution. CA does that because every time the government is coming out with new taxations, but architects are not really upskilling themselves. I think that is one of the reasons that the profession lags behind. The other thing is that I think I had thought that I would say this sentence to young architects, which again I would say I don't find any, that architecture and architectural practice is not cherry pickings. You need to put in a lot of hard yards. It's a long drawn thing. You need to be really patient, but you need to be very assiduously doing what you're doing, and I think success will come to you. Thank you all. Thank you for patiently listening to this. We've eaten into your lunchtime. Thank you, wonderful panelists, and I thank Council for doing this great initiative of Pratyasha, and good luck to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. It was an interesting session, and I know likely to be extended, but we have to take a break for lunch. But before that, I would like to invite Shri Deepak Singh ji, Shri Sandeep Sharma, and Shri Lalit Kala from the Council of Architecture to join us on the dais. I would request Deepak Singh ji to please come forward to felicitate Architect Biju Kuriakose and Architect Sandeep Pathe. Please come. Architect Biju Kuriakose, Architect Sandeep Pathe. दीपक जी आप करें. I will now call upon Sandeep Sharma ji to please come forward. And felicitate architect Manish Chakravarti. And architect Milana. I invite Shri Lalit Kalaji to please come forward. And felicitate architect Navneet Munot. And architect Vivek Gupta ji. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you. We will now take a break for lunch. It is 2:05, and I request all of you to be please back in the auditorium at 2:30 to 2:35 latest. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Invite you to settle down for the toughest session of the day, because it's not easy to keep awake after the delicious lunch that we've had. I can understand. But I can also promise that the next session scheduled for you is very important, and it has a lot of very vital takeaways. So please do settle and let us begin quickly. We have a lot of sessions planned for you after this as well. So look forward to good interactions and very good sessions. I hand over to Milana, please.
Welcome back, everyone, post-lunch. I hope you all had a great meal. Moving forward for the day, as architecture has evolved as a profession over the years, so has its ecosystem and allied implications. Be it in practice, at site, in office, or on a policy level, understanding the legalities is becoming ever more important. The next session, COA and Legalities, will be anchored by architect Kapil Setia, former member of the Executive Committee of COA. An alumnus of the Chandigarh College of Architecture, Kapil Setia has more than 32 years of professional experience. He is also an associate member of the Institute of Town Planner for Chandigarh. Presently working on the position of Chief Architect, Department of Urban Planning, Chandigarh, in the Chandigarh administration. He was instrumental in preparing the Green Building Code for Chandigarh. He is convener member of the Chandigarh Heritage Conservation Committee, presently Mr. Setia is serving as Design Council member for modernization of airports by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. He is the key officer responsible for inscription of the Capitol complex as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. Over to you, sir.
All the panelists?
Yeah. I'll just give the.
Should we call all the panelists?
Can we just correct this?
One second. I think was the session 3. Right?
Yeah. Should we call all the panelists? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think after some very interesting sessions, we have a session which the architects are really at a crossroad to understand the legalities which they need to follow in terms of, and we have a very interesting panel. We have a panel where we have a very senior advocate, Mr. Naveen R. Nath, who has been associated with the council for more than 2 decades. He has been knowing the nuances and the legalities of the profession in terms of the various court cases which has been happening since the enactment of the 1972 Act, and has been understanding the various landmark judgments which have recently come and has changed the context of our profession. Mr. Naveen R. Nath is a senior advocate who obtained his LLB degree from Campus Law Center, Delhi University. He was an advocate on record of the Supreme Court before his designation as a senior advocate. He has 3 decades of professional experience. He specializes in constitutional law, arbitrations, commercial laws, contracts, civil and property laws, electricity laws, and environmental laws. So I can see his experience. It's all gambit of all the laws which probably will impact us in any way. Apart from that, he also has infrastructure-related laws. He has been appointed as arbitrator by the High Court of Delhi. Throughout his career, he has appeared in almost every high court in the country. He continues to be engaged in these courts apart from regularly appearing before the Supreme Court of India. He is based in New Delhi. We warmly welcome Mr. Naveen R. Nath. A big round of applause for him, and I welcome him on the stage. I think he'll be carrying us through the major portions of this session, which will help us understand the nuances of the law and how it has to be understood in terms of. Next, I'll invite Mr. Deepak Kumar. He's the administrative officer in the Council of Architecture and has been handling matters related to enforcement of Architects Act 1972, statutory committees and other committees like recognition of the foreign qualification, amendment to Architects Act 1972, cadre restructuring of government, manual of architectural practice. He's also handling all the other nodal officer situations in the council and has been associated with various legal matters we all encounter in Council of Architecture. Then we invite architect Lalichand Zakaria, who has more than 38 years of experience in the field of architectural consultancy. He has designed and supervised a variety of buildings like residential, apartments, hospitals, public buildings, resorts, commercial buildings, convention centers, museums, churches. His office specializes in healthcare architecture. At present, his office is engaged in design supervision of over 12 hospitals in the state. Currently, the firm he's handling and the projects worth more than 1,000 crores at any given point of time. He has won various awards, like Awards of Excellence in Architecture from Indian Institute of Architects. He'll brief us and help us understand the issues of legal implications in the architectural softwares. First and foremost, I welcome everybody back from the lunch, and I expect more and more architects to join in and understand what we really miss in terms of coming out, understanding how law has to be understood and interpreted. I think I'll rather join the dais and
Good afternoon, everybody. Though there is a structured topic for discussion, I had the occasion to observe the discussion of the panel of presidents, and I noticed that much of the issues and concerns of the profession relates to the practice and professionals, their future, and concerns with regard to the recent judgment of the Supreme Court with regard to the right to practice. So I think what I'll do is I'll just share with you my experiences about the Architects Act, and so that you get a broad overview from a lawyer's perspective. And the way I saw the discussion going on amongst the presidents, I do realize that there are existential issues which are of concern to all of you. So I need to put matters in a perspective. So though the legislation has been in existence for 50 years, it has been a tumultuous existence of the last 50 years, and more particularly the last 35 years. The concerns were basically twofold. One was the initial concern over the last 35 years was with regard to the power of the Council of Architecture to regulate the educational aspect of architectural education. Because in 1972, when the Act was enacted, it was still at a very nascent stage, and there were not too many architectural colleges, and the profession itself was the prerogative of a relatively few number of professionals. In 1987, when the Parliament enacted the AICT Act, there was a problem because the AICT Act defined technical education to include architecture. And unlike the Architects Act, the AICT Act and the body, the council, the AICT Council, was essentially a creature of the government itself. And that was a problem area because obviously when the government has control, it expects other bodies to conform to what its own institution expects you to do. So for a while, the Council of Architecture became subservient to the AICT. It became a mere agency for executing the agenda of the AICT and the objects of that particular act. The problem was because technical education included architecture, so there were a series of litigations. The question which arose was, since AICT Act is a 1987 Act, and the Parliament in its wisdom has chosen to define technical education to include architecture, so why should the Council of Architecture have an independent existence? So this created a very, very grave situation, and there were differing views from various high courts. This resulted in several issues with regard to who will give intake, what kind of faculty standards should you have, what kind of academic standards who will prescribe those standards, etc., etc. So finally, after such a long wait, in 2019, the Supreme Court finally decided the matter in favor of the Architects Act and held that the AICT Act is a general law, the Architects Act is a special law. So the conflict was resolved by holding that the special law always prevails over the general law. Now there is a reason for this, and that is very important, and that is what I think you should all keep in mind. All major professions in India are regulated by professionals themselves. You look at medical education, you look at Advocates Act, all these bodies are, statutory bodies are constituted by the professionals themselves. And that is exactly the flavor that you find under the Architects Act. And in fact, the Architects Act, I would say, is one of those legislations where the governmental oversight or interference is kept at the most bare minimum. Because even under the Medical Council Act, there is a provision for the central government to intervene and, say, for instance, supersede the council. The Architects Act is fiercely independent in that sense. It has, I don't know who made it, but the way it was enacted, the intention was to keep it absolutely autonomous. And that fierce independence is probably the reason why you are in existence even today. Now, in spite of all these pitfalls, what I do find is that, of course, the common knowledge that architectural education has grown by leaps and bounds. It is today a very sought-after profession. Most of the issues that were being discussed about young architects not being able to get employment or not getting paid properly, these are issues which have concerned every other profession. It's not only architecture. So please do not consider that it is only a problem that young architects face. Lawyers face it. We don't have any. When I joined as a lawyer, I don't even get paid. That's a position today also. So these are professions. These are not businesses. You learn while you practice. And it all depends on the kind of individual mentorship, that opportunities that you get, that skills you up as a professional. So that was one chapter which ended in 2019, but that was not the end of your problems. Then came the other judgment, which is Section 37 issue. That is, the Supreme Court decided and held that the practice of architecture is not the exclusive prerogative of architects alone. Any other person can also practice architecture. Now, of course, I did not appear in that matter, but I did go through the judgment. And if you ask me, the Supreme Court held in that particular manner, in the manner that it did, not because of any reasoning that it itself gave. It looked at the Act itself, and it found that the Act did not contain any stipulation that practice of architecture would be the exclusive prerogative of architects. Now, to buttress that conclusion, what the court did was, it looked at the provisions of the Advocates Act, it looked at the Medical Council Act. Now, what it found was that in those acts, there were specific provisions which says the practice of medicine or the profession of lawyers would be the exclusive prerogative of a registered advocate or a medical practitioner. Your act does not contain that provision. And the other problem area was, they looked at the statement on objects and reasons of the Architects Act. There was a particular clause which says very clearly that the practice of architecture is not intended to be preserve of architects alone. So what does the court do? The courts cannot legislate. They can only interpret the law. And here, your own act gave enough tools for interpretation for the court to arrive at that conclusion. So there is nothing wrong with the judgment, the way the court has decided. The courts cannot go into whether it was advisable to have this particular form or not. That's the job of the legislature. So there definitely arises an issue for seeking appropriate measures, legislative measures for amending the law so that it becomes the exclusive prerogative of architects. Now, there are good reasons for that. Now, if you look at the way the profession is carried out in other developed societies, particularly look at the way our urban scenario, the kind of problems we have in our urban areas. There is no organized form of town planning norms. There is no transportation planning. These are all subjects which are covered in architecture. Town planning itself in India is not a regulated profession. There is no statutory body which regulates town planning norms in India. So it is primarily the job of the architect, because he is the only person who seems to be having some expertise in dealing with these aspects. So our urban centers need professional architects and town planners. And I think that is a good ground. Now, look at the way our cities are imploding and population is exploding. You have to have something like, make not only amendments to the Architects Act, the actual amendments need to be made to the municipal laws and town planning laws. For instance, I remember I did a matter in Madhya Pradesh High Court where the local development law said that for developments beyond a particular limit, it's only an architect who has the authority to certify the plans. And for lesser extent of development, an engineer can also do it. So the engineers challenged that particular legislation, saying that engineers are equal to architects. How can you discriminate between architects and engineers? So the Madhya Pradesh High Court, in its judgments, first held that yes, this is discriminatory. Engineers and architects are alike. You can't discriminate. And they struck down that provision. But unfortunately, the Council of Architecture was not heard in that matter. So we went back. We went back and told the court, sorry, sir, you are wrong. We are a regulated profession. We are professionals. There is a basis on which we cannot be compared with engineers. Engineers are not part of a regulated profession. Engineers don't have a council to regulate their professional conduct. The court accepted our argument and recalled the order. And today, we are back to square one. Of course, the matter is still yet to be decided. It is pending. So all this shows that, unless you have a system or an ecosystem where every state in the country has uniform legislation dealing with development, it is not merely confined to a particular building. Now, as the Supreme Court says, if I want to get my house designed, I can design it myself. Why should I go to an architect? You should not have that liberty of choice. You must make a law where, you know, for the sake of in public interest, you should have a legislation where all these norms should be dealt with professionals. The question would be that, you know, how can a poor man afford an architect? So these are matters which the government has to provide for. They have the leeway, they have the legislative competence to provide for these kind of regulatory measures, which makes development, particularly human habitation and your entire sociology, economy, etc., etc. The architect himself is a person who brings all these elements together. So there is a need to educate, if I may say so, even the legislatures on this aspect. So otherwise, you will end up creating urban slums. And that is not good for the country as an investment destination alone. I mean, you have to have proper social and physical infrastructure in our cities and urban centers. And why not even rural areas? You have to have a sense of uniformity. You look at a city in India anywhere, everything looks so disorganized. There is no uniformity of standards. So we need to avoid all those kind of things. We need to think afresh on these aspects. And that is why we have to really look at this architectural education in a different manner, and not merely as something which concerns individual architects. It is something which is required in the larger interests of society. Now, the Architects Act, I must also say that it actually is a very fiercely independent legislation. And it is a good thing. It is also a boon. It is also the bane. Because it is so fiercely independent, there are other agencies which are always trying to put down an independent and autonomous body. Because the reason is the Council of Architecture does not get state funding, unlike other bodies who gets a lot of state funding. The Medical Council Act, the Advocates Act, all these bodies get a lot of state funding. But the Council of Architecture as a statutory body does not, under the scheme of the Act, does not get any funding whatsoever. And actually, the only way it can get funding is through its own resources, and the AICT also has a huge corpus where it is mandated to provide funding to bodies like the Council of Architecture. So, for instance, that is what they want. They want you to go to them. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, because if you look at the law, as in law, there are no enemies, there are no conflicting interests. The whole idea of the AICT Act and the Architects Act is to work in conjunction with each other, to work in a harmonious manner, so that in case if the Council of Architecture wants to introduce, let us say, a scheme for training young lawyers, young architects in the practice of profession, or have a module for priming them for getting into the profession, the AICT has the legal authority for providing funding for those kind of programs. Probably that is one way of looking at it, to synergize so that these kind of issues are taken together, and there is no problem in dealing with the AICT or for that matter the government for dealing with these kind of programs. But that's of course, it is a matter which is not going to happen overnight. It will take its own time. Now, the Mukesh Goel case, that is the case dealing with the exclusive right to practice. Now, that arose, the only criticism I have of that judgment is that possibly the Supreme Court should not have gone to the extent that it did, because that issue was a very staid and boring service matter. It was a matter relating to promotions in the architectural department of Noida Authority. Now, the problem was that the Noida Authority, under its service rules, had a provision whereby an engineer could be promoted to the post of, say, an assistant architect. Now, Mr. Goel, who was an architect himself, challenged that particular promotion. And the Allahabad High Court had held that there is nothing wrong, etc., etc. There is absolutely perfect, government can do it. It can promote an engineer into the post of an architect. What is wrong with that? The Supreme Court did not accept that line of reasoning of the Allahabad High Court. It said, no, if the post is meant for an architect, it carries the nomenclature of an architect, then it can be only given to a person who is a registered architect and none else. And while holding so, it should have stopped at that. But the court stepped slightly beyond, because under the Act also, there is also another provision, which I forget, which says that in government, you also, if there's a post of an architect, it has to be meant only for a registered architect. The court probably did not look at that particular provision. But then it stepped beyond. It said, no, well, the nomenclature, maybe if the nomenclature is that of an architect, it has to be an architect. But you can change the nomenclature. You change the nomenclature, you give it some other appellation, and then you can appoint a non-architect to that post, though he may be carrying out the work of an architect. And for buttressing that particular argument, the court referred to the larger scheme of the Act and said, yes, even the Act does not say practice of architecture is the exclusive prerogative of a registered architect. But the other criticism of the judgment was that the statement of objects and reasons said that the practice of architecture by other professionals is not barred. Now, the expression uses other professionals. Now, professionals, if you use that particular expression, it has to be somebody who's trained or qualified in a particular professional subject. When the Supreme Court... Yeah, just I'll give you time. I won't take so that...
I'll request it. I think it says specifically to their normal vocation. It doesn't ask them to do anything with respect to design.
Correct,
so
correct. In
that interpretation we can really...
But the Supreme Court has opened it to everybody. So the point is that this judgment has actually had unintended consequences. Whichever way you look at the statement of objection reasons clause, the idea was it was still confined to professionals, not to all and sundry. So this is an inadvertent error in my view of the Supreme Court. It has taken it too far. Because, you know, after all, you have a regulated profession. The intention of the Parliament was that the practice of architecture need to be regulated in public interest. As the panel discussion was going on, I think Mr. Mehta said this. He said that the right to practice a profession is a fundamental right of every citizen of this country. But it has restrictions. And the Constitution says, Article 19, subclause 6 says, the right to practice a profession can be regulated in public interest. Now, when the Parliament made the Architects Act, the intention was to regulate the practice of architecture in public interest. So the Supreme Court's reasoning appears to be slightly off balance. It does not take that into account, that on the one place you have the Parliament making a law for regulating the profession and then saying that, well, anybody can practice architecture or anybody can indulge in architectural activity. That appears to be slightly disturbing and probably something which probably will at some stage or the other would need a review. But the Supreme Court, being the Supreme Court, a judgment of the Supreme Court binds everybody. It is a law of the land. So there we are. We are stuck with that situation. Now, what is the solution to all these things? Obviously, the only way out is an amendment to the Act. Amendment is not something that, that can happen overnight. The government is always slow on amendments unless it is something, there is an emergent situation which arises. Now, we saw that tragedy which happened in Gujarat. Suppose, let us say, something like that happened in respect of a building which was designed by a non-architect. Then the government wakes up from its slumber and says, okay, now I think it's time that we should do something like this. So in our history, it has always been like that. If somebody dies sitting on the back seat of a car, we did not wear a seat belt. Overnight, the government makes a law. So this is how our legislature functions. This is how our governance system functions. That is not something new. So it takes tragedies and disasters for new legislations to come.
I'll just request if you could just brief on other issues of contracts for architectural services.
Yes, okay. Let me.
So that we can.
Yes.
Yeah. Then.
Yes. Please.
We'll give the audience.
Yeah. No, I can hear you.
Can sir?
Yes. Yeah.
You are audible.
Yeah, you can.
And you can say it
we
loudly
can hear
rather
you.
than I think we don't have the time. Can you please? Yeah. Excuse me. Can you please speak? Yeah. Please speak it. Yeah. We can hear. Yeah.
and make us actually define what our profession was. Would you let Hello. Yes, sorry. So would you let a bystander actually do your heart operation? Do people even understand what the complexity of architecture really is? It's a 5-year degree. You know, I may argue with the fact that it's a 5-year degree, but it is a 5-year degree. And there's a lot of complexity that goes in. No, allow me to speak for a moment, please. No, Mr. Nath, just give me a moment. You spoke enough. So I'm just saying that would you allow a bystander to do an operation on you? You would not allow, simply because he or she or whoever doesn't have the requisite skills to do that, right? So the skills are built over a period of time. It is diminishing to a profession for the court to be legislating that. Whereas it should be
just one moment.
No, let me speak.
I understood your question.
No.
I'm short of time. Everybody's short of time. Let's keep it short.
No, look.
You probably did not hear what I said. I said the court did not legislate.
No, I totally heard it. No, sir.
The court did not legislate, my dear friend. That's what I said. The court did not legislate. The court only said what your act says.
Look, if you want to cut me out, it's okay.
It is an interpretation, Mr.
No. Honorable court is fully honorable. But I want to put a position.
Well, I think we should have this debate after this. You know, there are people waiting.
Used to people arguing.
Let's let everybody. I think
Sir, please allow me to answer his question. I'll answer your
question. Expound on the question.
Please. I'll answer his observation. Please understand. देखिए, जब आर्किटेक्ट्स एक्ट बना था 1972 में पास हुआ, उससे पहले का इतिहास नहीं पढ़ा इन्होंने. जो सुनो, लेट मी कंप्लीट. जो पार्लियामेंट में प्रोसीडिंग्स हुई, उस पर डिस्कशन हुआ, तो उसमें सारी बात ये घूम फिर के आई थी, ये बात कि भाई ये आर्किटेक्चर का प्रोफेशन हम सिर्फ एक्सक्लूसिव बना देंगे तो जो नक्शा नवीस काम कर रहे हैं, जो ड्राफ्ट्समैन काम कर रहे हैं, जो सर्वेयर काम कर रहे हैं, जो इंजीनियर्स काम कर रहे हैं, उनकी रोजी रोटी का होगा. एक तो मसला ये आया था. दूसरा मसला फंडिंग का आया था कि भाई हमारे पास, सरकार ने कहा हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है तुम्हें देने के लिए, तो इस काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर चलेगी कैसे. तो उसके लिए फिर ये तय किया गया कि हम इसको सबको अलाउ करेंगे. आर्किटेक्चर की प्रैक्टिस सबको अलाउ रहेगी. और वही सर ने, जो नाथ साहब ने बात कही, कोर्ट ने भी जो आर्किटेक्ट एक्ट में, उसी सुन लो, कंप्लीट कर लें तो सर सुन लो, निवेदन सुन लो मेरा. सर मेरा निवेदन सुन लो प्लीज. मैं अपनी बात तुरंत खत्म कर रहा हूँ. तो यही बात संसद में भी आई और ये बहुत ज़्यादा इसका विरोध हो रहा था इस बात का कि ये एक्ट नहीं बनना चाहिए, इंजीनियर्स का काम खत्म हो जाएगा. और मजेदार बात यह है कि अधिकतर लोग समझते हैं पीलू मोदी जी ने एक्ट बनवाया. नहीं, ये एक्ट इंजीनियर्स ने बनवाया. जिन लोगों ने इसका ड्राफ्ट तैयार किया तो सारे इंजीनियर्स थे, और उन लोगों ने इस बात को माना कि नहीं, हम इंजीनियर्स के काम पे रोक नहीं लगा रहे, ये आर्किटेक्ट टाइटल को प्रोटेक्ट करेगा और हर व्यक्ति इसमें काम करना चाहेगा. जो नाथ साहब ने कही वही बात कही. कोर्ट ने लेजिस्लेशन में परिवर्तन नहीं किया.
उस टाइम आपका कॉन्टेक्स्ट ठीक हो सकता है. आई थिंक वी कैन.
सर, आई हैव वन थिंग टू से.
आई थिंक
नो लिसन,
मुझे लगता है गोयल साहब बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं सर.
I'll override your conversation
के जो
here.
उसमें बात थी.
नहीं, देखिए वक्त ऐसा है.
सर इसमें बहुत इनपुट है.
We are at a crossroads on our profession.
Let the panel finish their presentation and then we can come to the question and session. I think there are too many people certainly talking.
If you allow me to speak, I will speak for 30
Just
seconds.
sir, please let everybody get a presentation. See, you are intervening in the discussion. Let's make the presentation full and then you can ask. So therefore, Mr. Setia wanted me to talk about contracts. Now, architectural services contracts are no different from any other contract for services. So an architect is liable, he has the same rights as parties to any ordinary contract. Now, in addition to contractual liability, of course, an architect is also, like any other professional, also liable for, professionally also, he can be subjected to professional misconduct proceedings, etc., etc. So, when you enter into a contract with a client, you have to keep in mind that you have rights, you have obligations, you have the professional misconduct provisions looking at you. There are also provisions of tort, criminal prosecution, etc. Well, that happens to lawyers as well. So again, these are all facets of any profession. A profession, the architectural profession, considering the various types of, for instance, if it's a comprehensive architectural services contract, you are actually into a principal to principal contract situation where like in any other contract between A and B, all those contractual rights and liabilities would come on to you. So there is nothing so special about the contractual rights and obligations of an architect when he enters into an agreement with a client. So that's one thing that you need to keep in mind. The other aspect was that, because I'm quickly moving through because we don't have time, the copyright aspect. Now this is very interesting because, you know, an architectural services and work of architecture is copyrightable. Under the Copyright Act, it is included as an artistic work and it is protected. So what happens, suppose I do a work for a client who uses that design for constructing a structure or a building. Now what happens to your copyright? Your copyright continues to remain with the architect who made those drawings. It continues to remain with him even after the building is completed. There is a very interesting provision under the Copyright Act which says that if the building is constructed with the permission of the architect concerned and the building is demolished and the building is to be reconstructed, the client has a right to reconstruct the building on the basis of your original designs. But suppose the building was constructed without your permission and then it is demolished and it is sought to be reconstructed on the basis of the same design, the architect can veto that. So there is a protection given. So these are always understood. Architectural designs are always understood to be copyrightable. They are subject matter of copyright laws. Yes, the processes are not copyrightable. Now, when you talk about processes, let us say a particular structure is to be made using a particular methodology which is invented by the architect himself, let us say special tooling or a special technique. Now, that can also become a subject matter of a patentable right by the architect. So, every aspect, every inventive process, every artistic work has intellectual property associated, and that right vests in the author of that work. So whenever you enter into any agreements, any design agreement to a client, you have the copyright in it. But I must also point out, a client can enter into a contract with you where he says that, well, you will supply this design to me and it becomes my property. So you assign your copyrightable right to the client. That can also happen by contract. Of course, you will put a particular value to that aspect also. You say, since you want me to surrender what is essentially my copyright, then I can add a particular value to the overall contractual stipulations. That is also permissible. So these are all areas where, of course, this all comes with a process of evolution. It doesn't happen overnight. Many young architects would not be aware of these aspects. But this is how the profession is supposed to function, and it is provided under your act, and those comprehensive services, etc., those documents contain these provisions. And then, you also have something very unique under the Architects Act. The dispute between the architect and the client is also arbitrable. The architect himself can become the arbitrator. There are such provisions because you are like an independent consultant. So you assume several kinds of roles. You may take the role of a principal-to-principal engagement with a client and the architect. There could be a situation where there is a client and there is a contractor and there is an architect in between who is actually the arbiter. He is somebody who measures, who verifies the costing, and who certifies, and he is somebody whose assessment becomes final. So you have multiple roles in any engagement. You can have that ability to assume any role that you want, as long as the contract document requires you to be. So that's the interesting aspect of the profession of architect, which you don't find in many other professions. So these are the aspects. Now, see, they also want me to talk about what are the nature of amendments required. Definitely, number one, there is a need to define what is architectural services. Because if once that is defined, then the whole Supreme Court judgment stands addressed. Now, the Supreme Court judgment remains the judgment only till the law is amended. Because once the law is amended, the judgment loses its significance. And when you talk about amending the law, there is also a whole body of line of judgment which says that you cannot amend a law just to nullify the judgment. But that is a different aspect. Here, the Supreme Court gave its judgment because it said that the Act did not provide exclusivity to architects. But if the legislature in its wisdom now chooses to bring in that exclusivity element, The Supreme Court judgment cannot be, you cannot say that the amendment is just to negate the Supreme Court judgment. The legislature in its wisdom chose to specify what architectural services are, and that it will be the exclusive prerogative of a registered architect, so be it, it's a valid amendment. So these are the aspects with regard to professional practice. Then there is also another aspect with regard to postgraduate education. Now I'm digressing to another point. Now the Act does not deal with M.Arch and other higher qualifications. It only deals with the basic degree in architecture. So that is also one aspect where the Act needs to be amended so that that ambiguity is removed. Because otherwise what happens is, today in the absence of that vacuum, universities will have their own standards for, as far as M.Arch is concerned, and for higher qualification, they may bring in their academic content. But significantly, there is another judgment which I wanted to discuss. That was something which happened very recently. Under the Architects Act, all the minimum standards of architectural, educational, professional conduct regulations, etc., have to be made by statutory regulations. Now, what is meant by statutory regulation is, this is nothing but another form of law where the council proposes the regulation, it is approved by the central government and placed before the parliament before it becomes a law. But under section 21 of your act, there is a power given to the council to prescribe minimum standards. Now, this particular section had never come up for interpretation. Now, the Supreme Court in a recent judgment has interpreted section 21 and said that the Council of Architecture has an independent law-making power under section 21, which it can make without going through the process of central government approval or through the parliament. So that's a very important power that the council has today got. But that section 21 only deals with architectural educational standards, not with regard to professional standards. So this is again an empowering judgment, a judgment which has really empowered the council, and it takes care of all those creaks and crevices which have not been covered by the act and the regulations. So my final concluding remarks would be that this is 50 years of tumultuous existence for this legislation. It has survived all these challenges, whether it is challenged from the government, whether it is challenged from the AICTE Act, and there are challenges with regard to so many other aspects which I don't want to talk about here, but you have survived and you have done well. So this is a part of evolution. Architecture as a profession has taken off late. It has something to do with our country as an emerging economy. Eventually, I would even go on to the extent of saying that how we deal with architectural education and architecture as a mainstream subject is also an index of how we evolve as a society. Because the more we evolve, we realize about our public spaces, not only merely about buildings. Today, I as a layperson get the impression that when you talk about architects and architecture, you only talk about the building, your own dwelling unit. You don't look beyond it. But architecture really is not about building, it is actually about society and living. It is about how you use your spaces, public spaces, how you can't have ghettoization, that the poor people live in the fringes of the city, only the rich get to live in the middle of the city. You can't have that kind of a habitation. That's so inequitable. So all these realizations will come only when architecture you should have the right kind of people to project your profession and the need to implant it into our daily lives. And that actually is not an easy exercise, but you are getting there. So I think you're on the right track. I'm sure most of the children who are coming to join architectural colleges are today coming out of a choice. They have chosen to become architects. That's the first sign that you are actually doing well. Like I can tell you about the legal profession. I got into the legal profession after completing my graduation in botany. But because I had no other choice, because I didn't know what I wanted to do after botany, because that was a subject I really didn't see would give me a career. But I realized that yes, I was meant to be a lawyer. Today's children who want to take up law as a career, that is their chosen profession. They have come here not because they had nothing else to do, because they wanted to be lawyers. And today's youngsters they have already made up their minds. If somebody wants to get into an architectural college, he actually means it. And yes, I must also mention this fact. Your aptitude test is something which it was always ahead of its times. You had the people who made this law actually were far ahead of their times when they envisioned the aptitude test. And that is what is required in every profession.
I think
And that is something so brilliant. I mean, I think that's other professions should have learned from this, and that is why today, even in law, you have some kind of a bar examination, etc., so as to assess your aptitude. So I think absolutely there is nothing. The Act has got its own advantages, it has its own brilliance, streaks of brilliance, but there have been, of course, these are legislation which will always have their pitfalls. So I don't think there is anything really wrong with that. You are on the right track, so I think all of you deserve accolades for being there and nurturing this profession and bringing up to where it is today.
Thank you, Mr. Nath. I think you've given us the broad prospect of all legal aspects of our profession in a very good manner, and I think the perspectives have changed in that context. I'll now request Mr. Deepak to give us the list of judgments which are important and have recently been given, so that we can open the floor of the House for questions before Mr. Lalichand gives us some aspects of software, legalities of licensed softwares which we are struggling as a profession. We'll give very little time to both the other panelists, since Mr. Naveen has covered most of the other issues, just as short as you can.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests and friends, I would be discussing with you some important judgments related to Architects Act and Architects Act on the following issues: registration of architects, local bodies, COA final authority for architectural institutions, guidelines prescribed by council have a statutory force, COA can prescribe minimum standards without regulations, appointment to architectural posts, practice as an architect, role of architects in construction of buildings. The Act was enacted under Anti-66 7th Schedule of Constitution of India, and it came into force on 1st September 1972. The Council was constituted on 31st December 1973. This is our enactment, the Gazette notifications. The first judgment which came on the issue of registration of architects was in the 1980. The Delhi High Court says that MCD cannot insist architects to seek further registration in view of enactment of the architects. Same was held by the Honorable Calcutta High Court and also the Honorable Bombay High Court. Then came the judgment of Honorable Madras High Court, which says the guidelines prescribed by the council have a statutory force. The court said the legislative activity is so much that the expert, the points have to be done by the concerned bodies and not by the legislature. So this was the judgment of Honorable Madras High Court. Then come already Naveen sir has discussed this judgment on the interpretation of section 27, which says the council can prescribe minimum standards even without making regulations. Then the Madhya Pradesh High Court judgment, which says that only an architect has to be appointed on the post of architect and no other person. Here earlier engineer was appointed. The Honorable Madhya Pradesh High Court said that only an architect who is registered with the council shall be appointed to such posts. Then the Guwahati High Court held that the proficiency as required of one carrying the job of architect is provided, controlled and maintained under the provisions of the Act. Same standard of efficiency is required maybe by building activities are carried by the state or by private individuals. The issue here was whether we need architects in government service or not. It was challenged by draftsmen and others. They said that registration is required only in private practice and not in government departments. Then the Supreme Court judgment, which says this Mukesh Goel judgment, which we are all discussing. Here the court says that only an architect who is registered with the council can be promoted to the post of an architect. Then this Gujarat High Court judgment, which says only an architect can become a partner in the architectural firm, and it held that legislature, considering the fact that architects are engaged in a profession and not in business, has enacted the act with a view to maintain the standards of architects and to protect the dignity of architects. In the Supreme Court, in another judgment, says it is not correct to say that anyone can practice as an architect even if he is not registered under the act. The Honorable Supreme Court in this, where Mukesh Goel's case says that while we have held that section 37 does not prohibit practice of architecture by unregistered architects, it certainly does prohibit unregistered individuals from using the title style of architect. Under the scheme of act, individuals possessing a statutorily recognized minimum education qualifications can apply for registration architect. Registration as an architect under the statute is a guarantee of possessing certain minimum educational qualifications. Then this Prince Shivaji judgment of Supreme Court, which said that Council of Architecture is the final authority for architectural institutions in the country. Then the Gujarat High Court said that it gave a difference between architect and engineer, It says the architects, considering the requirements of time and need of people, have to plan townships to cities and all. And architects are also required to keep in mind the most important architect, which is cost factor. Considering various aspects, it is clear that the function of architects and civil engineer cannot be the same. An engineer cannot be equated with an architect. This was held by the Gujarat High Court. Then the Supreme Court, this was an arbitration matter in which said the architect plays an important role in the execution of building contract. An architect is a person who possesses a skill. They quoted the Hudson's book and said the architect is the captain of the ship, and he is the person to whom the owner looks for everything. Conclusion: an architect do not require registration with local bodies. The guidelines prescribed by the council have a statutory force. COA can prescribe new standards of architectural education without regulations. Only an architect can be appointed to the post of an architect, which involves duties and functions of an architect. COA is final authority for architectural institutions to prescribe norms and standards for imparting recognized qualifications. Only an architect registered with the council can practice as an architect. Architects have a very important role in construction of buildings, and same cannot be equated with a civil engineer or a structural engineer. Before I end, I have some suggestions which I would like to say. Just like an advocate is an officer of court, an architect is eye, ear and voice of a local authority government to ensure that project for which he is engaged in compliance with the laws. This was the object which I see should be of the Architects Act. We all have to work for this. We cannot use architects only for obtaining concept design plans and getting sanction of building plans and forget him or her. Architect must be associated with the project till completion of the building and receipt of his complete fees from the clients. One is minimizing complaints against architects. Most of the complaints which we receive against architects is that they do not comply with the conditions, undertakings on which local authority granted sanction of building plans. When an architect is engaged by the client, the contract signed with the client, duly having a scope of service, should be filed with the local authorities to know for what services architect has been engaged by the client. In case an architect is not allowed to perform complete services by the client, she will have to inform the local authority about the same and get freed from all subsequent responsibilities and liabilities. For your ease of reference, sample agreements are available in our manual. I hope we will deliberate on these issues. I would like to thank the President, Sir, Registrar, Sir, for giving me this opportunity to share my views amongst such astute and learned audience. Thank you all for patiently hearing me. I would like to end my speech by reciting a mantra from Rig Veda, Anu Bhradda Katvo Yantu Vishwata. हमारे लिए सभी ओर से कल्याणकारी विचार हैं. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepak ji. I will now request Mr. Lalichand Zakaria ji to update us on the legal implications in architectural software and the challenges which architects are facing in terms of the exclusivity of certain firms which have become prominent, especially the entitlement and rights during software companies, harassment and raids in architectural offices.
If you want to use, you can use this. I can put it here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My subject is legal implication on architectural softwares. Without any introduction, I'll just, because of the time, I'll just go into this. I'm not reading this. This is a sample of a letter that we all, at least some of you might have received from the leading software companies during your practice. I'm sure many architects across the country have received such intimidating letters giving you 24 hours to comply with whatever softwares that we use. And they say that we in our offices use pirated softwares. So where do this software come? Where do this power received by the software companies to send such letters, intimidating letters to us? We have to look into the Berne Convention, where our country has entered into an agreement with, when we signed the World Trade Organization, the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, TRIPS, came with that as a charter. And 125 countries across the world signed this. After the Berne Convention, this TRIPS was multiple times amended to make our rules in India compatible with TRIPS. The goal of TRIPS is to establish fair and secure international trading arrangements in order to stimulate trade and investment and raise global standards. To what extent, Would have. Okay. To what extent the software companies can insist or implement, what is that thing? No. Before. Back. Yeah. Before that. So to what extent the software companies can insist or implement complaints? The Indian Copyright Act confers certain rights to the owner of the software. The owner of the software can decide on terms of use with respect to the license grant and also implement the compliance-wide statutory right, contractual right, or both. The copyright generally deals with the work which includes literary works. The definition of the literary works includes computer programs, tables, compilation, and which includes the compilation of data in computer base. So it is illegal to make and distribute copies of copyrighted softwares without authorization as per the Act. So what is infringement of copyright? Under Section 51 of the Act, copyright in a work is deemed to be infringed when any person without a license from the owner does anything to violate the rights of the owner. Also, it says there is something called fair use. So usage of the softwares for educational purposes, criticism, research, making backup copy, etc. does not come under this infringement. So what are the remedies for the owner available? There are civil remedies and criminal remedies available for the owner of the software, which includes imprisonment from 7 days to 3 years and also 50,000 rupees to 2 lakhs rupees of fine. It is also noted that the offences under Section 63 and 63B are non-bailable and are also cognizable offences which empowers an officer to arrest without a warrant. Now, this is very interesting for architects. Power to enter the office premises and do a system audit by the software companies.
Some cable connection.
So, where do they get these powers? They have, a software company has the power to enter the architect or any other professional office in two circumstances. One, all the software contracts that we sign when we buy a software. We do sign a contract when we buy a software. Generally, we don't read that, which will be in very fine print. We'll have an audit right clause which empower them to enter and audit the licenses in computer systems without notice. This is a contractual right. The software company, the second situation is software company can approach a district court or certain high courts, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, and Kolkata for an order of search or injunction against pirating or infringement. In such cases, courts appoint an advocate commission assisted by a technical team for the audit. This is a right gained from a court order. These are the only two circumstances where the software companies can come and audit our systems. But we usually get a letter from the software companies saying that we have the right to come and audit in your system. So we, from IAA, we advise every member not to allow anybody who comes with such a request to audit your system. Because at any point, even if you don't use any pirated software at that point of time, if they come with a special software which can dig out skeletons from your, once upon a time you might have used or somebody might have downloaded some software, they can dig it out from your computer and it will be, they can proceed legally against you in that case. Student licenses. Some companies who give student licenses free of cost, and when these students go to architect's office for internship with this software loaded on their laptops, the companies give notice for illegal usage of softwares. The terms of students' license will allow them only to use it for academic purposes. When interns use the softwares at the premises of an architect's office, it becomes the duty of the architect to prove that such work was not used for commercial gains. It will be our duty to prove that if they come and take a case on that. Recently, in last few years, we are getting letters from companies that the perpetual software that we were using is converted into subscribe mode. Although the perpetual licenses are valid, the companies do not extend any service thereafter, which makes them practically useless. So the perpetual license we had, we can continue with that, but they don't extend any service for that. This is a contractual license attained by the company from the users. Actually, when we bought that software, we have signed on that, saying that they can convert them into a subscribed mode at any point of time. The fine print in that perpetual agreement reads that.
Mr. Zakaria, if you can wrap up, so that we can have the questions as well.
Yeah, one or two. So we are proposing some amendments in the Copyright Act. One is amend Copyright Act to have a minimum period of commitment to support AMC for perpetual licenses. Second, amend the Copyright Act to limit the cost of support services to X percentage of perpetual license fee. Amend the Copyright Act to limit an annual increase of AMC charges. Amend Section 50 to fair use to include the student licenses in the professional offices during limited period of internship or training. And amend Copyright Act restricting software companies from authorizing third-party agents to interact with their licensees on their behalf. All such queries interaction shall be done directly by the software company itself. I'll stop at this. I have a list of approved softwares and things like that, which we can share it on the website or with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakaria, for wrapping it up in a shorter time. I think I'll request the audience one by one. I think we'll take a few questions only. I think we'll request Mr. Verma to first say, can he help me?
Kapil, thank you. In fact, it's not a question, it is a response to what small interaction between Mr. Mattu, Naveen Nath and Ashok Goyal. I know all of you sitting in this hall and outside this hall who are all architects are worried about that why we don't have the right to practice while we have only right to the title. And every time when this question comes up or this subject comes up, the discussion is, which Mr. Mattu was referring, that way, will you allow a doctor to do something like this which you will allow? Let me tell you about what I have experienced in many years, not as an architect, but while reading through all these acts and legal aspects. The medical profession, when the medical council was incorporated, maybe before when the British rule was there, and Mr. Nath, like, I may be wrong on dates, but I know it took almost 50 years before the profession of medicine was made the exclusive domain of the doctors. Before that, there were many, and unless there was hue and cry by the society that they need the doctors only to deal with the medicine or with the whatever needs to be done, whether it is in operation,
point, sir.
There was no. Unless we architects, whether we are sitting in this hall or outside this hall, instead of asking all these questions, it is not that the Supreme Court is going to give you any relief. It is not that the legislator will come on its own and say, please take this because you have got a 5-year degree, take this. You have to make sure the society comes up and says we need architects, and then you will automatically get it. That is how the doctors have got that extreme right. This is what I wanted to mention and answer this question before this gets complicated further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we request the next person. Yeah, I think we can let him have. Yeah.
Architectural services. Even our services are not protected. So that I think that is a major point rather than the judgment of the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court. We don't know what are our services as per Act.
That is compulsory regulation.
Section 2 has to define the definitions. It is not there.
If you ask me, that's a good thing. Because why do you want to define the contours of your profession? Why should it not be as wide as you want it to be? Because the moment you define it, you are restricting it.
Then as per law, what do we do?
Everything architecturally or ancillary
that's the problem. We want
is
to
in
do
your
everything.
domain.
That's the problem. We want to do everything.
No, but that's what is wrong with that. I'm sure many of you here would
It's
agree.
not wrong with us. It's wrong with the others. They raise voices against that only.
You see, it's an evolutionary process. Your profession is growing. Now, as and when there is more money in the economy and in the society, architectural services would definitely be taken up as a matter of preference. Today, everybody goes to the neighborhood contractor, the builder, and he builds it according to his designs. Now, I can tell you from example, even government is guilty of that. I know about a particular high court in a very sunny city, and there is a sea coast next door, and the building is constructed in such a way that even in the middle of the day, you need to have all your lights on, and there is no ventilation. Now, I'm sure, having been associated with this legislation for so long, I have also myself become an architect. You can make out that this is not a building designed by an architect. So, you don't take in natural elements, which is so important these days. But for instance, look at the Delhi High Court, the NXA building. It's a completely architecturally designed building by professional architects, and the difference is so visible. And even the original building of the Delhi High Court was designed by a foreign architect, I think, at that point of time.
Sir, one act governs to us. That act doesn't define our services. That's the major issue. The point is this, sir.
On this, we'll have the next comment.
Sir, before you, the Act doesn't define the technical aspect. Defining architectural services was a technical matter, and it is given in the condition of engagement scale of charges. Legislation only gave the parameters within which we have to function. This is a technical matter. What architectural service would be there, they will increase. So these won't be part of the Act. They would be part of the regulations and not in the Act.
That's what I'm saying.
I thoroughly enjoyed the lucid way in which Mr. Naveen Nath spoke about the Architects Act and other. Sir, you said in between that a person can design his own house and go about it. Every plan has to be signed by an architect, and that to a registered architect. So was there a slip or something?
No, what I meant was, you see, there are building bylaws which are also in every state, regardless of whether you involve the architect or not. There are building bylaw norms which every state has. But if I want to have my bedroom in a particular way or my drawing room in a particular way, that's what I meant. But obviously, when you have to make an application to the regulator, it has to be signed by the registered architect. That's the mandate of law. Like the Madhya Pradesh example I was giving you, the particular clause said, certain kind of structures can also be certified by an engineer. And that is why, that was taken to court by engineers, because they said, if you have a building which is more than 4 stories high or maybe more than 50 square meters in size, then it can be only certified by a registered architect. That was a context in which engineers challenged it. So obviously the law requires, I'm sure most of the laws require signatures or approval by a registered architect when he submits the application to the regulator for approval. So I didn't mean to say that it can't be, that's.
To end on a lighter note, a doctor's mistake is buried or burnt, the person dies, but an architect's mistake remains, and
yes,
I hope
it becomes a monument.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think even after lunch we could spark some conversation with the audience for the first time since morning, and I'll thank each member of the panel for coming and sparing their time, especially Mr. Naveen Nath.
Thank you for having me here.
Deepak. Thank you everyone for participating in this.
Thank you, panel, for a really informative session. I now request Architect Vaidyanathan for the felicitation of Advocate Naveen Nath. Shri Deepak Kumar, Architect Lalichand Zakarias, and Architect Kapil Setia. Advocate Naveen Nath.
Thank you very much.
Can we have Mr. Deepak Kumar? Can we have architect Lalichan Zakaria, sir? And architect Kapil Sethia. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So now I hand over the further session to architect Jayashree Deshpande. Thank you.
That was an interesting session, and it lived up to my promise that we will all wake up after the lunch. We move on to the next session, which explores the possibility of a collaboration between Services Export Promotion Council, that is SEPC, and the Council of Architecture to export architectural services. To anchor this session, we have architect Abhijit Shirodkar. I request architect Abhijit Shirodkar to please come up on the dais. And we have Dr. Abhay Sinha, Director General of SEPC, who will be joining us online from London. Professor Shirodkar will anchor this session, and he was conferred with a scroll of honor for his outstanding contribution to the cause of architectural education and profession by the Nagpur Center of the IIA in the year 2002. In December 2020, Professor Shirodkar was elected to the Council of Architecture as the Western Region representative of IIA. He has been running a successful architectural and interior design practice for over 3.5 decades, undertaking projects in and around the cities of Nagpur and Gondia. Welcome, sir. Over to you. Put off the light? Yeah, there we go.
A very good evening to everyone present here. When time runs short, my profile was also unfortunately cut short. I mean, that ended in 2 lines. I had given about 20 pages of my profile. That's bad. And the first casualty is always a teacher. They tell you to cut it short. Just before I went to the washroom. Unfortunately, the president was there. He told me we have to leave the hall at 6 o'clock. See that you finish off in 10 minutes. I was unfortunately, I don't know why I went to the washroom at that time. I always seem to be at the wrong places at the wrong times. Okay, so we have with us the Director General of SEPC today, the Services Export Promotion Council. The Council of Architecture has signed a memorandum of understanding with SEPC, and I'm going to keep it really short. I don't want to encounter the President once again in the washroom. This was signed on the 13th of May this year. It was a very elaborate signing. I'm just going to introduce SEPC because we are unaware of what SEPC is and what it does. Before Dr. Sinha takes over and runs for the next 13 minutes, if you go on beyond that, the link will fail. Let me tell you that. So the SEPC is an export promotion council that is set up by the Government of India and the Ministry of Commerce. It is an apex trade body which facilitates services exporters from India. As an advisory body, it effectively contributes to the formulation of policies of the Government of India and acts as an interface between the service industry and the government. There are a lot of aims and objectives of the SEPC also, and the scope of collaboration between SEPC and COA undertakes that they will be working together for promotion of export of architectural services. They are going to create a platform to share the knowledge and technical assistance for helping in export of architectural services. There are a lot of other aims and objectives also, and end with that they shall identify international entities and organizations who are willing to collaborate with Indian architects. So we are opening up the world markets to Indian architectural services. I would now invite Dr. Abhay Sinha to give his viewpoint from the SEPC thought process as to what they are going to do with the SEPC collaboration with the Council of Architecture. And I'll end after that in a concluding note once he finishes. Dr. Sinha.
Thank you, Vijayji, for such a lovely introduction. And I must take this opportunity to thank the President of COA. And with the initiatives, we could sign the Memorandum of Understanding. And that augurs well because we started with a very good program on 2nd of September, followed by, after the signing of the MOE. Now, this is another opportunity, and I must congratulate COA for this act which was enacted and on the Golden Jubilee. And it's an immense opportunity for me also to talk about the services export promotion and in what way we can actually add value to the effort. I was listening to, of course, in bits and pieces, pardon me, here I am for tourism sector, but never wanted to miss this opportunity. So I was listening. I actually listened to the entire session which had just happened on the legalities. I was also listening to the Industry Institute partnership or the gaps, the bridging. That session was actually very interesting and wanted to be a part of it. But anyway, nevertheless, I'm here. And as mentioned, SEPC is a setup under Ministry of Commerce, and I would just like to take you through some slides and keeping in view the time which has been given to me. But just few seconds, I think, will take for the presentation to be shared. Yeah. Is there, I believe? Yeah.
Yes, visible.
Okay, full screen. I'm just making it full screen. Okay, yeah. Now, as mentioned, it is an organization set up by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And one very important point is that in 2018, architectural service was also taken into account as one of the champion services sector for the promotion of exports. So it's a very important subject from the perspective of Ministry of Commerce as well as the central government. Now, we know that pandemic impacted the sector, but services sector could achieve quite a significant growth despite all 254 billion US dollar. And architectural services, of course, like we do have an issue of the data. How do we compile that? And that could be one of the takeaway and one of the suggestion with COA. How do we actually start compiling the data for a very, very comprehensive analysis of the growth trend and the market where the services could be of potential when Indian architecture has to offer its services. These are the services. I'll skip the slide. A very important aspect I just wanted to highlight, like leading architecture firms, based on the number of architects employed worldwide from, in the last 2 years. There's no Indian company. And of course, so we have miles to go. We do have companies from the US and China and others. This presentation can be shared. Annual revenue growth is increasing 7.9% worldwide. That's the growth, of course. Here, it also combines with the engineering services. These are the top countries, exporters of architectural services by value. US, UK, definitely the largest market and largest exporter. In fact, continuing with that, top markets of the services are Australia, USA, and others. This gives a clear picture of the potential existing and those who are controlling the market. This Western Europe. And we need to find out ways to make inroads into these markets. And also the markets which, where Indian services can be offered through various programs and activities. Coming to SEPC in very, simple way, we were actually, the perception was that we were the gateway for ACIS. ACIS is Services Export Incentive Scheme, which is no more applicable under FTP, and there is a lot of concern by the industry. But I also noted, and everyone noted, that SEPC got its own identification only with SEIs. Very unfortunate. Instead of the value it can add in your entire journey from being an entrepreneur to be able to export, a lot of hand-holding, market intelligence, the capacity building, export development program was there on offer. But unfortunately, we were perceived as just a gateway for ACIS through RCMC. That is a membership certificate. If you get from the ACPC, one would become eligible for ACIS. Because ACIS is not continuing, there could be some other incentives coming for the services sector, including architectural services. It's better to associate with ACPC for lots of other values which we can add. This I have already mentioned, that the services is covered under champion services sector. These are the value addition we can do in the ecosystem, policy advocacy. Whatever was mentioned in the morning and just the session which preceded was all about policy advocacy. In market intelligence and hand-holding, that is capacity building, export development, awareness on the market and exploring the market. That is where we facilitate a number of activities. And of course, when you do exports, there could be a lot of incentives, not only after having done some exports, but also when you're exploring the market, there are incentives to access the given market, the potential market, or the emerging markets. In a nutshell, trade intelligence, export development, export promotion, and enabling business environment. These are the four major services which we provide through various sub-services, as mentioned. Capacity building, to be tapping the, current scenario on the sector, aligning business leaders, all these things are a part of the services, which I believe with MOU sign, we can actually synergize our effort together for the internationalization of the architectural services. You can also build your profile on the SAPC portal because it attracts a lot of potential overseas business buyers, a lot of potential prospects. The prospective buyers overseas also have to upload their profile. That can also be accessible. So try to visit our site. You'll find all these things. Just to, in the given time, I just wanted to mention that we are taking series of market access initiative. And one of the most important which is coming up is GES, that is Global Exhibition of Services, in the month of March. And that is being aligned with G20. And Ministry of Commerce is very keen that India must showcase its potential in these services, including architectural services, in Pragati Maidan, happening from 21st of March for 3 days. We will be inviting more than 400 overseas business visitors. You can exhibit, you can showcase, there will be knowledge sessions. Make use of the opportunity. Details will follow soon. We are also taking a lot of business delegations. The one which is recently being planned is CIS countries. We are going to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. And there is already, like, our embassies are making every effort to identify the potential business partner. You can make use of that opportunity. We will be having a business delegation to European countries and, of course, Latin America and other markets. Associate with SCPC, not only for SCIS, like incentives, but so much of value addition, what we can do, which I have just tried to capture in this particular slide. We are organizing a lot of events and activity. There will be a lot of, sector-specific focus in forthcoming FTP, foreign trade policy. A lot of issues, a lot of ideas you can give. SCPC will be a platform to take those ideas forward for its incorporation in the foreign trade policy. A lot of, amendments are happening in market access initiative scheme. They are making it broad-based for the services, customizing it. please don't hesitate to forward your suggestions. As mentioned in Industry Institute partnership, those bridging the gap, a lot of competence and capacity building program could be organized together with COA. Ministry of Commerce has already initiated a process of interministerial committees. Now there will be forwarding some of the names of, from your association to them. And on the lines of DPIIT, which is a department of, another department in Ministry of Commerce, there is a scale committee. They are going to create another committee for the services sector. We will be we should have proper representation from this architectural services as well. Branding is very important aspect. We are doing branding, say for example, tourism, Incredible India. Likewise, for pharma sector, we had the branding of a pharmacy of the world. Very recently, we did a branding for entertainment sector as content hub of the world. Can we think of something like that for the entire architectural services? How do you position ourselves in the global market? Sector-specific branding we can do. So these are all the takeaways, and definitely like how do we enable the policy initiatives? How do we make it more facilitating for the growth of your business? Please associate with us. I look forward to your association for a number of services which we provide, and we should not be perceived only as gateway for some incentives. MAI, as I mentioned, these are the incentives any exporter member from COA or architectural services can avail. When we organize participation overseas, there are reimbursement of airfare, of course, to a certain, there is a rationing on that. Your export should be less than 50 crores. So all MSMEs in your sector can get benefited. These are some of the incentives which are being provided. And I believe for the paucity of time, I won't go in detail, but it will be shared by COA to all the members participating. Do associate with us, and we would love to serve you in the best possible way. Thank you so much. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. I hope you're still online.
Yes, I am there.
Yeah. I just saw a hand going up for asking questions, but as a teacher, as I said, I'm scared of questions. So I'm not going to take any questions. Whether small or large, I've seen what small questions go on and on and on. In the previous sessions, I'm not going to take any risk. Thank you so much. Okay, so there are certain things. I'll take you up. Don't worry. There's tea after this. I'll take you up there. Now that's an insult to me. Yeah, I'll take it up just after I conclude. Yeah. So the one thing that I found from the slides was that there's a lot of data available regarding the foreign architectural offices as to the number of employees that they have. Unfortunately, there is no data available as per Indian offices are concerned. As far as Indian offices are concerned, I think that is one thing that the council can look into. But from the practical point of view, if there's an office that tells you that there are about 200 employees, you will have the ED and any other authorities that will be at their door the next day. So none of the architectural offices are going to tell you how many employees they employ. Secondly, I think there's a lot of scope available. The SCPC, if I'm not wrong, has opened up its membership to professionals. And there are a lot of schemes, mind you, there's a long list of them, that the government of India has for promotion of architectural service or for export of architectural services abroad. I encourage you all to take advantage of this and tell all your colleagues also to do it.
Vijayji, if you just one interruption if I can make here.
Yeah, sure.
Just 1 second or 2 seconds. In fact, we have waived off the one-time registration fee for the membership, new members. So, the membership is available just at rupees 20,000 itself, the first year membership, which used to be earlier more than 40,000. So that's, professionals can make use of it. Yeah.
Okay. Can you? Yes, before I go ahead. Can you hear it? Dr. Sinha, can you hear him?
No, I can't hear.
Yeah, just
Maybe
yeah,
you can
yeah,
repeat his question.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. So with respect to freelancing architects or architects which come in the micro category which don't register for the GST, you know, which are under the 20 lakh slab per year, if they want to do services at a micro level, you know, the IceGate portal only takes service benefits for people who have registered for GST. Is there any provisions for export benefits if you are not kind of registered through the GST IceGate system and still you are want to export services at a lower scale, sir? Is there some answer to that question?
No, it's a very important point you have mentioned. So I need to check this, but I would like to know whether you are having IC code or not, because that is what is mandated for any export to.
So IEC code is very easy to get. 500 rupees you get the IEC code, but the IEC code is useless, sir, unless you don't have a GST which is linked to the IceGate portal for registering as a service. Otherwise, it becomes as good as providing a freelance to India or to abroad if you're not providing a GST bill and if it is not going through the IceGate service portal.
Okay, from the perspective of having the membership and availing the opportunity of the export incentives, only IC code is mandated and RCMC of the council. It has got nothing to do with the GST part. But given the nature of the complexity of the services sector as an individual professional, I would definitely, would like to verify the facts and get back to you. My email ID is there. And my colleague Swaraj is already there, sitting in the audience. He will meet you and take the details.
Thank you.
Swaraj is there.
Thank you.
Just one more question.
Hello, sir. Sir, if I want to export some thing to the outside from India, so it is mandatory to take the eco-mark labeling to our product or not?
I don't think we are talking of exporting something. We are talking of exporting services.
Yeah, exporting services. But the service, particularly if I am providing the green building code or assistance to the other country, so it is required to take the some environmental labeling like eco-mark in India and something. No?
Yeah, Dr. Sinha, can you?
I may not be able to answer it right now, but as I understand from the export perspective, it depends whether those conditions are mandatory by the importing country.
Okay.
So that may vary from country to country, but I need to check whether as an exporter you are allowed to offer these services without having these preconditions. So I need to check this also.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ali.
If you can highlight, because like some of the architect might already be doing it. So maybe people present over there can answer this.
Yeah, I think Salil can.
No, not answering.
Sure,
I'm not
sorry.
answering. I'm just asking another concern. It is, we just saw the previous session where architectural services are not defined yet.
Yeah.
So what architectural services are we actually going to export when we don't know what architectural services are in the first place?
So I think that is what he was trying to say, that it all depends on the country who's importing the services.
So they want something that we don't know what we are offering in the first place, no? Well, legally we don't know what architectural services are. The court doesn't allow us to define it.
No, architectural services are defined.
So which means that anything can come under this category?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so there are a few issues. Yeah, I am winding up, Habib, don't worry. You're sweating already, I know. There are certain issues that we had taken up in the event that SEPC had organized. Number one was issuance of a work visa. Many of the countries require that. Recognition of Indian qualifications abroad, that is a second issue that also has to be addressed. The appearance at professional examinations to be recognized as architects, that is also there. The compulsion to work with a local architect, that is something that is mandated by a few countries. And the repatriation of income back to India, there is double taxation on that. So that is what we were also discussing with SEPC, how we can take this forward, how we can work with issuance of work visa, how can there be a reciprocal agreement, the need for a professional examination here so that it can be recognized abroad, equal opportunities for carrying on independent practices there, and of course a seamless repatriation of income so that there is no double taxation. That is the conclusion of whatever we had done so far. Dr. Sinha was kind enough to join us. He is right now in UK, so he was very kind enough to join us from there. Thank you, Dr. Sinha, for a very detailed presentation and also something that was substantiated by a lot of numbers. He knows very well that architects are very bad at statistics and they take anything that is thrown at them as far as statistics is concerned. And he got away with it. I am actually grateful to the Council of Architecture for bringing me here. Now, that was also due to a coincidence. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. When the President was discussing SCPC with the Director General, I happened to be there, and I fell into the trap. With that, I would end. Just like Make in India, I would say, this is like draw and design locally and build globally. Thank you, Dr. Sinha.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. It was so nice of you to join us online. I now invite Sri Deepak Kumarji from the Council on the dais to please felicitate Architect Abhijit Shirodkar. And the representative from yes, Mr. Swaraj from the SCPC, who is here to represent Dr. Sinha. May we have you on the dais, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you, Deepakji. We now move towards the last panel discussion, the future of architectural practice. And I would like to invite Architect Manoharan, Architect Vaidyanathan, Architect Salil Randeve, Architect Prashant Sutaria, Architect N. Mahesh, Architect Vijay Uppal, Architect Balbir Verma, Dr. Smita Khan, Architect Bansan Singh, thank you. Together with Architect Puneet Sethi, a member of the Council of Architecture and the member of the Executive Committee of the Council of Architecture, to please anchor this formidable session.
I wanted to show 5 slides. I have emailed yesterday. What is it? We don't have time. Okay. No, it's only my point.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this final panel discussion, final session at this conclave, Pratyasha. We are discussing future of architectural practice. And you know, the most probable outcome, or so to say, the most expected outcome of architectural education is that architects should be able to serve the society by their professional skills. To be able to do this, they might set up their own practice or join a practice being run by somebody else. They can even join the government or the public sector to serve the society at large. As we all know, countless factors shape today's architectural practice both at the national and the international levels. Dealing with these factors requires an understanding of markets, finance, operations, and strategy, not to mention a clarity of purpose about our profession. It is a pleasure for me to welcome on dais 9 illustrious professionals from our country. I am not going to spend any time introducing them. We are all familiar with them. We know their profile. And ladies and gentlemen, I am in a position where, the professor has said the time for submission has been reduced. And yet, the deliverables are to be not compromised. So I would request you to please cooperate with me. Instead of a moderator, please allow me to act as a monitor. The questions have been collected over the last few days with discussions with other people. And I will be posing these questions to you one by one, not in any particular order of seniority, but just to set a sequence. My request is to focus on the question and try and answer it in the shortest possible time span, because there is an intention here to take questions from the audience at the end of the hour. So to set the ball rolling, before I do that, let me check with the audience, though there are not too many people here, but how many of you are practicing architects? If you could raise your hands. Okay, we have a good number. And how many of you are working with other people's practices? Okay, there are some. So yes, there is an audience which is going to be very much interested in what we are going to say here. I'm going to take the first question to architect Manoharan. Sir, you know that architecture has been a bespoke service where designers tailor buildings to unique requirements of clients. These clients could be individuals, these clients could even be corporates and large organizations. Do you foresee that this bespoke professional work will fade from prominence into a design process which will be all about systems, routines, and checklists? No, do we have a mic? Mic's in.
To make the session shorter, I can make the answer one word also. Context. As simple as context. No, like it is like people, as far as fashion is concerned, we use the word trend. Instead, we are now talking about bespoke and things like that. No, like for an architect, the design process with reference to the context only counts. That's what we have been taught, that's how we have been trained, and that's what we are taking, going forward with. That is the way like you are asking about foreseeing. No, it is time immemorial, and in future also equal time, it's going to be the context which is going to be the way forward. The design process, anyway, we have been all along, we have learnt and we have been practicing all along. So that is going to continue, and we need not worry about what the trend is and things. The trend is a temporal thing, whereas context, for whichever, you mentioned both corporate as well as small. Now for a huge project, the context may be, the corporate may demand for a image for their building because they want some iconic thing. That is again a context. No, whether it is a bespoke or otherwise is not a worry of an architect. Context is the concern of the architect.
So context is the key, and you're not worried about getting bogged down by systems, routines, and checklists. Yes. Which is kind of what is happening all around us.
Correct.
Well, that's a nice thing to note that, this is not going to bog us down. I'll go to Dr. Smita Khan here. Ma'am, traditionally architects have been selling projects with their renderings and with their charisma. And, buildings have often been signatures and style statements. Also, buildings of today, we are all aware, are getting analyzed by tangible performance indicators, which ascertain to the extent whether the architect has been able to deliver what was, envisaged. So do you think future architects need to gear up to justify design decisions with evidence and accountability?
That's a very nice question, and I think it's a question that belongs to the years that have to come, because our profession is evolving. We just had Advocate Naveen Nath over here. I understand he's a professional, an intelligent professional who is not an architect, and he was able to put forth this, that he understands that as a country grows, an emerging economy is going to look at architect not only as a person who delivers buildings, but whatever he does is going to transform the way our communities and societies are going to live, be it a little house, to a neighborhood, to a city, to a region. So that's the wide scope that architects can transform, can affect. Now, if you talk in terms of charisma, or you talk in terms of, architects and an individual design, then I think we are really being extremely egotist. How can a profession that is going to be so magnanimous affect so many lives? How can it be so egotist? We have to get democratic, and in getting democratic, it is going to be necessary that we have performance evaluation of what we work. And that's where the people are going to say, we like this, it's of use to us, we are able to use it well. This architecture makes me feel at ease. I am so much happy with my city and all its settings. So if you have to get that, then we really have to let go of this egotism in architecture, all that charisma and things like that we're talking about.
Right.
That's really old world now.
So democracy and answerability, we have to be prepared for that, and we have to be ready for that.
Yeah.
Okay, and so, as we are all aware that in not so much distant past, architects were considered as team leaders, and we've had seminars and conferences on this account. And this image is gradually fading away from the horizon. I'm going to invite architect Mahesh to, tell us how he reacts to this dilemma that we are confronted with. The architect from being a team leader to what, is happening today.
How many minutes I have?
Submission time is over, sir.
I don't want you to throw me out. Okay, I'll make it very quick. Fortunately, he raised the issue of team leader. Architects, I have only 5 points. Architects have to be much more conversant and proficient with related trades like MEP, acoustics, tender documentation, project management, so as to become the team leader. Architect is akin to a surgeon, whereas an engineer are akin to an anesthetist. It is the architect who is always the team leader, and the patient comes to surgeon like the clients come to architects. My second point, sir, can I continue? 2, 3 points only. The architect should be able, this is a burning issue. Why, we discussed in the morning why people are not opting for architecture course. Architects should be able to command reasonable and robust fees. It should be robust fees, but it should be reasonable and fair, and it should be a win-win situation. The client should not be fleeced, the architect should not be lost. So that architect can pay their staff very well. So that this will attract better talent and more aspirants to this profession. So it's like a domino effect. If the architects don't get good fees, they cannot pay their architects in their office very well, and therefore the whole profession will collapse, because it is not a profession where it is lucrative. So that is the second point. The third point, Puneet, with your permission, is that, see, you look at, we have to be specialist architects also. You look at dentists, there are orthodontist, endodontist, periodontist, prosthodontist, pediatric dentist, and 100 other dentists. Those days when my grandfather and father took me to the dental doctor, there is only one dental doctor.
But today you have to look for orthodontist, post-odontist. Like that, let clients also look at us. Architects can have healthcare architect, hospitality architect like me, green architect, research architect, education architect, exhibition and display consultant, environmental landscape architect, housing architect. So there is nothing wrong in architects also taking a specialty because of the experience they may have taken over 5, 10 or 20 years. It's just a thought process. Most of you may or may not agree. The fourth point, architects need to embrace emerging and future technology. It's very important. I feel that in India we are backward. Our construction industry itself is backward. Even now to break a piece of reinforcement, they use hand. But there are machines which can do in no time. But we are very primitive. So we can go in for generative design and BIM. We can go for additive design, which are 3D printing and robotics. We can go for virtual augmentation and mixed reality, which is very, very popular now. We can go for artificial intelligence in architecture. And we can go for architectural apps and cloud services. We are not using cloud service. We should use cloud service. And the last point is, that is Jai Hind. Last point. Architectural technology. You look at what are the technologies which we can embrace. Way forward. We are talking of way forward. Blue roof. Rooftop as rainwater harvesting. Calm technology, which is also building automation. Daylighting, which is not also light tubes. You have light tubes, daylighting. District cooling, super centralized HVAC system. Like that, there are deep water cooling. You don't need a chilled water plant. Rain gardens, rainwater harvesting. Smart glass, sunlight transparent glass. Tall wood, green timber or legal timber. Building envelope, insulating buildings, which are like, also you can have facade integrated energy. Universal design, which is very important for the physically challenged. We are not taking enough care, although Government of India have come out with this. And so, we have to embrace architectural technology. We have to be in par with the global benchmark. We have to embrace futuristic and emerging technologies. We can specialize like dentists and other doctors, and we should be team leaders. And last one, but not least, architects should be able to command reasonable but robust fees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you also for summing it up for me. I think, yes, I'm happy that the architect can continue to remain a team leader, provided, we kind of gear up ourselves with all the upgrades that we need, as you suggested. During the 2 decades of the millennium that have gone by, we have seen a significant rise in competition from non-traditional service providers, entering our domain and changing the norms of the professional ethics. I would ask architect Prashant Sutaria here, while traditionally architects have been competing against other architects, in future, are the architects likely to compete against other service providers, or this trend is momentary? And if this is here to stay, what could be 2 or 3 things that we need to
do? I would like to answer my question by asking a counter question to all of us, and I don't need answer. How many new projects have been announced by various governments or corporates where architect is at the center of it? Do you hear corporate heads, government heads, prime ministers taking names of architects? I have not heard. So I think if you look at this current scenario, what I hear is people are talking about infrastructure, green building, conservation, engineering marvels, or PMC, but not architecture. So if I have to see, it's not future, I think even today, I see that the control over new buildings which are being built is already going away from architects. And I'm not saying this from a pessimist angle, I'm just saying this from a very realistic observation in a very neutral way, which I'm doing. And there are many reasons for that. As far as our expertise is concerned, there have been a lot of discussion today about the education and what can be done about it. And as rightly pointed out by our president, it's a vicious circle which will go round and round. But if we see 3 or 4 points which can be anchored upon by not only council but all of us. One is the excellence in our professional services that we provide. And that's where our manual of architectural practice, when it was written by most of us who are sitting here in collaboration with a lot of inputs from the industry, the whole focus was on providing excellent services. So somewhere we have diluted our services because that's how market demanded it in the last decade, where everybody was segregated. You are the elevation architect, you are the planning architect, you are approval architect, you are the structural engineer. So now we are trying to refocus on consolidation of services. So that is one anchor that we have. The other is, are our students coming out of the education, which is already discussed, so I'm not going to make any remarks on it, but just an observation, are they coming out up to the mark at which we want them to deliver things? If they are, then it's great. If they are not, then whatever needs to be done, all of us have to do it together. That's the second point. Third point, what Mahesh ji and some other people also mentioned today about paying the people who come out of colleges or the new generation which joins us. Are we able to offer them better services? See, if you look at other industry, if you look at IT industry, why IT industry standard they were able to pay higher salaries? Because there were very few good players who could command the price, and there is a product software development engineer. He is the most important person in development of a software. And that person commands almost 10 times the salary than the person who actually writes the software. And I feel that architect's role is very similar to that. Because that person collects information from the client, what he needs. He goes back to the team and gets it developed. Like how we collect the information from the client, what he needs. We go to various consultants when we consolidate the knowledge, and then we provide a solution. So if he can command it, I think we need to very scientifically do this. Maybe we can appoint some consultants, maybe we can have our own committees, how we have done MAP, and brainstorm how we can increase the value of our profession by positioning, by using the right words, by licensing in the right way, by affecting, going to the key players who make a lot of difference eventually. Right. So that is the third thing. And I think the fourth thing, we need to live up to a situation where we can offer the new generation. The new culture is about startups, funding, and technology. So if we want to get new generation into our field, we will have to address, along with, of course, social media. So if you look at social media, it is totally science. It's analytical science. But the appeal is emotion. If you look at, when you look at a Facebook post, you don't look at the analytics behind it, that why it has come to you, but the impact of it. Architecture is also same. When you look at a building, you say, wow, this is a beautiful building. But why it is beautiful, there is a huge amount of knowledge which goes behind it. So I think somewhere over the years and decades, we have just remained in that romantic illusion of what architecture is all about, rather than actually understanding the depth of it as an industry, not as an individual or as an organization I'm talking, but by and large, we have somewhere not lived up to what we should have, but it's never too late. I think we have done some fabulous things in last couple of years. Council has done so much work. I see Council and IIA together. I think we are on a platform whereby we can regain this if we all decide to come together and work for it. And I'm sure we'll do it. But that answers your question, whether we will lose this position or not in years to come. At the moment, we are not on a pole position. Maybe we are in the last.
You've given fair 4 points for people to think about, and
Right.
I think that doesn't require any further clarification or summing up for what you said. So continuing on this topic of competition, I would go to architect Balbir Verma. Sir, with your experience spanning half a century now, having seen all the changes that have happened, do you think the machine intelligence that we are groping with, will that be able to succeed in automating the design processes, thus replacing architects? Or is it likely that computers and humans will be seen working collaboratively, allocating tasks to each other, adding on to their strengths rather than working in competition?
Puneet, when you ask me, a person who have very little experience of my own on using the computer or the IT technology, but at the same time, as far as my experience, having gone through almost 5 decades of the practice, I still am reminded of an incident which happened when the AutoCAD people, the person from Singapore who was heading the South Asian region or the Asia region, when they were trying to sell CAD programs in the country, and when I think I was the president of the Indian Institute of Architects, they were trying to propagate that the architects should start using CAD. We had discussions, he was trying to explain all the benefits of computer and technology, and maybe he was at the same time looking at me trying to say that I am not totally impressed. The reason was that I was not impressed because of not that technology can help, but at the same time I knew that if the architects have to produce good designs, the computer can help producing those good designs in a faster manner. Maybe in a technical manner that you save lot of manpower, lot of man hours while you produce or your office produce those drawings. But at the same time, the basic work or the design part will be the part what the architect will be doing and have been doing and will keep on doing that. Like when we ended that meeting, in the end that gentleman from Singapore, I think he was not impressed whatever I was trying to tell him. He thought the computers are going to take away, but then I was again and again trying to tell him that the computers are going to definitely take lot of efforts which we put in or the time which we put in to produce drawings or the documents, but is not going to help us in designing. Technologically, the Revit can do lot of things, but you have to produce your design. So the answer to your question for the future of the architectural practice is yes. I personally, and when I talk to various other architects also know, the computers are not going to take over from us, whereas we will have to take over the computers in the best possible manner, where we can take technological help and the help to use it as an instrument or a service which can produce best of the services. Right. Whereas at the end of this comment, having mentioned that yes, it is the architect who himself will be able to produce whatever is best for the human or the living beings on this earth, and not the computer. I must share what happened at the end of that meeting when this gentleman from Singapore was about to go. He said, "Mr. Verma, can I ask you that which software do you use?" To me, those words at that time were not very familiar with. I said, "Are you talking about the software which my office people sitting in the drafting hall use on their PCs, or you are asking about the software which I use?" He said, "No, the software which I use." So incidentally, I had that 6B pencil lying next to me. I said, "This 6B is my software and this 2H is my hardware. And I think that may answer your question up to some extent. Thank you.
All right. I think I'll just shift the conversation into a little different direction. It will not be incorrect to say that most present-day architectural practices, especially in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and the young architects who are there, are constantly struggling to find a solution to various threats and challenges that they face. And there would also be region-specific issues and challenges in different parts of the country. I would like to go to Architect Bansan Singh, thank you, and ask you, what is the scenario of practice in a region like Northeast? What, in your opinion, is the foreseeable future out there for the youngsters and for the other people who are there already?
In the Northeast, it's a region which is still very raw, and the prospects of architecture are, I think, still pretty good. So, and we have a lot of investment that is coming in from the government in the form of tourism and sports and arts and culture, and so all these infrastructures are coming in, and then that's where the architects play a very important role. As of now, what is happening, I, in fact, just retired from government service a few days ago, and we have a lot of architects coming in from the different parts of the country who are taking this opportunity to get the work that is been given to the region as a whole, the 8 states of the Northeast. And the young architects there, the more experienced ones, are being picked up for the experience, because as far as the terrain is concerned, the climate is concerned, they're able to give in an expertise. But there are some regions where these firms, some I think, I'm not very sure, fly-by-night operators, they come and, they have an architect there only for the sense of an architect being there, and then they go about the designing, and when they present the drawings, it does not really suit, So these this area is very raw, and we from the government and also looking at the region as a whole, we are trying to streamline these things. And as far as the the private sector is concerned, the people, they are not, the economy as such in the region is still very weak. And the thought of going to an architect also, it kind of, it's a question of paying money, and paying money, if they pay money, now I can get an extra room, or I can get different, for my furniture and whatever. So it's up to the architects now. It's the new architects who are, I think, armed, they have the teeth, they have the caliber to explain to the people, the benefits of architecture. And I think our president also has a program. We've been talking over a while about coming there to Guwahati and Shillong and elaborating on the map. In fact, we were supposed to have it a few months ago, and but I think we were tied up, and that is going to happen. I think that will open a lot of eyes also to educate our, the people there as a whole, and also the architects, which is going to help. And then the president also mentioned something about we have a sort of a scholarship committee. I have personal experience with people who are, in fact, people working as draftsmen, but they have the skills and also the acumen of doing, having technical ingenuity of designing buildings, draftsmen, and bringing it up and seeing, and you find that in most cases they've done a really good job. So, and on inquiring, they didn't have the resources to study architecture. So when the president had brought up that topic, I had welcomed it. I said, this is a very noble thing. We should, aggressively pursue this estimate of the committee for helping the weaker section, people who want to go for architecture, who have the acumen, who have even the inclination for architecture, but not being able to go there. So, that is more or less in a nutshell.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm now going to architect Salil Ranadive. There is a two-pronged question that comes to my mind, especially when we are talking about the challenges of the youngsters. But before I ask you that question, just a question for the audience. How many people in the hall are educators, who are teachers? Oh, so we have a good audience for, this kind of a question. The first part of my question is, institutions dedicate a considerable chunk of their curriculum training students to communicate effectively through drawing and verbal presentations. These, however, do not seem to be the client's preferred communication channels these days. And number two, a trend is seen where many young architects are carving out specialist careers away from architecture, away from registrations and regimes like computational designers, visualizers, and so on, without getting into the syllabus and similar details. What, in your opinion, should be our teachers doing or focusing on while preparing future architects?
Well, I'll answer them one by one. Yeah. One is for communication with clients. And there is, it's undoubtedly, I mean, it's an undoubted fact that the way in which you communicate with people has changed over the last 10 years, and it's, I think, it completely changed, or rather quite drastically changed during the pandemic. The means and method of communicating with people and the means and method with which they are comfortable communicating with you. So while you mentioned earlier that architects used to win projects with renderings and charisma, the fact is that today you're probably going to have to converse with the client in a different way. He's perhaps going to send you a chat, he's going to, expect something on some Instagram. I mean, these are things that are facts of life, and and unfortunately, and I think this whole panel here is a wrong representation of the future, because, we are, I think, already halfway there. You probably get people 2 decades younger than us who could talk about this, because they're fantastically good already in perhaps communicating on those social media platforms better than most of us on this panel. And, and we might have to think differently. And I think, when you're talking again, the related question about teaching and connections, I mean, I think the process of delivery of design and delivery of, I mean, the processes are going to, I think, change over time. I mean, the fact is that the medical profession already is seeing, like diagnostics is done, by AI, for example. Lawyers themselves are, doing back-end services already, through the computers. I mean, we just sort of had this, thing about the computer, in a sense, just replacing your draftsman. That's not going to be true anymore. I think it's already, almost in getting intuitive. I mean, the fact that a human intuition can work sort of in partnership with computers, rather than looking at computers just, sort of taking away labor away, because computers come with data. I mean, today there are, very complex projects. You're doing an airport or station, even a facility like the India Habitat Center today. If you had, that sort of AI data available to you today, if you were doing a project like this today, you would even approach it differently. And I don't know whether the schools are actually, already looking at this. You don't need for a syllabus change to come from the top, for you to be aware of the fact that these things are already happening in the real world. They are already sort of in place. We don't want to, I mean, like travel agents, you don't even think of anymore. You just do your ticketing yourself. You want to book a hotel, you can do it. God forbid that the architects could also be pushed aside, because there are young kids who are putting up programs already on TV that you can design your own house. Anyway, we know that the court has allowed you to, offer those services. So you just have software. You put 3-bedroom house in Simla, and it will sort of start, evolving 200 shapes in about, 22 minutes of what possibilities you say, okay, I want to build in wood, and again it will start giving you stuff. You're going to have to compete with this in the next 10 years when you're talking about future. And these are real things that we have to, be aware of. We have to, these kids that we are teaching today are going to have to deal with this for sure in their careers. We might be lucky we've sort of, always got away with it, by not even learning how to deal with AutoCAD, for example. But I don't think that's going to be true anymore.
Correct.
So yeah, we're going to have to be very, very mindful and very, very aware of the fact that these computers are getting really, really intelligent, and we don't sit and say, oh my God, they will replace us. The question is of being able to be in partnership with this. Them becoming your partners with technology. For us to become, clients will look back and be coming with data on the basis of building performance. You make a change in the building, the guy will say, he'll hold you responsible for 10 years down the line. He can probably give you data to say how the decision you made has actually cost him more.
Correct.
This is already happening.
So that's already happening, yeah.
So I'm saying, when you said how many are academics here, I'm saying, dude, get real. These are things that your kids are going to need to deal with.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to learn this because, I mean, if I think I'm going to be in practice for another 20 years, I'm pretty sure you're going to have clients coming with these, they'll start saying, and start scrolling down, probably analyzing the buildings I've done in the past to say, don't do me a building again like this because it's not going to work. This is where it's failed. And this is real. I mean, like sometimes when you look at awards being given, and we give awards to each other, one panel puts up some magazine, something, and you give awards to another bunch of architects. You look at the way Aga Khan awards are given. They don't even talk to the architect. They are, they sort of go to the building 5 years later. They talk to the people who use it to figure out whether that is good architecture.
Right.
We are not even being able to promote. Actually, if you're trying to tell people that I've given you a Best Architecture of the Year award, Architect of the Year award, the fact is, what is your criteria for judging? Right. Because it looked good in a presentation, and we as architects are judging that. I'm sorry to say, it's that's completely, completely wrong.
That's a point well taken.
We are not even telling society how to judge good architecture. Correct. Because we are going it the wrong way.
Correct.
Ourselves. So what are we, what standards are we setting? So, I mean, I think there is, there's a lot of eye-opening to be done. And a lot of, reality check to be...
Right.
Yeah,
and, just continuing on this point of, how architecture is being taught. So, we are all taught that best architecture or best idea should win. And that is what we also want in practice. We want the best idea to win. So, I will go to architect Vijay Uppal here. And, with your experience in the government, do you think this concept of best architecture should win or can win is possible, considering the way, competition and guidelines the government, adopts, which are very contrary to what, we want them to be?
You want the truth?
Sure.
Sure. Thank you. As the Architect-in-Chief of Himachal Pradesh, I was invited by the various governments from Uttarakhand, from Himachal itself, and from J&K, and from other places also. So I was there as one of the panelists of jury committee. They asked us to value those designs, which they have been shortlisted by somebody else. So I feel the architecture is like opinion. I don't know whether they have selected those designs out of 25, they have selected about 5 designs, whether they were the best or they were not the best. That becomes the first problem. But anyway, we have to go with them. They give us some guidelines, so we have to go with them. They give us some criteria, so we have to go with it. Normally what we get is that 70% for the design, quality of design, and 30% for financial bids, just to select those designs. When you give 30% to, and tell you this, I'm very pained rather, I tell you that one of the leading architects of our fraternity, they give 0.5% as a financial bid. And at times their designs are really, really not worth discussing. But some of the people, they have very good designs, but they give, the financial bid, they don't get good marks. So somewhere, that criteria to bring that the best design should win or something like that, normally 50% it happens, 50% doesn't happen. It hurts.
So I'm going to come back to you, considering the fact that you've also been part of the MAP. I'll come back to you,
okay.
Subsequently.
So
Salil, you wanted to come in.
Please.
This whole thing of good design, the reality is that till you are in school, in a college of architecture, you can be pretty sure that merit counts because you probably then give good design as the best marks and you say, well, this one is now like a gold medal or, thing. Imagine in the real world, when you have this QCBC and 30%, 70%, that you're actually looking at when you break it up, they have in the so-called, this thing that the design part is actually 40%. The other 30% is actually for the size of your office, the number of staff you have, etc., the other 30%. And then 30% is for the fee you quoted. So you're supposedly giving this big, huge, now, Chief Minister bole monument banao, but the design marks for that is actually only 40%.
Right.
So it's like actually, you imagine now you take this same formula back to school and you give your meritorious student 40% weightage for the design. The balance 40% is on how many bedrooms they have in their house. And does this student come in a Mercedes Benz or a Maruti or perhaps took the monorail? And the last of all is that, how much fee your father willing to pay. And then accordingly you decide who is the best student in your school. This is exactly the conversion here.
Very well said. I think this is the contradiction, that
it's
we
shameful.
all will have to.
Yeah. And what hurts? And there are people in this room who are part of this, people in the room who are part of the COA. There are more than 50% of the council, consists of state architects.
Right.
And if I go and apply to a project in the state, that state architect that I'm going to have to deal with, who sits in this council, is the one who actually doesn't stop undercutting of fees to happen.
I think I'll go to the next question.
Yeah, in my view, that state architect should be, your registration should be cancelled if you're not upholding what architecture requires.
Puneet, before you go further in this, I think this is the right time that we at the Council and the Indian Institute of Architects decide that we need a serious full-time session on the subject, which just cropped up while we were discussing something else.
Sure.
And it needs that. I think one should take note of this, because a lot of comments during the day also have been brushed aside on this particular subject, but this needs a serious thought on that. It is not definitely the person who gets good fees, his work has to be of good quality.
Correct.
But a person whose work is of good quality gets bad fees is not the right answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving from the private to the the public realm, I would request Architect Vaidyanathan to tell us about the future of architects in service in the government, semi-government and the public sector. And if Architect Bansan Singh would want to add something to it, please. Yeah, Vaidyanathan.
Yeah. Punitji was asking who are all working in private sector. I would like to ask who are all working in government service. Can you raise? Yeah.
2 people.
Only few.
3, 4.
See, after serving around 35 years service in government, I have got 2 dreams. One dream is that every state should have minimum chief architect setup. That is my wish and dream also, ambition. So second one is this, if there is a chief architect, that should be upgraded to maybe architect in chief. And my second ambition is that this, the person, the architects who are heading the department or wing, they should directly report to the concerned heads of the state or UT. There should be no engineers involved in between. So these are all my 2, due to time lag, I want to express these 2 points heavily, so that all heads of officers are sitting here, you should take care of this. And moreover, I would like to take further note that you make some recruitment possible. After a long time, no recruitment was seen from the government side. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, just to add something to that, you've been part of the MAP.
Yeah.
And the MAP guidelines for architects in public service has also been released by the council. What is the focus in the MAP that you've done?
Actually, many of doesn't know, there is a manual which was launched for government architects, role of architects in government services.
So what is the focus of
No, here it deals what I said as a dream, it deals all this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Bansan Singh, you would like to add anything to the scenario in the government sector?
Actually, I didn't get Mr. Vaidyanathan said report to whom? The architects?
Heads of the department, heads of state.
Heads of states. The political...
Directly to the CM or CS, not below the rank of CS.
No, the secretary is there. You can't...
maybe.
It has to be
maybe
secretary and then to the chief secretary. It
okay.
doesn't happen that way. It's an administrative setup. You can't change it.
Maybe secretary, sir.
Whatever is in your domain, you should remain within that. Otherwise, we are creating problems for ourselves.
So that might be wishful thinking.
Yeah. Maybe secretary.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to report to secretary. ENC reports to secretary. I used to report to secretary.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes, I think the chief architect would definitely report to the secretary of the department, whether public works or housing department. And as he rightly said, we need to have more, control over the design of the building. The chief architect is a must, because only at his level he can interact with the other, his contemporaries, his colleagues, like the chief engineer. Because at a low level, at a level of, if you have a equivalent level of a superintending engineer, your senior architect, he has to report to the chief engineer. So the chief engineer would be the overriding factor there. It's up to him to decide whether he likes the design or not. And if he doesn't like the design, then an argument starts. And then eventually you have to modify, change the design. And I agree. And
no, it doesn't make, it makes a lot of difference when chief architect reports to the engineering chief, then the superintending engineer or the senior architect is bound to report to chief engineer. That should not happen in the government sector. That is where we lack. We need to have our authority. When I fought for the post of architect in chief, this is what I got actually.
if we don't have a chief architect, that is. What I mean to say is that
then,
we don't have...
Then anybody can report to anyone. Then
Yeah, Puneet, while we are discussing this future of architectural services in the government, various governments, and when we say the future of architectural services, I'm sure the majority of members, as Salil was mentioning, in the Council of Architecture belong to the various state governments and they work in the government. It is the right time that they take this manual about which Vaidyanathan was talking about, the service architects need to do this, to their governments, and it will automatically help the practice of architecture in the private sector also, because till today, or maybe for many more times to come, the government is going to be your biggest client.
Correct.
And if this can happen, that is the best, and for this, the call has to be taken by the government, the members of the council who represents various governments and work for the government, and maybe come back to the situation which we had in Haryana long time back, the day we inaugurated the Haryana chapter in Chandigarh. At that time, we had the Minister of Architecture in Government of Haryana, and the Chief Architect had the rank of Secretary of Architecture Department. I think we should aim for that, and it's the government department architects who can help to do that, which will finally help the private practice also.
So, looking at the time constraint, I have 2 or 3 very critical questions which I want to, very quickly pose to the panel before we go to the audience. Dr. Smita, how do you look at the way most architectural offices operate in our country? And what changes do you foresee in the constitution, structure and functioning of architectural offices in the times to come?
I really love this question. I'll tell you why, because I think when I read the question, I went into a bit of a fantasy. I come from a tier 2 city, promoted to a tier 1 city, but continues to be tier 2 culturally. I'm extremely place specific. There is no way of getting out because your office is based there, your projects are just around that place. The future with all its technology is going to give us that advantage that we need not be place specific. We all feel that most of us who are even in small tier cities have the capability of carrying out projects which are more complex, larger, maybe in a different place, by responding to conditions, because we have the ability to research, to understand and come to a level, an intellectual level of response. We would be able to do that in future. So I think our offices are going to be a wonderfully placed where the constitution is concerned. We can network better among so many people. Abhi ek baat hui ki government is going to be one of the major procurer of architects. In that case, most of the small offices do not qualify. In that case, we need JVs to be done. So joint ventures is something which can happen when you have technology interventions coming into the office. The structure of the office, of course, is going to change because we are going to work in partnerships so that we can empower ourselves with, trying to reach out, getting larger projects. And the functioning is going to change. It has to change because when you have such a networking happening, which means you have to systematize yourself, one thing that architects do not like. We are quite a sloppy office, and we realize that. And I think we were talking in the morning about documentation and how foreign architects are able to do it so much better than we are. So in terms of functioning, we would have to standardize. Simple software ले लेते हैं, AutoCAD, जिसमें layering system होती है, which is a very logical way of doing things. वो layering system इतनी गड़बड़ होती है कि एक single office के अंदर बाल नोचने का time आ जाता है when you look at the way the layering goes. Simple thing. That will have to be systematized. So we will have to see how we are able to systematically get ourselves in place. Then we would have to do the BOQs in time. That's another thing that architectural offices really shy away from. We are now coming to it that yes, BOQs is a need of the hour. We'll have to do them before. Everything else is now available online. Government portals, अपने competitions हैं, projects हैं, सारी चीज़ें online डाल रहे हैं. हमारे पास vendors हैं, सारे materials आज available हैं. इतना सारा networking है, इतना सारा information है. उससे अपने offices एक अलग शक्ल ले सकते हैं. We will be able to be empowered officers of the future. So I think this question was beautiful. I'm looking forward to the future, frankly.
We are still running short of time, and I have my cue here to wind it up as soon as I can. But one very important question I would want to take to Architect Balbir Verma here. You know that professional bodies play a very important role in bringing members of the profession together and discuss issues like this and others that we've been doing. You have served on various positions in the national and the international arena on professional organizations. How do you compare the role of professional bodies in India with those in other countries, particularly in the Asia and the Oceania? If you could just give us 2 or 3 very salient features on that.
Okay, Puneet, I'll be brief because the subject which you have asked this question on is something we can talk a lot about it, but looking at the time, first of all, it will not be right for me to compare what other professional institutes in other countries are doing is better or what we are doing is as much better or not. The best will be if I say what is expected from the professional institutes, whether the regulatory body or the professional body in the sense, because in various countries we have both. We should look at the experiences of various professional bodies of the past and what they intend to do in the future also. We are talking about the future. I come back to the same future of architectural practice in our country. It needs to be seen that how does we learn and how does our professional institutes help the profession. When I say help the profession, means help the society. The best will be to the institutes must have a voice. We always talk about, even Naveenath was also talking about, trying to say, do we interfere and tell as an architect? And someone in one of the sessions was saying, this is the time that we take the projects to the government. Basically, what needs to be done is, at the professional institute of architects, we need to have a voice. It is for us to advise the government and not demand things from the government. What I have been experiencing last few years is that we generally go to the governments to demand that we are not getting this. Why we are not getting it? It is the government is looking for that how you can help the governments or how you can help the society. So it is that we must get involved into, I would not say politics, but yes, politics also, and decisions of the public policy.
Right.
This is where the institutes need to spend most of their energies involving the best possible people in the profession, outside the profession, to see how the profession can be useful to the society. Because recently, and also today in the session also, I don't know who mentioned it, that we are, and there was a little clap also, when it was mentioned that maybe our council should be not under the domain of the Education Ministry, but should be under the domain of Urban Affairs Ministry. We will have to be little careful. Are we talking about that the architecture is only for the urban areas? Architecture is for the rural areas also. And before someone else starts giving me an example that the medical is also for rural, so medical is a particular subject which looks after only the medicine. You look after the medicine also, you look after the health of the cities, and not only the cities, of every built environment, whether it is rural or urban. So will have to be little careful before we try to tell the government that we should be with this ministry or that ministry. Of course, the final decision will be with the ministry or the government, but we have to say, why do we need this? And that is where the professional bodies, again, the regulatory and as well as the professional bodies will have to be playing a real, and how do we take help from various policies and the international level.
Sure,
it
sir.
was mentioned something about WTO GATT, and this is the time we have to look towards those policies, how the UIA, how the other bodies can help us.
Sure,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the MAP and the future, but I'm sorry, we are absolutely out of time. Just one last question for Salil, which I want an answer in just about 30 seconds. But while I do that, if the audience has any questions to ask, please keep a question ready. Just a question, not a thought or an explanation. So I'll just quickly go to Salil. You run a practice which is a legacy practice, and we don't see too many legacy practices in the country. Do you think it should be looked into as a norm for the future, or it is not required?
It's not a norm, but I mean, there are certain practices, I'm not necessarily taking names, but there are certain practices that have, established a huge amount of knowledge, for example, and a huge amount of, bandwidth of, of work capabilities. All that has, has coalesced into this practice, this firm. They've over time done fabric, and it's not, something that I think that one sees them even around, even now in India. There are so many practices, perhaps, I won't say so many, but there are quite a few practices that one can say that, and then it's unfortunate that 10 years later, there's nobody who has taken that forward. And you don't know where that knowledge went and whether everything just got disseminated. Yes, they might be. So what I saw happening in this firm that, I have a history with, is that they actually, it was never a father and son sort of a thing that was passed on, at all. It was not a father and son thing as much as it was that they would mentor a young architect. So when the senior partners were perhaps crossing 60, they would actually mentor someone who was 35, 40 years old that they saw with potential. They would actually groom them. So by the time they were like 75, they could, they could monetize their share in the company. So you could actually, at the age of 60, 70 or 75, these partners would retire with a bit of a, packet that they sort of...
This is something that, seniors in the country today should also be,
yeah, you should,
looking at.
And frankly, forget like just legacy practice, even any practice. Say today, you've worked hard, you've done, things. You can't see yourself retiring beside, because you think, you're not going to get a fat packet like a corporate gets or a government employee gets. That you get at the end of your retirement, you get some sort of a...
Point taken.
Architects don't have any infrastructure.
We'll have to
for
stop
that.
there, Salil, now.
So thank you.
Two quick questions, if anybody has from the audience. I don't have the time and the permission, but if there are any quick questions, anybody? Interestingly, no. So, yes.
सबसे जी First of all, I highly appreciate the efforts of
Come
COA.
to the question, boss, please.
Wait a second, sir.
Please.
Please. सर एक फैमिली या फिर किसी मतलब इस अर्थ पे सर्वाइव करने के लिए 3 चीज़ें चाहिए होती है, मतलब जितना मेरा नॉलेज है उतना। तो मेरे सीनियर्स से एक क्वेश्चन है पैटर्निटी के, वेयर इज़ माई होम, वेयर इज़ द सैलरी ऑफ माई फादर और समवन, एंड वेयर इज़ द पॉकेट मनी ऑफ माइन। COE is my family. So COE after 50 years we are not having our permanent office. हम रेंट पे रह रहे हैं, है ना। सेकंड, वेयर इज़ द सैलरी ऑफ माय फादर। COE को रिसेंट लोकसभा सेशन में मतलब पुट ए क्वेश्चन कि कितना गवर्नमेंट से हमें ग्रांट मिला। तो फ्रॉम लास्ट 7 to 8 years वी आर और ग्रांट इज 0। तो फ्रॉम लास्ट 50 years सो 0 सैलरी। तो हम लोग ऐसा है कि चंदा कलेक्ट करके वी आर सर्वाइविंग। एंड थर्ड वन इज़ वेयर इज़ माई पॉकेट मनी, मतलब एज ए चिल्ड्रन। तो जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो फर्स्ट सेकेंड ईयर में एडमिशन लेते हैं, उनका अभी जैसे सर ने बताया कि 100 का अभी अरेंज हुआ है, बट मतलब दिस इज शेमफुल फॉर आवर कम्युनिटी.
पॉकेट मनी से आपका क्या अभिप्राय है?
सर जो स्कॉलरशिप,
Scholarship.
तो सर
So I think the council is working on
the council
that,
is working, but council is having certain limits. Registrar sir can't say or a secretary or force a secretary, but a senior.
But I think your question is understood.
Can,
I think I've also understood your sentiments. Yeah. I don't know, what would be an appropriate answer or who would like on the panel to take it. But I would, if there is one more question. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a patient audience, and I thank all my illustrious panelists here for taking out time and being so patient and so prompt. Sorry we had to curtail the session, so we'll someday, I think, reconvene as you suggested and take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. It was not an easy task to end this marathon session so quickly. And as Verma sir rightly pointed out, we must have a day-long deliberations program for all these issues. Thank you very much, all of you. I would now request Architect Lalichan Zakaria and Architect Ramesh Kumarji to please come on the dais for the felicitation of our panelists. Can't hear. Architect Lalichan Zakaria and Architect Ramesh Kumarji, please. I request Lalichan ji to please felicitate Architect Manoharan. And Architect Vaidyanathan. Architect Ramesh Kumarji to felicitate Architect Salil Randive and Architect Prashant Sutaria. I would like to invite Architect Aldrina Marak, Architect Ritu Singh, Architect Bapili Chai and Architect Gajanand Ramji on the dais, please, all members of the Council of Architecture, to do the honors and felicitate. Yes, Architect Prashant Sutaria to be felicitated by Architect Ramesh Kumarji. Architect Salil Randive. Architect Aldrina to please felicitate Architect N. Mahesh. Bye. Architect N. Mahesh. Architect Aldrina to just felicitated Architect N. Mahesh. Now we have her to felicitate Architect Vijay Uppal, please. Architect Ritu Singh to felicitate Architect Balbir Verma. And Dr. Smita Khan. Dr. Smita Khan. Architect Bapilo Chai to Architect Bansan Singh, thank you. And Architect Gajanand Ramji to Architect Puneet Sethi ji, who did a wonderful job of anchoring the session. Architect Ramesh Kumarji. Who is? No, yes. Will felicitate Architect Puneet Sethi. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now moving on to the last segment of the day. In an effort to honor our stalwarts and commemorate their contribution, annual national orations have been initiated by COA. I would now invite architect Kavita Daryani Rao to anchor the first session to inaugurate the late architect Pilu Modi Memorial to begin from 2023 and take a walk down the memory lane with Dr. B.V. Doshi as he pays a tribute to the iconic work done 5 decades ago. The JNA FAU Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. N. Kavita Daryani Rao studied architecture and specialized in housing. Her research, mostly funded by AICTE, focuses on low-income housing in the urban slum communities and on the impact of globalization of cities. She is guiding several doctoral research scholars in JNA FAU as well as other institutions. She is currently the Vice Chancellor of the university for the 2nd term and has been involved in academic administration in various capacities. As Director of Evaluation, she introduced many measures in the examination section of the university for automation. She is keenly interested in teaching learning methodology. She is also interested in collaborative work with other institutions and has been instrumental in collaborating with international universities. She had initiated an R&D cell in the university in which student and faculty research is proactively encouraged and are given seed funding. One of the initiatives is affordable art. She received the IIID HRC Lifetime Achievement Award in 2013 and the Telangana State Government Award on International Women's Day in 2018 to recognize her contribution to academics. She has been nominated twice as a member of Council of Architecture by the government of Telangana. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening to everyone. It's a privilege to be here on this occasion when Council has decided to institute a memorial lecture or an oration in honor of Pilu Modi. A few words about architect Pilu Modi. By the way, Dr. Abhijit, I wasn't told to cut the thing short, and neither was my CV cut short also. So if you're here, I don't know what I should be thinking or what you should be thinking. Pilu Modi studied architecture at Sir J.J. College of Architecture and completed his postgraduate studies from the University of California, Berkeley. He returned to India and worked on the Chandigarh Capital Project for 2 years. In his independent practice, he designed the Chennai headquarters of Engineering Construction Corporation, which won the Federation International de la Precontrainte Prize for Excellence in Pre-Stressed Concrete from India. Pilu and his wife Lavina set up an architecture firm, Modi and Colgan, in 1953 at Bombay. Their first project was a residential apartment at Marine Lines for senior officials of TISCO. They ventured into industrial design with the design for the front casing of one model of Voltas air conditioner. Pilu Modi's other projects include residential project Olympus, 3 telco offices, the headquarters at Bharat Bijli, Mukund Iron and Steel, Sandoz, Voltas, and Diners Club and Business Service Centers. According to his wife Veena, Pilu found designing buildings very limiting because at that time the country was in a dire political situation. The socialist tendencies were not to his liking and he was an advocate of liberalism and freedom. He became a founder member of Swatantra Party. At the 1967 general election, he was elected to the 4th Lok Sabha, representing the Godhra constituency in Gujarat. He was re-elected and served in the 5th Lok Sabha also until March 77, and it was during this period in 1972 that he was instrumental in promoting the Architects Act. He was arrested during the emergency And after an absence of a year from Parliament on 10th April 1978, Modi joined the Rajya Sabha and served there until his death in 1983. The Pilu Modi College of Architecture at Cuttack, Orissa, and FIDE chess tournament are named in his honor. COA initiates an oration series in his memory this year, but unfortunately the speaker for this year, obviously it was the obvious choice was architect B.V. Doshi, and because of his frail health, he couldn't really deliver the lecture as he intended to originally, but he has sent a small video clipping which will be played for you, and it's just a trip down memory lane, a tribute to Pilu Modi. So I think the formal memorial lecture will be from next year onwards. So this effort of COA is directed towards a wider dissemination of architecture among professionals and the general public, and to also create a knowledge bank for posterity. I would also like to read a small CV of B.V. Doshi, architect B.V. Doshi. Balkrishna Vithaldas Doshi was born on 26th August 1927. He recently completed 95 years of age. In the architectural fraternity, he needs no introduction, but for the record, it is my privilege and honor to read a little bit about his work. He worked on several buildings in Ahmedabad as a member of Corbusiers' team, which included Villa Sarabhai, Villa Shodhan, Mill Owners Association Building, and Sanskar Kendra. With Louis Kahn and Anant Raje, he worked on the campus of the IIM Ahmedabad. His studio Vastu Shilpa was established in 1955. Over 7 decades, he completed more than 100 projects. His major works include IIM Bangalore, IIM Udaipur, NIFT Delhi, Ahmedabad Gufa, CEPT University, and the Aranya Low-Cost Housing Development in Indore, which was awarded the Aga Khan Award for Architecture. In 1958, he was a fellow of the Graham Foundation for Advanced Studies in the Fine Arts. In 2018, he became the first Indian architect to receive the Pritzker Architecture Prize. The Pritzker jury announced that Doshi has always created an architecture that is serious, never flashy, or a follower of trends, and noted his deep sense of responsibility and a desire to contribute to his country and its people through high quality, authentic architecture. Architect Doshi was also made an Officer of the Order of Arts and Letters in 2011, which is France's highest honor for the arts. He has also been awarded the Padma Shri and the Padma Bhushan. He has been awarded the RIBA Royal Gold Medal for 2022, very recently, just a few months back, and is a fellow of the RIBA also. He has been on the selection committee for the Pritzker Prize, the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, and the Aga Khan Award for Architecture. He is also a fellow of the IIA. Architect Doshi's work was awarded a Global Award for Sustainable Architecture in 2007, the award's first edition.
I used to go to Bombay.
You want me to stop?
And sometimes Balla also would join. And then the purpose was meeting Pilu, a member of parliament coming from profession and educated and concerned about society and architecture and environment. So we always created a gathering, even though it was small lunch or whatnot, but always the question that, all right, what is happening to the Architects Act? And how are we going to really create the environment and create all the things which have not happened so far? And we launch a new professional society. And so always we would meet together. Lunch, dinner, this, that. And being in the member of parliament, people was there, and we always had a hope. A parliamentarian an architect, a well-qualified professional, obviously, you can't ask for better. And then, Balla, being a president of the Council of Architecture, newly formed. So the discussion came, how do we improve environment, professional stature, and quality of our work, and more gathering. See, we have never been together as a group or as an institution. And so the purpose of our meeting together, including Charles Correa, was there at that time. We met and we always arranged a meeting with Pilu and Palla in Delhi and started talking about how do we really create ideal situation of our profession so that the quality of environment improves, our professional ethics improves, our environment improves, and our educational system improves. I think all this is together. This is all part and parcel. And Pilu Modi was very important because he was in the parliament. He was an architect, very sensitive person, capable and influential. And I think this is where the discussion always came around. And in that discussion, the question came of education, practice, professional understanding, professional awareness, and awareness of a larger context of greater environment. Because everybody was practicing. Those who we gathered together were all practicing architects. We were also doing buildings and also institutions. So the impact was not necessarily of a kind, but in education also. So if that was the case, we thought Pilu Modi is the best person to get. And not only that, but he would become a great steering person who will steer the whole place. His family influence, his parliament things, his professional things, awareness, grooming of world around. So you can't ask for a better person than Pilu. And Pilu also was open. Every time, even though he was busy, myself and Balla, and sometimes Charles would say, Pilu, we must go and have lunch and we must meet together. And immediately he would agree and he would come. So, wonderful person, knowledgeable, sensitive, and socially concerned. And I think that is how Pilu's role was. And we thought he would be the most important pivot for us, in the profession. So the discussions came, and then our discussion started talking about environment. Also the issue is professional practice. And what kind of professional practice can we have which can be then ethical but purposeful, meaningful. And I was also interested in this partly because of my educational program, but otherwise Pilu was there always. His awareness about society, his awareness about the world was unique. He was conscious and always willing to find time. A very purposeful person. One of the things that could happen was meeting with them created awareness, and that is how then Council of Architecture was formed. Balla took the active lead there, and then we said, let us do something, and Balla being in Delhi, it was really a good way of getting council. And then council's existence became important. And we said role of council is not just practice, but also improving environment, improving our awareness, education, societal structure. And that's how then Balla became active and how Council of Architecture became important. Eventually, the Member of Parliament and Parliament agreed on the Council, and that is how really the role of Council of Architecture came. That creating much greater awareness and widely spread the role of the professionals, ethics of architecture and practice of architecture, and the kind of quality of environment that we could bring in. And I think this is where the Council's role has been even today. That how do we really improve the quality of architecture and awareness in the society at large, not connected only in terms of quality of work, but also your education. Where is the education policy? And who are the people who are talking about education? We have now 80, 100 schools. So all those schools are, so hundreds of students are graduating, and so the impact is national, impact is international, impact is in every household. Because buildings are going on all the time. Everybody is building, everybody is adding. But what is the quality of life? What is the ethics of that work? And at what standard are we giving to people? And what is the direction that we are providing? And that is the role which Allah is playing, or the Council of Architecture is doing. And I think that is really the role of the Council, to not only create awareness, but create consciousness, active, ethical, and meaningful. And I think those are the roots of Council.
I invite architect Jayashree Deshpande to felicitate Dr. Kavita Daryani Rao. I think architect Kavita was left out with a small paragraph. She would like to finish it. So we'll just continue that and then move ahead to the felicitation, and then we break for tea and snacks. And we take up the next oration post that. Thank you. Over to you,
Yeah, for the record, I had read out all his awards and the major works, but I just wanted to complete this because it talks about the evolution of the architectural character in the building and what gives these buildings the timeless appeal that they have. So you know that he initially worked with the masters Le Corbusier and Louis Kahn, and his own early work reflects these tendencies. But later, he evolved after he came back to India, and all the typical architectural language that he had learnt gave way to a style with more regional identity, drawing from historical buildings and later to a more fluid and organic form. Lighting has been one of his preoccupations, and he deeply appreciated the use of light by Corbusier, who, he said, quote, would create a soft light that makes people's faces glow, unquote. To achieve this quality of light, he used slanted skylights. He is also known for his commitment to provide affordable housing and designed several projects in this center, the most famous one being Aranya at Indore. Mindful of the diversity of the people he was designing for, architect Doshi designed 80 models that ranged from one-room units to larger houses that suited different needs and incomes. The minimalist designs show Doshi's dedication to avoid wastage of space and material. The variety of building typologies and spaces he handles with ease can be seen in projects like Ahmedabad Gufa, where a playful approach can be seen. I read recently, architecture at its best resonates with narratives that are sensorial, experiential, and associational, and this is what all these qualities achieved in his buildings are what gives architect Doshi's buildings their timeless appeal. Thank you.
I invite architect Jayashree Deshpande to felicitate Dr. Kavita Daryani Rao. I request everyone to convene to another venue outside, and we'll have the next oration with some tea and coffee. Thank you so much.
निकाल दूं?